For Newton, who walks by night. Chapter 1. Victor Ronquist touched a control set in the armrest of the long black stretch limousine and cracked the smoked glass divider that separated him from Lamar. "Pull over and stop, please, just as soon as you are able." From behind the wheel, Lamar answered without glancing back. "It's kind of hard on this stretch of Mulholland, sir." Ronquist nodded. "I know that. Just pull over when you can. Pull into one of those observation areas where you look out over the city." "You want to look at the lights, sir?" Ronquist nodded and half smiled. "I do indeed, Lamar. I want to look at the lights." The limo continued to glide effortlessly along the night hilltop scenic twists and turns of Mulholland Drive for perhaps 2 more minutes, and then Lamar smoothly eased it off the road and gravel crunched under the tires. The limousine came to a gentle stop and Lamar sat, saying nothing, not even looking round, just waiting for Ronquist to announce what he intended to do next. "I think I might step out and breathe the air, Lamar, such as it is." "Very good, Mr. Ronquist." Ronquist had no real need to speak to Lamar, he could have directed his instructions directly into the man's mind, but the two of them maintained the niceties of the chauffeur-employer relationship. Lamar got out of the driver's seat and walked to the right-hand passenger door. He opened it and Victor Ronquist emerged from the car. Ronquist straightened and stood for a moment, as good as his word, taking one deep breath after another. 100 years ago, the air in the Los Angeles basin had been possessed of a desert purity, but what now filled his unique undead lungs was rank with gasoline and the oppressive scents of eucalyptus, honeysuckle, and night-blooming jasmine, exhaust fumes mingled with subtropical vegetation made unnaturally lush by water all the way from Nevada. Such was the way of human madness. By day, much of the city had a half-completed ugliness, slashed by freeways, picketed by rearing billboards and littered with shoddy, rectangular cement boxes of a basic and unsophisticated architectural crudity that even the overlay of palm trees, panoramic glass, and pink and turquoise stucco could scarcely disguise. Fortunately, because of his very nature, Victor Ronquist was never required to see LA by day, except on television or perhaps through the charcoal-tinted windows of a speeding limo. For Ronquist, the lauded California sun was nothing more than a lethal anathema. His own intimate knowledge of the city was strictly that of the city by night. He walked a few paces to where, with only a low retaining wall to protect the unwary, the side of the road fell away in an almost sheer drop of sandy cliff for 30 or 40 feet. Below him, the lights of Los Angeles, immortalized in so many motion pictures, extended to the horizon in every direction. For a moment, Ronquist was gripped by a genetically atavistic wistfulness as he looked out over the electric jewel field of lights. Oh, but there and then to transform himself into a huge bat-like thing and swoop unseen over trees and rooftops and the gaudy neon boulevards, riding the unnatural thermals thrown up by the heat of the concrete landscape. Sadly, though, such exhilaration was never to be his. The secret of shape-shifting was more than a millennium lost and gone. The last of the ectomorphs had vanished over 1,000 years ago, even before he had been created, and yet some twist in his Nosferatu DNA could still remember and yearn, as he stood, a tall, imposing watcher in the night, black silk shirt rippling across his back in the slight breeze, high boots planted firmly and inevitably on solid ground. At first glance, Ronquist looked like a slim but powerful man in perhaps his early 40s, pale-featured, with dark hair that curled to his shoulders. That was, of course, until one looked into his dark, deep-set eyes. The eyes told a true story, one that most humans could never bring themselves to face. Ronquist's unguarded eyes were the sole testament to how he was not only incalculably old, but also something frighteningly other than human. He may, of course, have been biased, but for him, Los Angeles by night was a place of soft, if near complete, deception, a deception that was well suited to the needs of a predator like himself. The very pollution that plagued the city in the day and, when inversion set in, turned the sky at the horizon an ominous brown, acted as a cosmetic screen, giving the night a feel of velvet soft focus and causing the myriad of lights to gleam and twinkle like radiant gems. For the first few moments, Ronquist took in the view with the Nosferatu single sight that closely conformed to the limited range and spectrum of normal human vision, and he stared across the only slightly less than symmetrical laser geometry of Hollywood and beyond like any mere tourist. Since he was compelled to live in a world at least numerically dominated by humanity, it was only sensible to spend at least some of his time observing it as mankind did. It was a piece of calculated self-discipline designed to avoid possibly fatal oversights, overestimations, and misconceptions. One-on-one, the Nosferatu might be infinitely superior to the humans on whom they preyed, but Ronquist was well aware that he and the others like him should never fall to an overweening reliance on that superiority. They were few, a comparative handful, while human numbers were in their constantly growing billions. With the odds so stacked against them, Nosferatu survival had to be a matter of constant care and vigilance. Los Angeles always struck Ronquist as a city that had begun its decline even before it had been fully built. In some respects, it reminded him of Rome, Cairo, or Constantinople, except so much was missing from the picture. It had no great mosques or cathedrals, no wondrous structures that would survive for thousands of years. The glass and steel towers of downtown and Century City were hardly a substitute for all the places he had known when he'd been young and when he'd been human. They hardly competed with St. Peter's or the Colosseum, the Blue Mosque, the Topkapi Palace, or the Basilica of St. Sophie, and certainly not with the Great Pyramid, although that was really a whole other story. At first, the transitory and ad hoc nature of the place had suited Ronquist, but lately he had become bored and reclusive. The challenges were tiresomely trivial, the ambitions desperately frivolous, and the driving criteria little more than infantile materialism. Ronquist would have been happy to move on, but he knew, for the time being, he was firmly anchored by the rest of the colony. The colony had adapted well to this final city on the edge of America, and their presence was not so much as suspected. Although, as in New York, an arrangement had been made with a larcenous Salvadoran orderly at Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital to ensure an uninterrupted supply of packaged whole blood, the Nosferatu hunted on a regular if discreet basis. Unlike the New York colony, they did not even try to exist exclusively on the plastic packs of donor hemoglobin. Such a complete self-denial of their nature and appetite for the fresh kill had only led inexorably to the condition known as feasting, the frenzied outbreak of uncontrollable slaughter that had all but caused the colony's downfall and annihilation back in Manhattan and necessitated their flight from that city. In certain respects, Los Angeles was a wilder, less civilized place than New York. With just a bare century of history as city behind it, it had never been sufficiently developed to divorce it from the primal underlay of tooth and claw and hunter and hunted. Coyotes still maintained furtive territory, even in the more populated areas of the hills and canyons, prowling affluent yards and pools to snag the unwary poodle or calico cat as what, from the coyote's point of view, was a perfectly legitimate meal. In the same way, the city was full of enough lost and dislocated souls, with no one to miss them, mourn them, or investigate their disappearance, for the Nosferatu of the colony to hunt virtually at will and completely escape detection. The presence of the movie industry created a perpetual and self-renewing community of runaways and the sadly overambitious who flocked there from all over the world with tinsel dreams of making it as big as Sandra Bullock or Leonardo DiCaprio, while the poor teeming Latino nations to the south supplied a constant influx of the unknown and undocumented. It was among these that Ronquist and his companions found their equivalent of the coyotes, poodles and calico cats, and the colony seemed to thrive on the arrangement. Julia, the youngest and most headstrong of the surviving colony, had especially taken to the Hollywood social parameters like a demon duck to a dark expanse of fetid green swamp water. If Ronquist suggested moving on, Julia would be the first to raise the most strident and violent of objections. Julia had always been attracted to power, and in Los Angeles she had immediately recognized it. Now that time and cash had run out on the banking barons, and the military-industrial complex had moved most of its billions to the Dixiecrat South, all true power was pretty much the monopoly of the entertainment industry. Accordingly, the slim deceptive blonde, with the deep Dietrich voice, the ice blue eyes, and the iron will of a Prussian field marshal, had homed in on the town's media elite like a moth to the flame, although Ronquist knew the simile worked better in reverse. Julia was much more the flame coming to burn up the unsuspecting moths. Her ruthless determination was a million degrees more all-consuming and devious than that of the most highly venal of TV or movie moguls. Of all the surviving Nosferatu colony, however, Julia was the cannon most likely to tear loose, and in this Ronquist only had himself to blame. He had after all created her in the first place. Julia Aschenbach had been a budding starlet in the Nazi film industry and reputedly one of Joseph Goebbels' countless mistresses. Ronquist had thought it a fine karmic joke to bring her through the change, so he could leave one of his kind at the very heart of the Nazi hierarchy. That death sect of degenerate human butchers had disgusted even him. And not merely one of his kind. Julia had been in that very first phase when the newly transformed are young, angry, and overwhelmingly predatory. On one point, though, he had grossly miscalculated. In his general contempt for humans, Ronquist had failed to examine what kind of being he was changing. If he'd thought of the human Julia at all, it had been to dismiss her as nothing more than a stunningly airheaded beauty who would be unlikely to survive the sun, the stake, or the fire for more than a few years undead on her own. As it turned out, she was both acutely cunning and a consummate survivor. Many years later, he had learned this to his cost, perhaps the terrible cost of his beloved Kinara. Through long 20th century decades, Julia had killed and prospered. She had thrown her deviant undead energy into KGB SYOPs, Black Knights of Latin American counterinsurgency, and then on, with a complete right-angle turn, so typical of her character, into achieving nocturnal bohemian fame with her own depraved performance art of the damned. She had finally sought out Ronquist in New York City and demanded that he acknowledge her as his own. Julia had been accepted into the colony, albeit over the objections of some of the established members, but her plans went further than that. From the moment that she had first entered the colony and assessed the situation, her ambition had been to replace Kinara as Ronquist's consort and pair-bonded hunting partner. Although it was the human, Kelly, who had been the actual agent of Kinara's passing, given time, Julia might well have engineered the deed herself. In the microcosm of the colony, just as in the macro world of the humans, power was the key to understanding Julia. She had seen that Ronquist, as master of the colony, wielded the ultimate power and commanded the ultimate respect, and she had become determined to be the ultimate object of his affections. It might have been more flattering if Ronquist had not been very well aware that, even if he and Julia did bond, it wouldn't end there. Ultimately, Julia didn't have the personality of a consort. Eventually she would get round to challenging him for the mastery and, in the event of that confrontation, one of them would inevitably be destroyed. Ronquist sighed out loud. Nosferatu, for all their infinite time, strength, and awesome intelligence, were intractably quarrelsome creatures. Ah, Julia, why do I have to spend so much time watching out for you? I hardly even like you. Lamar, who was standing at a discreet distance by the driver's door of the black limo, stiffened. You said something, Mr. Ronquist. Ronquist turned, stepping off the train of thought named Julia and turning his attention momentarily to the human chauffeur. It's a while since I had you drive me, isn't it, Lamar? That's right, Mr. Ronquist. Lamar was one of that tiny minority of humans who had a great enough awareness of their expendable subservience that they were able to subsist in close proximity with Nosferatu and be pleased to do their bidding. Once upon a time, they had been known as thralls, now the word seemed to be employee. Ronquist smiled coldly at the man. I haven't been out that much in the last few months. So I have observed. A hinted, although never stated, promise on the part of the Nosferatu to their strange mortal retainers was that, at some time in the future, when the human had proved his or her worth, the good and faithful servant would be rewarded with the priceless gift of near eternal life. It was, however, a promise that the Nosferatu rarely kept. I'm sure the others are more than enough to keep you busy. Indeed they are, sir. Ronquist looked speculatively at Lamar. This one might make it, unless, of course, he had to be sacrificed to cover the colony's tracks, or used as emergency sustenance in a crisis. But you were wondering why I suddenly decided to go for a solitary drive on this particular night. I never wonder, Mr. Ronquist. And that was the absolute truth. Lamar never wondered. Lamar was possessed of a mind that functioned extremely oddly even for the brain of a human. Ronquist, however, rarely invaded it. He didn't believe in routinely entering the minds of humans with whom he needed to maintain a regular or close proximity. He only scanned them when monitoring or adjustment was needed. Human servants always grew to resent too much casual intrusion, even if they weren't consciously aware of it. They became mistrustful, unreliable, and in some extreme cases, unacceptably surly and uncooperative. Some even plunged into a form of paranoid schizophrenia. Ronquist had, however, scanned Lamar very thoroughly when he had first accepted him into the employ of the colony, and what he discovered in the man's mind convinced him that, in Lamar, he might well have found the ideal retainer, certainly one worth preserving, too good to waste on any casual expenditure. Lamar was a tall, raw-boned descendant of oil-field roughnecks and itinerant cowboys. He had grown up in some forsaken, flatland hamlet in West Texas border country and had suffered a hate-inducing childhood worthy of any prominent serial killer, and like any prominent serial killer, the greatest satisfaction Lamar could imagine would be to randomly murder and mutilate others of his species. Unlike his more homicidal soulmates, however, he didn't act on his impulses. Those urges remained locked away, along with the memories and imaginings, in a place so deep in his mind that it was the mental equivalent of a steel safe. He loathed being around people to the point of phobia, but found a perverse comfort in the company of Nosferatu. Ronquist knew that this probably wasn't the way a human mind should function, and Lamar might well be, in the terms of human society, a dangerous and ticking time bomb, but that wasn't Ronquist's problem. To him and the others, Lamar was loyal, devoted, and unquestioning, and these attributes were all that the master of a colony should care about in his human vassals. "You're a good man, Lamar." Lamar's face was expressionless. "Thank you, sir." Ronquist turned his attention back to the panorama of LA, but instead of using the limited spectrum of human vision, he changed to the deep and unique perception of the Nosferatu, the special sight that perceived auras and emotions in form and color. The image of the city was instantly altered. The physical features remained, but now ghostly and less substantial, secondary to a mist-like multicolored overlay of normally invisible psychic forces. At this distance, all Ronquist received were general impressions of the prevailing collective mood in different areas, but even they were spectacular, and told him a lot about the so-called City of Angels and its denizens. All over, the general impression was one of weary anxiety. It swirled like a green and pale luminescence, hanging in the flatlands and creeping across the hills with the motion of a sluggish sea fog. To Ronquist, this anxiety was perfectly understandable. If humans elected to live in a place as seismically unstable as Southern California, they had every reason to be anxious. Add the ravages of brush fires, mudslides, and civil unrest, and the anxieties multiplied. It seemed that every human in the city had something to worry about. Some desperately gambled with millions of dollars on a daily basis, while others struggled barely to eke out an existence of minimal wretchedness. On every level, fear appeared to rule. Ronquist also suspected that the city had perhaps accepted too much transient evil into its geographic heart. At various locations, he could see dark magenta peaks, outstanding points of notable human iniquity. One tall and multiplex spike danced ponderously over the downtown Parker Center, the headquarters of the Los Angeles Police Department, while another, equally large but of a somewhat different tone, reared above the nearby men's central jail. A third, equally unique, lingered over the great Paramount Pictures movie and TV lot. Spasms of magenta also clung to any number of the 30-story corporate monoliths that made up the downtown business district. Other star points of smoke ruby were dotted in various locations of the city, too numerous and widely scattered for Ronquist to know what crimes or conspiracies or sinister ambitions they might represent or even to attract his interest. At that moment, he was not looking for the dark red telltale markers of mere human vice and transgression. He was also not interested in the ghostly olive afterglow that hung over the La Brea tar pits. That was nothing to do with either him or humanity. It was of the earth itself, had been there for many millions of years and would remain for millions more. Ronquist's deep-seeing scan of the city was motivated by more than just general curiosity. He was looking for something specific. One of the reasons that Ronquist was unhappy in Los Angeles was that lately he had been fleetingly sensing that there might be something in LA with the potential to make him very much more unhappy than he already was. Indeed, one of the reasons that he had called for Lamar to drive him on this particular night was to attempt to locate the source of these impressions. After some searching and taking his deep vision deeper than he normally would have needed had it been a mere human aura that he sought, he finally found what he was looking for. It resembled a pale plume of vapor rising high into the air, over to his right, somewhere in commercial Beverly Hills, as far as he could ascertain, perhaps near where Santa Monica Boulevard met Rodeo Drive. Its outer mantle was an unhealthy plague yellow, darkening to a sullen purple at its heart. Ronquist recognized that the aura was partially human, but it was the aura of humans who were engaged in an activity so extreme that it generated strange and unique responses and emotions. Factors other than human were also present. Ronquist knew that no collection of men and women could have produced an aura like that, no matter how bizarre and depraved their behavior might be. Something else was present beneath that aura, possibly something far older than either humanity or the Nosferatu. Ronquist had no exact idea of what that presence might be, except that he was certain it was nothing akin to his kind. Any non-human manifestation, however, so close to where he and the colony had taken up residence, had to be treated as a potential threat. The most minimal risk posed by a non-human intelligence, of which there were far more than the majority of 20th-century humans ever suspected, was that it might be capable of detecting the presence of the colony and somehow exposing them. Beyond that, Ronquist didn't care to think right at the moment. He was too aware that the other dangers it could present might well be close to limitless. This nighttime excursion to Mulholland wasn't the only time that Ronquist had scanned the city for possible threats to the colony's continued well-being. When they had first arrived, he and Dahlia, the diminutive but deadly half of the pair-bonded Weird Sisters, had conducted an initial midnight survey. Dahlia's story was less than clear and a number of variations circulated through the colony. What was for sure was that Dahlia had negotiated the change from human when nothing more than a child, and had then, quite deliberately, arrested her physical development so she remained acutely feral 10-year-old Victorian moppet ever since, apparently, at the same time conducting a form of incest with her even more bizarre sister, Imogene. Beneath the ringlets and the Shirley Temple, lollipop exterior lurked a sharp and devious mind, honed by a harsh whetstone of perverse cruelty, the capacity for blasphemy of a hungover longshoreman, and a sense of humor that took no prisoners. Ronquist liked Dahlia a great deal. She had proved a staunch ally during the troubles in New York, and since the relocation to Los Angeles, Ronquist had increasingly relied on her to take care of much of the day-to-day running of the colony. When he and Dahlia had stood together, all those months ago, on another high point where it was possible to see out over the city, their primary concern had been the detection of other Nosferatu, either isolated loners, wild wanderers, or the gathering of a group, clan, or colony. Even a city the size of LA was hardly big enough for two communities of the undead to survive in peaceful coexistence. They had, however, seen nothing of the orange flares that normally signified a Nosferatu presence. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, somewhere in Baja, Mexico, they had seen something that might have been interpreted as an undead aura, but it was faded and insubstantial, the color of a rotting tangerine, primitive and totally lacking in energy and vitality. Stories had long circulated of how a strong but insular and very ancient colony of the Mexican Tlaixaqui existed somewhere in the dry hills of the Baja, but he could hardly believe that this degenerate flicker could be that of such a supposedly proud and strong bloodline of the undead, with their implacable combination of Mayanatlan roots and a 500-year infusion of Spanish fire. Dahlia had agreed, if the Tlaixaqui had ever been there at all, they had either moved on or found a way to disguise themselves, even from their close European cousins. Dahlia, who made a habit of keeping up with all the current trends in the paranormal, had suggested that such a weak and degraded aura might be produced by a small hyena pack of chupacabra. I mean, Victor, what would you expect from things that scare peons and suck on goats and chickens? Ronquist had chuckled, but stored the ghostly aura in his memory for future contemplation. What he and Dahlia hadn't seen, back then, was the yellow-purple plume rising from Beverly Hills. He was certain that, if it had been there during their initial inspection, there was no way they could have failed to notice it, and he had to assume that whatever was the cause, the disturbing aura was an even newer arrival than themselves. Ronquist knew that this thing needed a closer investigation, and he was almost tempted to instruct Lamar to drive in that direction right there and then. He didn't, though. He walked back to the car, signaling that they were moving on. Go down Laurel Canyon and drive east on Sunset. Lamar nodded silently and opened the rear door of the limousine. The detective work would have to wait until later. After weeks of subsisting on packaged blood, he knew the warning signs, the familiar weakness in his limbs and the primal stirrings deep inside him, stirrings that could only be ignored at their peril. If some danger did lurk beneath the rising aura, he should be as strong as possible before he attempted to approach it. Ronquist ducked into the womb-like interior of the limo where Mahler was playing softly on the sound system, and Lamar closed the door behind him. Lamar knew but never acknowledged. It was time for Victor Ronquist to go hunting, and without his lost Kinara, he would hunt alone with only this blank-minded human attendant acting as both metaphoric horse and hound. As the limo pulled back onto Mulholland, Ronquist again leaned forward. Turn the air conditioning up, will you, Lamar? Enough so it has some bite. Perhaps the thing that Ronquist missed most of all in LA was the thrill of cold. In Los Angeles, no one could hear you scream. That had become a maxim to live by for Elaine Dance. In Los Angeles, one was always insulated, always encapsulated, and, until her one great ambition was fulfilled, that was the way she wanted it. From the isolation of the single-bedroom Hollywood apartment near the Pacific Design Center, where the drapes were always closed and no one ever visited, she moved to the protection of her car, the black and chrome '68 Ford Mustang with the dark-tinted windows that was one of the few pleasures, perhaps the only pleasure, in her current, constantly searching, wasteland of a life. Elaine Dance had no appetite for pleasure. She cultivated no friendships among the subtropical foliage and consummated no affairs under the wilted palms and relentless sun. She neither visited the beach, nor sampled the nightlife, and as far as possible, avoided even the most casual of contacts. When her thoughts grew too much for her, she retreated to the tried and trusted buffer zone of television and Valium, the bland massage in which she could effectively park her brain in the long hours when there was nothing else to do. She was like the character in the old Paul Simon song, I touch no one and no one touches me. It said a lot about the way she lived that one of her most sustained relationships was with the Shetland sheepdog that belonged to the gay couple in the next-door apartment. Almost every time she ventured out onto her small balcony, the dog would stare at her from the adjoining terrace with the painted metal garden furniture and the carefully tended planters. Something in the dog's large and mournful collie eyes suggested that it knew, or at least suspected, the dark secrets of her stranded and mutilated soul. Elaine was well aware that, in all likelihood, she was slowly sinking into madness, perhaps a rigidly controlled madness that would never outwardly reveal itself until she finally blew apart, but madness all the same. To believe that a dog knew her pain could hardly be a hallmark of mental health. Hadn't David, son of Sam Berkowitz, fantasized that a dog was his soulmate? The Mustang, aside from being both her sole pleasure and her primary means of transport here in the carbon monoxide-choked capital of car culture, was possibly the only thing that contributed to any measure of balance in her existence. When what she now thought of as her half-life became too claustrophobic, she got into her car and simply drove out along the freeways until the endless suburbs finally gave way to naked desert. Once there, she would pull over to mourn all that she had lost under the huge, white, and uncaring Mojave moon, and sob the name Kenara over and over until she could sob no more. On this particular night, though, Elaine was not driving her grief to the desert. She was carefully threading her beloved Mustang through the dense middle-evening traffic on the Boys Town Strip in West Hollywood, watching for sudden stops by the Volvos of gay cruisers. She was heading in the direction of Beverly Hills. She had a 9 o'clock appointment with one of her regular and best-paying clients. The costume of her private and professional theater was concealed under a light jacket, and on the seat beside her was the leather hold-all, not unlike an old-fashioned Victorian doctor's bag. The slightly sinister bag contained the necessary collection of her working paraphernalia, the erotic threat and promise of which would have probably both shocked and excited any regular conservative citizen, had he or she been able to see it laid out in all its rubber, chrome, and dark leather glory. After some stopping and starting at the lights, she was out of the central congestion of West Hollywood, past Dan Tanner's landmark restaurant and the Troubadour nightclub, and into comparatively lighter traffic. Up ahead on Santa Monica Boulevard was the slightly disturbing, monolithic black glass tower with the weird pylon mounted on the top that belonged to the group known as the Apogee, the self-realization cult that was rapidly overhauling the Church of Scientology as the big-ticket, quasi-scientific, fashionable faith among movie stars, studio deal makers, and corporate lawyers. Even in her detachment and isolation, she had heard about the Apogee people and instinctively distrusted them. She was even disturbed by their commercials on late-night TV that seemed to be attempting to tap directly into the worst of popular anxieties, even though, in some respects, she made her living by doing something not all that dissimilar. Once, while passing the black building on foot, taking a lonely walk after a particularly exhausting weekend with a client in Aspen, an Apogee sidewalk recruiter had attempted to force his literature on her. Despite her dark glasses, headscarf, and cultivated air of unapproachability, the recruiter had gone straight into his smiling pitch. For an instant she'd been tempted to take him up on his offer of coming into the Black Tower for what he called an evaluation. She would almost have been interested to see what these smug cultists might have made of an inconsolably disappointed would-be undead, but after less than a minute she curtly told him to go away. She had no time for even patently ersatz therapy. All attempts at any kind of therapy had been terminated months ago, and thousands of miles away, back in New York City. While still there, she had, at least for a while, tried to move on from the terrible and frighteningly unnatural grief. For as long as she still could deceive herself that it might be possible, she had worked hard at returning to drab humanity. She had done her best to maintain a brief affair with a perfectly nice and reasonable man, a moderately successful graphic artist named Martin, who had attempted to nurse her through her depressions and bouts of raging hysteria, but had ultimately fled to save his own mind from contracting her seemingly infectious disarrangement. Poor Martin had done his best, but when you have loved and lost a non-human superbeing who was close to a goddess, and you almost became a goddess yourself, even the most tender caress and most sensitive penetration of a mere mortal man could provide little or no consolation. Her loss was so monumental that even well-meaning help was unable to reach her. With a cruelty so unusual that it defied all understanding, a black-winged wonderland of coursing blood and high passion, where all things were possible forever and ever, had first been offered to her and then whisked away, just a matter of days before the final change and consummation, so suddenly that she'd hardly had a chance to comprehend what was happening. She had made the journey with her deathless mentor and demon lover, all the way to those magical gates at the end of night, but at what should have been the very last glorious moment, the mad and hideous priest had destroyed Kenara with the hammer and the terrible sharpened wooden stake, and the gates had slammed closed on her hopes and immortal dreams, all access eternally denied. In the old Christopher Lee movies that aired on TV, and in the breathless purple paperbacks, when the primary vampire was destroyed, his or her protégés, the ones who had been bitten but not yet transformed, returned to normal. The unnatural desire faded from their eyes along with any mark of the cross that might have been burned into their forehead, and they fell weeping into the arms of a consoling mortal protector. Unfortunately, the truth of the Darklost was nothing like the cheap novels or those old Hammer films with their heaving breasts and faded colors. After Martin, she had abandoned all pretense of returning to normality, and she'd started to listen with more attention to the voices in her head. The voices didn't exactly form words, but their message was clear. They filled her with the impulse to fly west to Los Angeles, following the instinctive knowledge that it was there that Victor and the other Nosferatu had fled after the terrible murder of Kinara. The voices tempted and seduced, suggesting that, in this so misnamed city, a second chance might await her, that somewhere in the warm California night she might finally make the change Kinara had promised and she so abjectly and desperately desired. For a while, Elaine Dance had ignored the voices and the actions that they urged, suspecting they might be nothing more than new symptoms of the insanity she had increasingly begun to fear. She was well aware that her mind was progressively being torn and segmented. In what she laughingly thought of as the more rational sectors, the facile outer areas of her consciousness, the suggestion was constantly repeated that the whole affair with Kinara and the very idea that she was going to be transformed into one of the undead was nothing more than a dangerous delusion in which she had hidden during some kind of stress-related breakdown. In the deeper parts of her psyche, however, the places where she knew she truly lived and no truth was concealed, a powerful confidence remained. It had not been a delusion. Kinara was no hallucination or false memory, and but for her death, Elaine really would have joined the immortal ranks of the, she scarcely dared say it, Nosferatu. After a protracted and lonely struggle, the deep had won out over the facile, primarily with a simple but unrefutable argument: what did she have to lose? Her former friends no longer called her neglected answering machine or sent her so much as a postcard, glad to be away from what they saw as her gothic and obsessive craziness. She had no ties to bind or excuses with which to resist the irresistible urge to chase the undead to the opposite coast. Accordingly, she had sold her few remaining possessions, packed a single suitcase, and bought a one-way ticket to Lax. As she spun the Mustang's wheel, turning right off Santa Monica and heading up toward Sunset Boulevard and the upper levels of the millionaire enclaves of Bel Air and Beverly Hills, she glanced at the square-cut Hamilton on her wrist, the dial visible above her folded back glove. She had more than 15 minutes to spare, and that was the way she liked it. The dominant should always be punctual. Even though, once in LA, she had continued her post-Kinara, New York practice of reducing all human contact to an absolute minimum, Elaine did have to face the reality that she still needed to make a living. Even a half-life could not be sustained without some measure of material support. Her choice of commercial domination had been a matter of pure chance, unless she allowed herself to believe in some dark Jungian synchronicity of degradation. When she'd been down to her last couple of $100, and realizing that to work a conventional job, even with her degree in math, would be impossible without compromising her isolation, she spotted a small box ad in the LA Weekly for an operation called Justine Incorporated, that specialized in disciplinary outcall. Although she had torn the ad from the paper and kept it, it had been some days before she'd finally dialed the number. The resulting interview had been conducted by a hard-bitten blonde with a deep tan and a small fortune invested in cosmetic surgery. After asking a few pointed questions, the woman succinctly laid out the deal, the rules of the game, and the limits of legality. Within the space of 20 minutes, Elaine had signed up as a specialist outcall operative on the roster of Justine Incorporated. After a few weeks with the agency, she found that she was able to quickly establish her own client list, which meant she could dispense with Justine's services and save paying their 40% commission into the bargain. She found that the chill and absolute lack of emotion with which she confronted the infantile psychodramas that were now her personal service industry actually went over big with the clients. She was in demand and working so constantly that the sadomasochistic trysts were becoming a matter of routine, a lucrative and perverse routine, perhaps, but a routine all the same, and like all routines, it inevitably edged her in the direction of depression. When the repetition became too draining, Elaine told herself the only reason she subjected herself to this way of life was because she was certain, in her heart and in her blood, that the vampire colony was there in LA, and she would ultimately find it. Wait, though, Kinara had told her that the word vampire was never to be used. The Nosferatu colony was there in LA, and she would definitely find them. All she had to do was to pinpoint the source, but she knew this wouldn't be easy. Kinara had made it clear that the undead were cunning in the extreme and unrivaled experts at camouflage and concealment. When new and raw in town, she had spent almost all of her first fees from Justine Incorporated on hiring a private eye to research the name Victor Ronquist. His first report had confirmed that Ronquist really was in LA, but that he was shadowy figure on the edge of the financial world, definitely not a player, but perhaps someone who had a lot of things on a lot of people. She paid the detective more money and he agreed to dig deeper, but he had never offered a second report. Instead, he showed up at her apartment late one night, white and shaking, refusing to continue with the case under any circumstances, but also refusing to explain why. He even offered to return her money, except that he'd spent most of it on lap dancers, gin, and amphetamines, and needed what remained to get out of town. Something had managed to completely terrify the man, and although it was yet another disappointment, she now knew that she was at least on the right track. As she waited for the lights on Sunset Boulevard to change, she reminded herself that, in one respect, her LA lifestyle couldn't be faulted. She appeared out of the night, performed the rituals of her needs, and then returned to the darkness from whence she had come. She was aware that she was aping her dream, but at the same time, she told herself she was at least a little closer to what might have been. The real Nosferatu were somewhere near at hand and she would find them. For all she knew, she might have actually passed their new residence. Once across Subset, the Mustang climbed winding roads that would have been as inexplicable as a labyrinth to a stranger with only a Thomas guide, but Elaine had traveled these twists and turns at least a dozen times before. Elliot Cruz, her 9 o'clock, was one of her most devoted, almost worshipping, regulars. The approach to the Cruz residence was through a pair of wrought iron security gates supported by granite pillars that always struck her as an amalgam of a medieval castle and a concentration camp. She halted the Mustang in front of the gates and a security camera swiveled and looked down at the car, then a male voice crackled from a speaker behind a steel grill set in one of the pillars. Yes. Eva Dresden for Mr. Cruz. Eva Dresden was the name under which Elaine Dance practiced her profession. She liked to refer to it as her name of the night, and as with so many others who adopted pseudonyms, she had retained her original initials, perhaps to prevent herself from becoming completely obliterated by the commercial fantasies that were the other Ed's stock in trade. Not that obliteration was so repugnant. Back in New York she had toyed with the concept of actual suicide on more than one occasion, but had continued to cling to a thin strand of hope. It was this same strand that also prevented her from giving up Elaine Dance forever and becoming lost in Eva Dresden. Her reply received no verbal response, but the gate slowly swung back and Elaine eased the Mustang forward. At first, the house itself was invisible, fully concealed by trees and landscaped shrubbery until she rounded a curve in the driveway and there it stood, in all its security wired, floodlit absurdity. Its style was High Beverly Hills, a chateau constructed according to an architectural convention that lay somewhere between the Loire and Disneyland. The homes of most her clients were equally gauche and grotesque in their dollar-designated opulence. It was only as it should be. In this context, money was her only object, and after all these months, the bucks her clients paid her were the biggest that could be commanded by a mistress of her specialized trade. The fact that these clients lived in homes belonging in a theme park was none of her concern, unless it was just one more reason they should be paying for punishment. The tired sexual tastes of these nouveau trace riche that kept the wolf from her door were only one more extension of a crass and entirely tasteless lifestyle. As she brought the Mustang to a halt on the concrete apron of the carport, the tall front door of the mansion was already open and a muscle-sculpted figure in white jeans and a form-fitting t-shirt was silhouetted against the light. This was Yvonne, Cruz's live-in bodyguard who, according to such gossip as Elaine ever heard in her near isolation, had been recruited from the Russian mafia. Yvonne was the perfect example of the city's uncomfortable culture of wealth where one's status was, on one very crucial level, calibrated by the degree of personal security one could afford. Elaine turned off the engine, picked up the doctor's bag from the seat beside her, and stepped out of the car. She walked toward Yvonne, not bothering either to put the club on the wheel or to lock the driver's side door behind her. Yvonne greeted her with a thick, almost comedic accent. "Good evening, Miss Dresden." She nodded curtly. "Good evening, Yvonne." She briefly glanced up at the sky before she entered the mansion. It wasn't so much a prayer as a wordless longing for a very different kind of night and stars. Yvonne stepped back to let her pass. "Mr. Cruz is waiting for you in the library?" Yvonne was not quite as professionally stone-faced as he should have been. The very faintest trace of knowing smirk played briefly at the corners of his mouth, and Elaine became stiffly irritated. What right did this hired Muscovite Sputnik goon have to treat her like some common whore? That was the trouble with the Russians who, over the last few years, had firmly entrenched themselves in the Hollywood underworld. They didn't quite have the decorum down, like, say, traditional Italian hoods or the Chinese tongs. Perhaps a communist upbringing made it hard to grasp the nuances, or maybe they just didn't care. Elaine got her own back by not bothering to thank the man. She knew the location of the library. It was where Elliot Cruz always conducted the games they played. He seemed to favor a literary backdrop for his perversions. Although the walls were lined with shelves of leather-bound volumes, and it even had one of those sliding ladders to reach the upper shelves, Elaine highly doubted that Cruz had read very many of the books, if in fact any of them. She even wondered if some of the shelves were filled with nothing more than false spines. Certainly none of the films that Elliot Cruz produced ever came within hailing distance of anything as sophisticated as a book. The majority of their plots could be fully outlined on a cocktail napkin. One languid afternoon, back in the golden days of their love, Kinara had described Viktor Ronkist's library to her. The word might have been the same, but in all other respects, the two libraries occupied different planets. Elliot Cruz was a small and strangely rodent-furtive man when one considered the power that he wielded. The term Napoleonic was maybe a little overblown, but it was well known that he spent his days cruelly abusing employees and underlings. This was almost certainly why so many of his vacant nights were occupied with having his karma leveled by the more stylized abuse and theatrical cruelty of women like Eva/Elaine and her sisters under leather and lace. Cruz stood beside a fireplace that Elaine could have sworn was copied from the interior of Xanadu in Citizen Kane. A fire blazed, but its heat was instantly siphoned away by the relentless air conditioning. Cruz's hair was oiled and slicked back, and he was dressed in a burgundy silk robe. He held an over-large balloon snifter of cognac in his right hand. "How are you, Eva?" For an instant, Elaine suffered a twinge of something akin to stage fright. What was she doing here, and why? Then her control reasserted itself. She was here to treat Elliot Cruz with the contempt that he deserved and be paid handsomely for it. Besides, it was Eva Dresden who was doing all this, not her. She also knew that, under the burgundy robe, Cruz was wearing women's lingerie, either from Frederick's on Hollywood Boulevard or Victoria's Secret, depending on whether his mood was trashy or chic. The moment he removed the robe, as he inevitably would, his personality would change. If the undergarments were from Frederick's, he would be Candy the slut, who had been a very bad girl. If they came from Victoria's Secret, he would be Sandra the princess, who required a more urbane form of pain and correction. Elaine instantly dropped into the Eva character. I don't think how I am is any of your concern, do you? She placed the doctor's bag on a side table and Cruz bowed his head. The game had started. No, ain't my lady. So put that drink down and start paying attention. Julia Aschenbach slowly swiveled on the chrome and fake zebra bar stool, less than pleased that the jungle room was a great deal more crowded than she had expected. Without a press of people, she had more leisure and space to take pleasure in its patently vulgar absurdity. The jungle room at the Trade Winds could have been designed by the creators of Graceland, only working with a bigger budget and an even greater sense of overkill, and she always derived a childish delight in its tasteless layering of structured, cargo cult bamboo, both real and plastic tropical foliage, the simulated hides of exotic and endangered species, and the continual garish movement of the concealed mood lighting. It provided a relief from the antique or functional, and generally somber, decor of the residence. The jungle room at the Trade Winds was harmlessly silly, and very little silliness was ever in evidence at the residence. Under Victor Ronkist's mastery, the colony took itself extremely seriously. Julia knew that this was as it should be. It had come through a near-destructive ordeal back in New York City and, in addition, nothing but grim seriousness could be expected of Victor while he insisted on continuing to mourn Kinara. Despite the perfectly understandable reasons for the Nosferatu to maintain a low profile, Julia frequently found the prevailing bunker mentality so oppressively unyielding and dour that she needed, now and then, to flee to some sanctuary of moronic human frivolity. Hence the jungle room. In such a place of public foolishness, she could not only catch a break from the colony's gravity, but she could also hunt in comparative anonymity. Overhead, polished wood fans with brass fittings slowly turned and gas-fed flaming torches burned in crest sets behind the long bar. A cultural mishmash of African carvings, Polynesian tiki gods, and Easter Island heads stared down from the walls, while palms and carefully maintained exotic plants were in such abundance that the jungle room could almost have qualified as a small section of rainforest set down on Wilshire Boulevard. One corner was taken up by a sculpted waterfall that splashed over faux volcanic rocks that glowed from within, while at the other end of the long room an aviary, constructed from more split bamboo and again filled with tropical plants, was the habitat of a dozen or more hard-eyed parrots, permanently angry at their unnatural incarceration. Scarcely more free than the parrots, separated by their own self-imposed barriers and locked in their individual mental cages, between 80 and 100 humans, all from the motion picture industry, jostled and agitated, some working on intoxication and others attempting to avoid it, all calculating, like poultry, the crucial order of who was ordained to be pecked by whom. Quadrant Pictures was holding a post-screening party for one of their films, as far as Julia could tell, some unremarkable piece of trash filled with explosions and automatic weapons, aimed primarily at what was euphemistically called urban youth. In other words, angry teenagers of the minority underclass who wished they owned explosives and automatic weapons of their own, and in some cases quite probably did. Julia had not been aware that the event was happening when she had chosen the jungle room at the Trade Winds as the starting point for her solitary night's hunting. She had hoped that she might have enticed Victor to come and hunt with her. She knew he couldn't, with any good grace, resist her wiles and blandishments for very much longer. She had allowed him a decent enough interval to complete his lamentations for Kinara, and it was high time that he accepted the inevitable and selected a new mate for himself. If he continued on his solitary way, he would risk appearing ridiculous and even begin undermining his own authority. A master could not remain alone and aloof and expect to retain his hold on a colony indefinitely. Needless to say, Julia considered herself the most eligible of all possible mates for Ronkist, and she took every chance to be available for him. When she had gone to look for him on this particular evening, however, she had discovered, to both her disappointment and annoyance, that after weeks of melancholy lurking around the Benedict Kenyon residence, living off packaged blood and generally showing all the signs of the deep Nosferatu blues, he had taken Lamar and the colony's biggest and longest limo and gone off on some mysterious errand of his own. It was thus that midnight found her seated at the Jungle Room bar trying to put some measure of distance between herself and the post-screening, open bar crush. Maybe it was just as well she hadn't brought Victor. In the face of this press, he almost certainly would have fled in claustrophobic disgust. All around her, her Nosferatu deep vision flickered and flashed with the crowd's varied auras of envy, need, and distrust, all of the poisonously colored and highly venal hallmarks of those who considered themselves industry insiders in full social cry. Despite her efforts to tune them back, their noisy minds crowded in on her. She had expected that the bar of the fashionable upmarket hotel would have had just a smattering of customers at that time of night, not so many as to make her claustrophobic, but sufficient to give her a choice of victim that she could lure, seduce, drain, and ultimately kill. Hunting alone wasn't a total anathema to Julia, but she far preferred to work paired with a second Nosferatu, especially when confronted by a crowd of this kind. When a pair of the undead worked a room together, it meant a lot less time was spent having to entertain human nonsense. She had tried a couple of times to hunt with Sada, the other young, bright, and comparatively normal female in the colony, but somehow it wasn't the same as pair bonding with a male. She also didn't feel quite comfortable one-on-one with Sada. Although the late Kinara had been Ronkist's consort, she had also adopted Sada as a part-time, sometime concubine. It was always possible that some lingering loyalties remained from that relationship. It was no secret that Julia and Kinara had been sworn rivals for the attentions of Ronkist, and that the colony as a whole tended to blame Julia, at least in part, for Kinara's destruction. If Victor continued to refuse to pair with her, Julia was firmly resolved that the matter of creating more males should be formally raised before a meeting of the full colony. She knew that this was an argument that she could only win with some difficulty. The last male she had brought through the change had been Kurt Carfax, the egotistical young musician who, once Nosferatu, had turned out to be irrational and dangerous and one of the major triggers for the cumulative disasters that had decimated their numbers and driven them from New York. Carfax had gone after Ronkist with a feral, alpha male fury, and Victor had been forced to break him in single combat, then eject him from the colony to perish in the light of the sun. With this piece of recent history hanging from her neck like Coleridge's albatross, her only tactic could be to pretend that she had the communal interest at heart and to stress the current condition of imbalance and the potential and dangerous stresses it could create. Aside from herself, 6 other Nosferatu had made it out of Manhattan in their coffin-like aluminum flight cases. Of these, 3 were male, and 3 were female. On paper, this looked like a fairly equable balance until one examined the true nature of these males and females. On the distaff side, Dahlia and Imogene, the weird sisters, were so bonded to each other they were highly unlikely to either separate or allow a male to enter their strange menage. Sada was unattached, but she seemed to like it that way, unless Sada, in her own quiet manner, was also grieving for Kinara. Considering the choice of males in the colony, however, Sada might just side with Julia in the matter of creating more of them if she had any ideas of future bonding. New blood, so to speak, although, even in reverie, it was a terrible pun. Of the males, Lupo was the oldest after Victor, at least 500 years undead and, more importantly, of the old school and intractably traditional, with a dark and solitary formality that stretched all the way back to the Italian Renaissance. He was an absolute loner who, as long as any of them could remember, had never so much as entertained the idea of a consort. Siegel was a grotesque who couldn't even mingle with ordinary humans, and it was highly unlikely she or Sada would bond with him. That only left Victor, and Victor was not only the master of the colony, but also, as far as Julia was concerned, the master of playing hard to get. One way or another, she didn't intend to spend eternity hunting alone like some eternal nocturnal spinster. If Victor refused to come around, she would have to either find or create some new companion. When Julia did hunt alone, she preferred the chase to be swift and lacking in complications. The only redeeming aspect of the unexpected party at the Jungle Room was that it offered her a fairly extensive menu of possible prey. She made a brief and superficial scan, a sampling of the nearest mines, browsing for the interesting or unusual, and she knew in an instant that she really should not have bothered. Venal and vapid, universally looking for an advantage and, at the same time, terrified that what they already had might be taken away from them, the humans around her were exactly what she might have expected. Their auras filled the room with an uneasy submarine blue-green, highlighted here and there with sudden flashes of jealous emerald as envy, lust, and loathing spiked in one mind or another. Julia had long since ceased to be surprised that those who dealt in the business of packaging dreams and fantasies should have such narrowly corrupt dreams and fantasies of their own. Instead of wondering, she began to focus on selecting an adequate victim from this highly standardized crowd. Perhaps a dozen of the men and 3 or 4 of the women had turned their thoughts in her direction. As she read their minds, 9 times out of 10, the sexual images were first to be conjured. They pictured her perhaps naked, perhaps adorned, posed, positioned, and available to them. Only after this initial flash of self-titillation did they start wondering who she was, who she knew, and what she might be worth in cash or contacts. She could easily pick from any of these individuals who flashed passing desire, and they would happily go with her, never realizing what was happening to them until the life was finally draining from them. It would not only be a matter of satisfying her Nosferatu hunger, she could also take a certain cerebral enjoyment in watching the mortality pass from a human pulled out of this crowd. She knew these studio parasites all too well, and was of a firm mind that the human gene pool was better off without them. This opinion hadn't only been formed as a result of her current California connections. Hadn't she been a film actress herself when mortal, before Victor had brought her through the change? Of course, that was 65 years ago in Berlin, and the industry flunkies of her milieu had also been full members of the Nazi Party, but in most of the essentials the differences were more minimal than most might have expected. When confronted by a diversity of options, Julia's tried and tested policy was to retreat to the high ground of passive aggression. Why expend unnecessary time and energy, in pursuit when the prey would quite happily come to her, sealing its own fate in the process? Right at that moment, 2 decidedly possible candidates were paying Julia particular attention. One was a young man with healthy symmetrical features and light brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, who had looked in her direction a number of times with a speculative interest. He was dressed in an expensive and well-tailored, if overly large, lightweight tan suit, probably an Armani, with padded shoulders that betrayed the wearer's insecure need for an edge as he moved through his world. His aura indicated a certain self-interested puzzlement. He couldn't place her, but thought somehow that he should. He suspected, mainly on the evidence of her expensive black designer dress and low-key but equally costly jewelry, that she might be important, connected, or at the very least wealthy, and he was disturbed that her face and background weren't logged into his hustler's card index memory. The irony was that Julia conformed to his suspicions on all of these points, but not in any way that this ambitious young human could even come close to imagining. The other human attracted to Julia was a petite, chestnut-haired young female suffering from a serious case of sexual indecision and ambiguity. The woman was, deep down, omnivorously bisexual, but too guiltily confused to relax and enjoy her genetic luck. A streak of distorted puritanism seemed to believe that she should be one thing or the other, and vacillation could be nothing but an intolerable sign of weakness in a woman who believed she had to constantly compete with men. For the past few months, the woman had attempted to confine herself exclusively to men, and was now in the process of castigating herself for the physical attraction that she found drawing her to Julia, and yet wanting to be drawn all the same. After a brief scan of the rest of the field, Julia closed the deal with herself. It was between the bisexual woman and the sandy-haired young man. The first one to approach her would be hers. In that respect, they would, albeit unknowingly, roll the dice of their own destiny. As it turned out, the young man was the first to make a move on her and thereby doomed himself by his eager unwillingness to bide his time. he eased through the crowd, held out his hand, and went into his introductory routine. "Hi, I'm Glenn Grauholds, I'm Vice President of Acquisitions at Quadrant." Julia allowed herself a private smile. The bisexual woman had briefly blazed with envy and disappointment, little knowing that hesitation, guilt, and indecision had combined to save her life. "Glenn Grauholds." "That's right." Julia looked him up and down with insolent appraisal. "Nice alliteration." Glenn Grauholds didn't know exactly what to make of this response and retreated to a holding pattern of interrogative small talk. "Are you an actress?" Julia was almost tempted to tell him that she hadn't acted in a film for over 60 years, but Glenn Grauholds looked too stupid to stand the shock. "Do I look like an actress?" Grauholds nodded and smiled. "Frankly, yes." Julia coyly half-closed her eyes and let her long blonde hair fall partially over her face in the manner of Veronica Lake. Appearances can be deceiving. The Glenn human had a typically Hollywood social need to identify and graduate by rank and occupation. "So what do you do if you're not an actress?" Julia, as she so often did, told the absolute truth. "Right at the moment, in my own little realm, I primarily decide who lives and dies." Wasn't the Nosferatu's greatest protection that no one believed them or believed in them? As if to make Julia's point for her, Glenn Grauholds' aura clearly demonstrated how he assumed she was speaking in metaphor. It hardly occurred to him she was talking anything but industry power, the commercial clout to help or harm, and he was in a momentary conflict between apprehension and a greedy opportunism. In little more than a nanosecond, though, opportunism won out and he became willing to charm, flatter, and grovel, anything if he could exploit this chance meeting to his advantage. He eagerly wasted no time moving in. "Can I get you a drink?" "I thought that was what the waiters were for." "There's one over there with a tray of champagne." "I thought I might get a martini from the bar." Of course, a martini would do very little to Julia's Nosferatu metabolism, but she liked the pure clarity of the liquid in its conical glass and also the alcohol burn when she first swallowed it. Some of her kind shied away from alcohol as a kind of humanistic perversion, but Julia had always taken her cue from Victor's cultivated taste for vodka and cognac. "Shaken or stirred?" Grauholds looked bemused. "I'm sorry." They were too young and uneducated to remember classic James Bond, and yet they believed they could create films. She wearily shook her head. "Nothing. I suppose it'll do me no harm to join you." Grauholds' aura glowed as though he'd scored a major triumph. He signaled a little too grandly to the bartender who, always irritated by unwarranted grandeur, avoided his gaze and served another customer instead. Julia intervened. "Let me try. I'm rather good at this kind of thing." She naturally had the bartender's immediate attention, which did nothing for Grauholds' need to feel in control. In a cocktail instant, 2 perfect martinis were standing in front of them. Julia and Grauholds each picked one up and touched glasses. He asked her if she had seen the film that the party was intended to celebrate, and Julia shook her head. "That kind of thing doesn't really appeal to me." Although she was largely mitigating her accent to her own version of standard American, she let enough of the smoky Teutonic slip through to set him wondering if maybe she was something important or connected in the Euro industry, maybe Canal Plus or Channel 4. Europeans scared Glenn Grauholds. He knew that his LA parochialism made him vulnerable and that his concepts of style and status hardly held up in the teeth of an older and more sophisticated culture. A European hustler could outsnob a Hollywood flunky anytime. To give him credit, though, this Glenn human did the best he could in the face of possible disadvantage. He dropped names, intoned gossip, made demi-witticisms, all the time trying to steer Julia toward revealing something about herself. Needless to say, he got nowhere. Julia wasn't giving up anything in the way of information. What, after all, was she supposed to tell him? Should she start with the anecdote that she had been responsible for the mysterious and supposedly drug and satanic cult-related deaths of a number of the cast or crew of the now-shelved epic Walk with the Undead? She didn't think he'd want to hear about that. In fact, the deaths had been nothing to do with either drugs or Satan. Julia, helped by Siegel the Grotesque, had gone on a wild, although well-planned, blood rampage, partly because she had totally disapproved of the view the film presented of her kind, and also, on a more practical level, one of the production designers, in the course of her research, had been about to stumble across some very real and extremely damning Nosferatu artifacts. Julia had not told Victor about this private kill mission, and she had also sworn Siegel to secrecy. She would hold the information in reserve until the best moment of utility presented itself. She never knew when she might need something extra with which to manipulate her nominal master. After some 10 minutes of conversation, Julia decided that this Glenn would serve her purpose of the night, but she wasn't prepared to waste a lot of time on him. The narrowness of his perspective made him little more than a one-note bore. She would put him to the test quickly and with no further delay. If you really wanted to do something nice for me, you could get me out of here. The Glenn human was instantly torn. He wanted Julia, but to leave the party at this stage was close to unthinkable. She could see the choices parading through his mind. If he was to leave so early and so obviously with a woman he had just met, his rivals would spread the rumor that he was putting his cock before the company. On the other hand, if this strange and yet so amenable woman turned out to be an asset, he would be a fool to stick around at a totally routine party. The film being celebrated was not, after all, even one of his projects. Julia used his hesitation to increase his discomfort with a goad of impatience. Of course, if you're expected to stay. The Glen aura vibrated with indecision until, finally, a gambler's greed won out over corporate cowardice. He glanced one time round the room to both see who was watching and to assess what he might have to lose. By the look of them, they can survive without me. As the two of them left the jungle room, other guests were still arriving. One woman among a group of latecomers instantly caught Julia's attention. In the muted light, Julia was momentarily convinced that she was looking at a highly overweight Stevie Nicks. Having always poisonously disliked Fleetwood Mac, Julia casually scanned that woman's mind and discovered, somewhat to her relief, that the woman wasn't Stevie Nicks at all. Had it really been the singer, Julia might have had to cancel all current plans and immediately work on her death. As it wasn't, all things could stay on course. Seemingly this fat Nicks clone went by the name Gladriel Faulkner and was some kind of professional New Age counselor. Bogus psychic advisors of that kind were as old as Los Angeles itself, and this one was as bogus as any who might have gone before, so far from any genuine prescience that she couldn't even tell when a non-human entity was riffling her thoughts like a well-thumbed deck of cards. Then, as Julia was about to exit her mind in disgust, she happened across a name that stopped her in her tracks. Brandon Wales. Julia was so surprised that she had done the unthinkable and exclaimed out loud. Glenn Grauholds looked at her with an expression of confusion and then turned and searched the crowd. What? Brandon Wales is here? That's impossible. He's a total recluse these days. Everyone knows that. Julia snapped into the voice of command. Wait there. Do not move. The Glen human froze into such sudden rigidity that a number of partygoers looked at him as if he was either drunk or crazy. Gladriel Faulkner also blinked a number of times, and appeared beset by a sudden migraine as Julia tore like lightning through her immediate memory, looking to see what her connection with Brandon Wales might be. Where Wales was concerned, Julia was nothing short of an unashamed, if undead, fan. In the early 50s, Brandon Wales had been the golden brooding youth rising to fame with the violent lead role of Frankie in Idaho Roberts' Flowers for the Dead, first on Broadway and then in the Oscar-winning movie. From there, he had smoldered through films like Docs of the City and The Hell Riders, and even distinguished himself as Iago in the movie version of Othello. In the 60s he had directed his own epic, if bizarre, 6-hour western, Ace of Diamonds, and embraced any number of radical causes, none of which had endeared him to the Hollywood establishment. In the 70s, he had continued his turbulent and unorthodox career by winning and then rejecting a second Oscar for the title role in The Patroni, then playing the controversial part of the insane Colonel Himmel in Vincent Verdi's Saigon. After Saigon, Wales had announced that, as far as his acting was concerned, he had no more worlds to conquer and that, bored with adulation and even his art, he was retiring from professional and public life. With the often quoted words, "I refuse to continue my life as a sideshow attraction," he attempted to abdicate his role as a pop culture icon and the idol of millions. Brandon Wales wasn't quite as good as his word or declared intention, but almost. Now and again, he would emerge from seclusion to play some highly paid cameo, but beyond that he totally hid himself, either behind the forbidding walls of his mansion high in the Hollywood Hills, or living as a primitive on his private island in the South Pacific. Idleness, however, hardly agreed with Wales any more than fame. A stormy procession of damaging marriages and relationships came and went, and compulsive eating caused his once prize-fighter's muscle tone to balloon to fat until he was monstrously overweight. As far as Julia could read from the untidy and haphazard mind of Gladriel Faulkner, Wales was now in an advanced state of morose depression, believing that death was the only remaining unique experience, truly his final frontier, and for reasons that were not revealed, he had enlisted Faulkner as some sort of spiritual advisor and quasi-therapist. The whole scenario so incensed and disgusted Julia that she would have liked to have forced the awful Gladriel Faulkner to take her to Wales right there and then. It was so entirely wrong that a human she had admired should be living in such a mental and emotional quagmire, and be looking for support from a fool like this Faulkner woman. Unfortunately, the jungle room of the Tradewinds Hotel was too crowded and public for Julia to seize control of Faulkner's mind and march her out of there. The resulting muscular spasms alone would simply attract too much attention, and Julia also knew that her highest priority had to be to feed before the sun rose again. Good sense would have to prevail over impulse, but as she swiftly exited the woman's mind, she dropped a psychic bookmark that would enable her to find the woman again, or if need be, call Faulkner to her. An idea regarding Brandon Wales was already taking shape, and Julia knew Gladriel Faulkner would soon be seeing her again. Although Julia's probe of the woman's memory had been deep and intense, in human terms, it had taken little more than an instant. Faulkner frowned and looked around like someone emerging from a brief and inexplicable flash of dizziness. Julia also released her hold on Glenn Grauholtz, who also frowned and rubbed his forehead as the two of them continued on their way. Crossing the hotel lobby, headed for the parking lot, she shot him a penetrating glance and again used the voice of command. "You won't remember any of that." Grauholtz's eyes momentarily went off focus, but then he again pulled himself back together with a fast shake of his head. "Did you say something?" Julia blandly shook her head. "No. Not a word. You must be hearing things." On the parking lot, they were immediately confronted by a uniformed Tradewinds car hop anxious to please and looking to maximize his tip, but actually presenting the first logistic problem that occurs when picking someone up in car culture Los Angeles. Grauholtz looked quickly at Julia. "Do you have a car?" Again Julia shook her head. "I never drive. I am always driven." Once inside Grauholtz's black BMW, Julia took a pack of menthol cigarettes from her purse and placed one in her mouth. As with the martini earlier, nicotine had little stimulant effect on her. She mainly smoked for the effect that it had on humans. As she expected, the Glen person looked at her in surprise. "You smoke?" "I will if you do me the courtesy of lighting it for me." Grauholtz was totally at a loss. A quick look inside the human's mind told Julia that he subscribed to the fashionable anti-smoking prejudice, but since he was also contorting himself to curry favor with her, he was clueless about how to react. Just to make his life a little more complicated, she made a slight movement of her lips around the slim paper tube and his libido instantly kicked in as he imagined the many better things those lips might do. Finally, and still with a visible reluctance, he pushed in the car's cigarette lighter. Julia raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried your car will smell of tobacco?" I just can't believe you're ruining your health like that. Those things can kill you. Julia exhaled. Cigarettes are not going to kill me. You sound very certain. I am. And what about second-hand smoke? Julia leaned over and lightly placed her fingertips on his cheek. You have nothing to worry about on that count, my dear. Believe me. They were now moving with the evening traffic along Wilshire Boulevard, and the human looked at Julia questioningly. Where are we going? Julia laughed. Is that your discreet way of asking your place or mine? Glenn Grauholds might fancy himself as slick, but with Julia constantly pushing him in different directions, he was becoming increasingly awkward. He forced a laugh. I suppose you could say that. Julia flashed him her most seductive smile. Why don't we just drive for a while? Maybe out to the beach. This was plainly not what the man had been hoping for. She intercepted a clear image of the two of them in a passionate embrace in the bedroom of his sleekly furnished, Century City apartment. He not only wanted to have her, but also wanted to show off his toys. She projected a counter-image at him. The two of them sprawled and wild, moaning on a moonlit beach while surf pounded in the background. Although he was too young and ignorant to recognize it as borrowed from Burt Lancaster and Deborah Kerr in From Here to Eternity, he needed nothing more in the way of incentive. Pacific Coast Highway. Julia knew, from that point on, she could do what she liked with him. That would be a start. Grauholds drove the stick-shift BMW with a studied, show-off nonchalance, running through the gears like it was the Indy 500. It did little to impress Julia, although that was the obvious intent. A part of her wanted to laugh out loud at him, to reveal what she really was, and what was going to happen to him in the short future that he had left, but instead she merely smiled a facsimile of unstated promise and let his imagination take him where she wanted him to go. Oh, my dear, you will pay for your presumption. Of that there is no doubt. Very soon, they were weaving through the wee hours traffic on Pacific Coast Highway, with the ocean on one side, the high sandy cliffs of the Pacific Palisades on the other, and the lights of Santa Monica dwindling behind. As they passed the Malibu colony, Julia remembered that, up ahead, would be Pepperdine University with the tall aluminum cross dominating the main entrance to the campus. The cross at Pepperdine might have been a serious obstacle had there been the slightest truth in all the tales of how the undead feared religious artifacts, but that was strictly the unfounded belief of superstitious old-world peasants, gothic fan fiction, and cheap movies. Of all the folk tales that surrounded the Nosferatu, only two were accurate. Destruction came both with the light of the sun and at the point of the driven stake. That was deadly fact. On the other hand, Julia saw no reason to drive as far as Pepperdine to get this Glenn human on his own so she might feed unobserved. She didn't fear the cross, but saw no reason to look at the thing. The trappings of Christianity might not be a threat, but Julia still found them an abhorrent malediction. Why don't you pull off somewhere so we can go down to the beach? I want to look at the sea. Within a half-mile, Glenn did exactly that, winding the BMW down a narrow lane and then parking on a low bluff overlooking rocks, sea, and flat sand. The tide was out and distant surf curled white in the darkness. Almost straight away, he unsnapped his seatbelt and reached for her. Julia was actually shocked by this display of crass gaucherie. He wanted to do it in the damned car. She archly and easily moved away from him and opened the door beside her. Let's not be too teenage. Before he could say anything, she was out of the car and walking toward a zigzag flight of weather-beaten wooden steps that led down to the beach. She moved fast enough to show her determination, but also sufficiently slowly to guarantee that he would follow her. As she started down, she was aware that he was already behind her. She even caught a drift of his thoughts. Oh yes, he wanted her almost to distraction, but at the same time, a part of him was worried about his shoes. His shoes? While nearly drooling over the arch of her back and the sway of her hips, He still had the obsessive material detachment to concern himself as to what salt and sand might do to his goddamn $300 tasseled loafers. Even for a human, this one could well have used a hard lesson in basic priorities if it hadn't been already far too late for him. At the bottom of the steps, Julia continued walking out across the sand for 20 paces or so and then stopped and turned. Grauholds was coming toward her in the darkness. She noted that he was now carrying his ridiculous shoes, walking in his sweat-socked feet. As with every victim, she had a choice. She could let the human go easily, filling his head with glorious exploding images while death came, so, as his blood drained, he was carried by a first raging and then fading flame of rapture beyond his most impossible dreams. On the other hand, she could dispatch the prey by the hard way, with him screaming, but unable to make a sound, eyes wide and jaws locked in a rictus of horror, every second a seeming century as he fully perceived the terror of his fate. It was the shoes that decided her. If he couldn't come to her consumed with passion, if desire didn't overwhelm all consideration of his wretched footwear, then let him go in the full stark agony of slow and hideous total awareness. Come to me, Glenn. He reached for her with neither grace nor romantic finesse. His tie was pulled down and he was in shirt sleeves, having left the jacket of his suit back in the car. He dropped his shoes and his hands were instantly on her body as he roughly tried to kiss her. For him, she was nothing more than a release and a score, a fast triumph and a boys' club trophy. He considered her a due payoff for what he perceived as his level of career success. Had there been even the minimal chance that she might have had mercy on his passing, he had cancelled that with the crudity of his rutting. The nasty, greedy, human boy-child would sob to the uncaring sky with full and final, fatal understanding of everything. He would not go gently. As his thumb and probing fingers kneaded her buttocks and crotch, her fury suddenly came to the boil. She might play the whore to lure the quarry, but a limit had been reached. Take your ignorant monkey hands off me. She hurled him from her, only holding back the fullness of her strength at the last minute for fear of snapping his neck. As it was, Glenn Grauholds sailed a good 6 or 7 feet before he crashed into the sand, sprawled on his back. The force of her command was such that, for more than a mile around, lovers faltered in full mutual thrust, wondering what had happened. In topless joints near the airport, lap dances hesitated and patrons looked guiltily away from the strippers and nervously reached for their beer. Worse, though, than the snarl of Julia's rage was the silence that followed while Grauholds stared up at her with a choking, uncomprehending dread. A dozen soft stars glittered down through the haze and city skies high, the lights of a late departing red eye lifted from lax, but he saw none of them. His only vision was Julia looming over him in all her non-human, cold flaming majesty. He was seeing her for the first time as she really was, dark and towering, implacable and deadly, against the rage of the yellow moon and deep indigo hunter's night, so incapable of clemency and compassion. Her blazing eyes became windows on places that a human being should never see, and they made it clear that it was pointless to utter a word, and yet he did. You. Don't. It is all but already done. Panic mobilized him and he scrabbled backward, like a frantic crustacean, on elbows and the heels of white sweat socks, kicking up damp sand. Julia didn't move to go after him, but her lips pursed in unchallengeable authority. Freeze. The word ended in a drawn-out viperous hiss and Grauholds' muscles locked, body helpless, soul predestined. Julia reached down and ripped away his shirt. All the man could do was to let out an inarticulate paralyzed gasp as shapeless nether demons of her world and creation closed on him. Slowly, carefully, and perversely taking her time, Julia extracted the small and very sharp stainless steel spike from the jeweled sheath she wore as a brooch. With the precision of a surgeon, she pierced Grauholds' flesh just above his heart and then pulled the razor-tipped spike slowly downward, cutting a deep, inch-long slit in his chest. Blood welled immediately, and with a sigh, she descended on the wound. As she drank, she felt him shudder and his spine coil back in agony and the panic of despair. She could still have allowed his consciousness to slip into unknowing oblivion, but she angrily held him with her, locked to the very last, knowing every nuance as his mortality approached, and he was drawn into the supposedly eternal and unseeing dark. When she was finally finished, Julia rose slowly. The human may have been obnoxious, but he was also young and vigorous, and she felt all but on the edge of a swoon. She waited for a few moments as the initial weakness of her metabolism processing a complete satiation slowly ebbed, gradually transforming itself into an expanding, moon-howling, black night strength. She straightened up, casting the faintest sky shadow over the cadaver of the drained prey, and she lifted her head. Julia would have liked to howl out loud for all the sea to hear and the hills to ring with echoes, but having learned discretion the hard way, she contented herself with a long sigh of silent exaltation. She then leaned down and picked up the body, cradling the limp form as easily as if it had been the corpse of a baby. That was the other thing she had learned in New York. The remains of the hunt could not just be left. The hunter needed a plan for their disposal. She saw the shoes over which he had shown such concern lying on the sand, about 4 feet apart, one on its side and the other the right way up. Should she take them too? Julia thought not. Let the tide have them. She carried Glenn Grauholds back to his BMW. First she pitched him into the front passenger seat and drove up the lane until she was facing the highway. Stopping the car and making sure that she was unobserved, she got out and placed the body behind the wheel. Then she leaned in, turned on the engine, and wedging down the clutch, she shifted gingerly into first gear. Very delicately she placed the dead man's foot on the gas pedal, and using the last galvanic flickers of his collapsing nervous system, she caused him convulsively to press down as she freed the clutch, grabbed her purse, and swung clear. The BMW lurched forward, onto the highway, and straight into the path of a GM tractor-trailer hauling produce for the Ralph's supermarket chain. The big semi plowed into the car, folding it almost in half and pushing it aside like a broken toy, before the truck driver's reflex emergency braking caused the rig to start to jackknife. As the truck thundered past, lurching from lane to lane, the BMW rolled over and in a consummation of bent metal and breaking glass came to a stop just a short distance from where Julia was standing. Somehow a spark reached the car's gas tank and Julia had to step swiftly back as a wave of heat from the resulting fireball broke over her. Somehow, the truck driver managed to get his rig under control, but it was some 100 or more yards down the road before he could finally bring it to a halt. He jumped down from the cab and started running back in the direction of the burning car. Julia didn't doubt that he had called in the emergency on his radio, and very soon sirens would be coming down the highway. Confident that her victim was nothing more than a charred corpse, whose lack of blood would not be noticed, Julia melted into the darkness. Her involvement with these humans was at an end. Hours were still to pass before the rising of the sun, but she felt that her evening was as complete as it was going to be, and she was content to walk invisibly beside the highway, savoring the night, the feeling of well-being, and 1,000 small thrills of energy that popped like tiny champagne bubbles in every part of her body in the aftermath of the kill and the feed. Just as she predicted, the sirens and flashing lights of police and fire trucks were speeding to where the car was now burning itself out, too late to do anything but clear up the mess and attempt to piece together what might have happened. Julia smiled at this thought, confident that they would never come up with an answer that was even close to the truth. Up ahead, she saw a payphone and decided that it was time to return to the residence. She could have contacted one of the other members of the colony by a direct mental call. They had probably already sensed her when she had screamed her anger at Grauholds. The phone, on the other hand, was simpler and more civilized. She lifted the receiver and dropped in 2 quarters. The phone rang 3 times, then Lupo answered. "Lupo, it's Julia. Would you please send a car for me?" Lupo indicated with a monosyllable that he would do as she asked, and Julia hung up. Somewhere, in the tangled and dried out brush at the top of the cliff, a coyote looked down at her. The animal knew she had just hunted and it was about to do the same. They exchanged a moment of predator kinship. Somewhere, hidden but near at hand, the coyote had 3 cubs and was responsible for their feeding. Julia had fed herself, but had no one and no responsibilities. She wondered which of them envied the other. The 9 entered the circular black and purple chamber in single file, 7 men and 2 women, identically dressed and identities concealed in sweeping black capes lined with purple silk that exactly matched the primarily black and purple decor of the round, high-domed chamber. Each face was hidden in the deep cowl of its owner's robe, and all moved with the uniform coordination of a long-practiced ritual. The center of the chamber was dominated by a huge circular table of polished gray marble streaked with veins of yellow and rust, like poison and old blood. The table was surrounded by 9 high-backed, leather-upholstered chairs placed at regular and equidistant intervals. In the center of the table stood a 3-foot-high, stainless steel version of the same pylon that, in its true, full-sized form, reared from the roof of the building 2 basement levels and 12 floors above them. Continuing the attitude of formal ritual, the 9 crossed the chamber and then proceeded in an orderly circling of the table, each stopping when they reached their appointed seat to wait, standing, until the all 9 were beside their designated chairs. Finally, when the 9th was in position, he gave a signal and they all sat as one. The design of the table might have been noticeably Arthurian in its context, but to pretend that it or any part of the chamber might be dedicated to goodness and chivalry was wholly impossible. The total ambience of the underground room could only have been specifically designed for the keeping of potentially unspeakable secrets and the desire to wield equally terrible power. From the muffling drapes that lined the continuous curve of the wall to the cloying, musky stench of the incense that burned in 2 tall, black iron, standing censers, it was plain that whoever created this place had made every effort to install as many of the standard trappings and symbols of quasi-religious authority and rule by mystic intimidation as was possible without the place becoming hopelessly baroque with clutter. Elements of the high-powered corporate boardroom had been fused with the iconography of Freemasonry, the judicial intimidation of a court of law, the menace of the Black Mass, and even the regalia of the inquisitorial Catholic Church, while the color scheme and lighting plan blended a New Age funeral parlor with a highly self-conscious school of heavy metal Gothic theater. Although, at that moment in time, no stranger was present to dispassionately or even fearfully observe, the overall impression was that any newcomer should be fully and immediately overawed and humbled, and left in no doubt that this was the sanctuary of a mighty inner elite in whose hands rested a considerable determination of the visitor's fate. Small overhead spotlights threw the cape-shrouded, now seated figures of the 9 into stark relief, while the dimness of the remainder of the chamber all but gave the impression that dark and sinister shapes could be lurking and prowling in the outer shadows. As soon as they were seated, the 9 pushed back their cowls and their faces were revealed. Each wore a state-of-the-art mini-microphone and earplug headset that, when combined with the small video/computer monitor display screens that were set into the surface of the table, added an advanced techno factor to the generally arcane and darkly magical. With the cowls removed, the 9 lost a little of their mysterious uniformity. The ages of those present appeared to range from a hard brittle but attractive blonde with somewhat incongruous porno star big hair, who couldn't, without the most expensive of Beverly Hills plastic surgery, have been any older than her late 20s, to a decadently wasted and wrinkled individual in his 50s or early 60s, whose straight gray locks fell fully to his shoulders in the manner of some patriarchal hippie necromancer. Between these 2 extremes were 2 Ubermensch surf gods, a pair of what looked like corporate political legal hatchet boys, a short, 40-something, rabbinical figure who blinked myopically from behind very thick rimless glasses, a worried hustler in his late 40s or early 50s, and a pale woman with an intense, penetrating gaze and a mass of gray blonde hair that she swept out of her eyes when she felt the need for flamboyant dramatic effect. Although very obviously from differing generations and backgrounds, even unveiled, the 9 still maintained a singular commonality. With one possible exception, their expressions were all the same, knowing and confident, although the rabbinical figure and the gray blonde woman were also a little distant and withdrawn. The only face that displayed any flicker of doubt or distrust was that of the middle-aged hustler, who went by the name Orton Gast, and had a certain cast of the snake oil salesman in the indirectness of his smooth-shaven features, as though he didn't quite trust the motives of the other 8. The evidence of the electronic notwithstanding, the next move of the 9, after revealing their faces, was strictly metaphysical. As one, they placed the palms of their hands together and interlaced their fingers with a complexity that could probably only be matched by highly obscure cults of Hasidim. They inclined their heads and began to intone in unison. Iss Maserati Shamushi Lipshururuksishalim Nudils Azanima Ilani Rabuti Shima Yadababi. Dini Dina Alaktilam Da. Phn Glui Mglw Nafthulhu Arliuganagalfdan. When the prayer was finished, a faintest chill whisper of a draft seemed to pass through the chamber and the incense smoke roiled into miniature thunderheads. The 9 remained as they were, heads bowed and hands clasped, until the air was once again still, and then the aging hippie unlaced his fingers and looked round at the others. Beyond the gate dwell now the old ones, not in the spaces known unto men but in the angles betwixt them. The others answered. Spirits of the earth remember, spirits of the sky remember. The hippie nodded. Let us commence our business. Chapter 2. The house that was now their residence had gone through many changes since the first part of it had been constructed in 1927. Of course, that was nothing in terms of antiquity in the experience of Ronkist or Lupo, or even what the younger Nosferatu had known and seen. All of them, except for Sada and Siegel, were older than the house itself. By the standards of Los Angeles, though, where age is rarely venerated and nothing is preserved, the house at the end of the back road that had stood in one form or another for more than 70 years was practically a curio of the half-remembered past. The first construction on the site had been a modest, single-story ranch house and stables built by a silent screen cowboy called Spur Keegan. Back in those days, Benedict Canyon had been little more than the arid and uninhabited end of the Hollywood Hills, and Spur Keegan had chosen the parcel of land for its very isolation. With water far less readily available, the trees around the property had not yet grown so dense and all-concealing, and it had been possible for Keegan to shoot episodes of his long-running serial Sagebrush Desperado without leaving home. When Spur Keegan had failed to make the transition to talkies, mainly due to his thick West Belfast accent, he had decided to cut his losses, move to Montana, and become a cowboy for real. The house had been bought by Virginia Velez, the Latin temptress, who gutted the Keegan ranch of just about everything except its basic framework, added a second floor, Moorish stucco, a pan-tile roof, and an ornate Greco-Roman, mosaic tile swimming pool that had originally been one of the sets for the gladiatorial costume epic City in Flames. When Velez's Hollywood career had been wiped out by the combination of a highly publicized and extremely messy divorce from singer Larry Loesch, and a hushed-up narcotics charge, she moved out and the swashbuckling heartthrob Earl Donald moved in. Donald had made no appreciable changes in the place. In fact, he had pretty much lived with what remained of Virginia Velez's furniture. In view of the fact that he was drinking himself to death at the time, all he brought with him was an uninterrupted supply of starlets and bourbon. The only real estate contribution that Earl Donald had made was that he had been the first to let the vegetation run wild. For a number of years in the 40s, Howard Hughes had used the place, and its still relative isolation, as what virtually amounted to a private bordello for visiting financial or political players that he either wished to entertain in extremis or set up for blackmail. Hughes, like Earl Donald, had also never cut back the surrounding trees, fully approving of the way in which they provided a screen against prying eyes. He had, however, added the extra and strangely modernistic north wing and also enlarged the existing garage space in the original Keegan stables so some 8 or 9 automobiles could be housed there at any one time. More important than the structural alterations, Hughes had also organized some erasures in the county land records to ensure that the house, grounds, and even the access road leading to them, officially ceased to exist. No deeds were on file, no property taxes needed to be paid, no mail was ever delivered, the phones and utilities were billed to a second fictitious address and, on all the official maps that came after, and even the GPS system, the road that had, in Spurkegan's time, been called Prairie Trail, had been erased from cartographic reality. In fact, it turned right off Woodland Drive, a half-mile or so north of the entrance to Villa Canyon, but it was never shown as such, even in the Thomas Guide. In LA, bribery could accomplish anything. From Howard Hughes, the place had passed to mobster Jack Dragna, who used it as a safe house, a secure meeting place, and occasional heroin drop. Through the 50s, it was rented through a mob front company to a number of actors and directors who never quite made it to legend status, and after that, it became something of a problem, being a little large, strange, and architecturally grandiose for those still trying to make it, and in too obscure and offbeat a location for those who had. The 60s saw a cult commune of psychedelic Satanists in occupation. It was they who removed a portion of the Virginia Village tiled roof and installed the observatory deck and the strange spiral staircase that led up to it. Fortunately, this cult had a number of exceedingly wealthy members, or they might have simply degenerated into the Manson family. Indeed, rumors lingered that they'd had their tacit contacts with Charlie and his girls, particularly during the Span Ranch period. Certainly the rumors were sufficient, during the fear and investigative frenzy following the Tate/LaBianca murders, for a combined task force of LAPD and deputy sheriffs to raid the house a number of times, despite the fact that it still didn't officially exist. This attention on the part of law enforcement had seemingly caused the Satanists to pack up and move on, allegedly to a new commune in the Yucatan. At least, that was the story as told in the peripheral footnotes to books on Manson, the family, and Helter Skelter. Through the 70s and 80s, the house went through a number of more hands, including a syndicate of hydroponic marijuana farmers who had made the final modifications to the property as it presently stood, hollowing out two large bunker-like cellars beneath the foundations, where they installed their grow lights and nutrient feed systems and made a handsome profit with genetically enhanced sensimilla, until they found themselves betrayed by their own electricity consumption. Thanks to Howard Hughes, the power was still billed with 1 degree of separation, and that was enough to allow the pot cultivators to take it on the lam a couple of steps ahead of the dia. Ronquist had known about the house for quite some time and had kept it filed away as a possible Californian bolt hole, if one was ever needed. He had actually taken the step of purchasing the property in late 1993, then left it under the stewardship of a Hollywood producer who would never, at least in his right mind, have wanted to do anything to displease Victor Ronquist. With that stewardship had come the instructions to make some discreet alterations, including the sealing of the windows, to fit the unique needs and requirements of a colony of Nosferatu. When an escape from New York had become necessary, the place had been just about ready for immediate occupancy. Outwardly, the house had changed little since the colony had moved in and it had become the new residence. The plant life had grown to the proportions of an all-concealing jungle, which was pretty much the way the Nosferatu liked it. For a month or so, Dahlia had hired a gardener to create some logic in the under and overgrowth. He was a Mexican called Luis, with the face of an Olmec carving, taciturn, and with thoughts so impenetrable she had been effectively convinced that he would say nothing about anything he might see in or around the grounds of the residence. For a double measure of security, he only worked during the daylight hours and never actually entered the house itself. All had gone well until she found that he was planting flowering garlic around the main entrances, and in tubs around the disused pool. Although a Nosferatu's loathing for garlic was another baseless piece of human folklore, it all too clearly and unhappily indicated that Luis suspected more than he'd ever revealed, and he had to be let go. He departed the colony's employ with generous severance pay, but also with enough fearful images implanted in his mind that he would neither return to nor speak about the place for the rest of his days. In many respects, although the colony was in residence, the house still looked deserted to casual inspection. The windows were boarded over with custom-built, steel-reinforced shutters, and none of the normal paraphernalia of human living was in evidence. No barbecue pit, no garden furniture, no children's toys, no sports equipment, no watering cans or riding mowers. Virginia Valessa's pool had been drained and was gathering a carpet of twigs and dead leaves that rose in a drift at the deep end. Since Luis the gardener had been fired, the indigenous wildlife had moved back in. Squirrels, tree rats, raccoons, possums, and 100 varieties of birds had apparently found sanctuary on the colony's property. They didn't bother the Nosferatu, and the Nosferatu, having their own short and exclusive food chain, didn't bother them. The only really obvious indication that anyone dwelled there at all was the presence of the cars. Having, in their own unique manner, fully adapted to the Southern California way of life, the colony now had no less than 6 automobiles in the garage space that Howard Hughes had constructed. All were black, and under Lamar's constant care, they gleamed like the motor pool of an upmarket mortician. The pride of the small fleet, at least as far as Lamar was concerned, was the luxury stretch limo in which Ronquist had gone riding the previous night. Coming a close second, however, was the perfectly preserved two-door, 1949 vintage Cadillac Coupe de Ville that Lamar looked after but Lupo retained for his own personal use. This stately caddy, straight out of The Godfather, was from the era when the chrome was lavish, the radiator grille scowled ferociously, and the fins had yet to grow. It exactly suited the persona of the squat, deadly, 600-year-old killer who, long ago, had turned his hunting instincts into a marketable immortal skill by hiring out to organized crime, the intelligence community, and the more shadowy corridors of state power as a nocturnal contract killer. Created in the time or the Borgias, Lupo still carried with him an atmosphere of that cultured, conspiratorial, and also highly bloody era, and most of its rigid and time-honored values. If Lupo had first call on the antique Cadillac, the sisters, Dahlia and Imogene, enjoyed a similar priority of use on the Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. It certainly went with their general, and slightly Edwardian, eccentricity, and the stately ride had the added advantage of rarely, if ever, being pulled over by the LAPD, the Highway Patrol, or the county sheriff's deputies. As the colony had learned the hard way, it was never a good idea to put the childlike figure of Dahlia in any direct conflict with human authority. Her abusive contempt for mankind, its works, and its social foibles was something she had never bothered to check or control. When Julia chose to drive, she favored the gull-wing Mercedes, claiming that being behind the 3-spoked hood ornament reminded her of her Teutonic roots. The remaining 2, nondescript Lincoln Town cars, were used for most utility purposes, or when one of the colony wanted to keep a low, less flamboyant profile. In addition to the cars, a classic Harley-Davidson Electroglide, also in black, was parked in one of the garages. Originally this had also been a fad of Julia's, but when she had grown bored with playing the girl on a motorcycle, complete with the obligatory leather costume and studded accessories, Siegel the Grotesque had adopted the bike as his own. Now he rode it almost nightly, having formed a strange alliance with some human motorcycle outlaws somewhere in the direction of San Bernardino, who, all deformities themselves in one way or another, accepted his outlandish body and features as nothing more than something on which they could goof when they took a drunken mind. Although not as obvious a sign of occupancy as the cars, a much closer examination of the approaches to the house on the road with no name would have also revealed the elaborate state-of-the-art security system which Ronquist had insisted the colony install for protection. A net of scarcely visible laser snares was mounted at different levels in the trees, and pressure-sensitive motion sensors had been hidden beneath the sandy topsoil and the carpet of dead leaves. It was impossible, particularly during the hours of daylight, when the undead traditionally slept, for any intruder even to come close to the house without triggering a battery of computer-managed alarms. In addition to watching for intruders, a series of other sensors gauged the intensity of then sunlight, making all in the house aware when the sun was above the horizon and guarding them against unthinkable mishap. Although Dahlia and some of the others considered the security verging on overkill, Ronquist had vowed, after being forced into the hurried indignity of fleeing New York on little more than 24 hours' notice, no expense should be spared or possible stone left unturned where their safety and secrecy were concerned. He knew that discretion might be the better part of valor, but Victor Ronquist hated running away, no matter what the reason, and he intended to stay in LA until he decided to go, and no one, human or Nosferatu, would be allowed to decide for him this time. Even before the telltale LED started blinking on the small, black plastic unit on the night table, Victor Ronquist's eyes opened. Despite the sealed and shuttered windows of the house, he knew the exact moment that the sun dropped below the horizon. His first flash of awareness came well before that of the digital sensors in his complex of human technology. Perhaps the installation of the sunlight monitors had been a little extreme, but they had come within the capabilities of the electronic package and he saw no reason not to use them. When guarding a human home, the same system would turn on lights in the house and grounds at sunset as a deterrent to would-be B&E artists, but for the Nosferatu, who needed no such niceties, it merely provided a discreet, but redundant, flashing reminder that their dark day was at last underway. On waking, Ronquist's first sensation was that of thirst, a general dehydration and a parched, sand-dry rasp in the back of his throat. It always happened when he slept after hunting, and he was prepared with a cut crystal, half-gallon jug of what had been ice water 8 hours earlier and, covered with a small circle of beaded lace, still retained enough of a vestige of its previous chill in the heavily air-conditioned bedroom. Ronquist sat up, reached for the jug, and drank deeply with a wolf-like satisfaction. As the rehydration process went to work he quickly felt a renewed sense of well-being and energy. The strange thirst had been with him for something like the last quarter of a century, and since no medical care providers existed for the undead, Ronquist could only theorize that it was either a sign of his advancing age, or of the increasing toxicity of the environment and his human prey. He suspected it might well be a combination of the two. He had never encountered an Nosferatu who experienced the same thirst to the degree that he did, but then again, he only knew one Nosferatu older than he, and that was Dietrich, the previous master of the colony. Dietrich was now a long way away, physically in the North African mountains of the moon, and mentally on that very strange plane of reality that is inhabited by the truly ancient of his kind. On the other hand, he had also noticed that the thirst had markedly increased since the colony had decamped to the new location in Southern California. The victim of the night before had been quick and effortless, the equivalent of human fast food. Ronquist's mood had proved too reflective for truly artistic hunting and he had, instead, homed in on a late shift, last call, Sunset Boulevard. Prostitute. Once he had lulled her into a sense of cared-for well-being, unlike anything she had known in her short, battered, and abused life, she seemed to sink gladly into oblivion. Like any responsible predator, Ronquist tried where possible to select the unhappy of the herd who would go gladly into the darkness, and afterward he had laid her gently to rest in an isolated section of storm drain where it was highly unlikely that her remains would be disinterred or discovered until the rains of January flushed loose whatever was left of her. Ronquist swung his long legs over the side of the great four-poster bed of dark, carved wood, and his feet touched the pile of the Persian rug that was nearly as old as he was. The fond belief of the humans that Nosferatu were required to sleep in their coffins, in touch with the grave soil of their supposed place of mortal origin, was yet another folk misconception like the fear of crosses and garlic. Coffins were, at the very least, purely optional. Of all the colony, only Lupo, the Roman ultra-traditionalist, bothered with such trappings. Ronquist was, however, inordinately fond of both the bed and the rug. He had kept them with him down the centuries of his wanderings and made sure that they were among the first items retrieved from New York after the relocation. Like Lupo's huge mahogany and brass coffin, they provided a sense of continuity that came with a consistent sleeping place, something very important in the generally dislocated lives of the undead. The bed had also been the mute witness of some of his greatest triumphs and most intense passions, and sometimes, in his dreams, he fancied he re-encountered the ghost shadow faces of those who had passed through it down the long trail of years, blood, and tears. Ronquist took a deep breath and shook his head to clear it. Sunset was not the time to be thinking of dreams. The waking night was on him and he had much to accomplish. He looked up and the first thing he saw was the single portrait of Kinara that he had ordered brought from New York, an ornately decorated nude, painted in Vienna in 1906 by Gustav Klimt. All down the years before her destruction, Kinara had commissioned dozens of portraits of herself by a variety of artists. She was quite open about it. "I am vain and I like to look at myself. Since I can't see my image in a mirror, and I can't be photographed, I have to rely on artists." Ronquist stared at the painting and sighed. The Klimt should really join the others in storage. He was aware that the rest of the colony thought that he had mourned his lost consort for long enough. Masters were expected to be made of sterner and less feeling stuff. Ronquist stood up, stretched, and moved to the large ornate wardrobe that was about the closest thing to a coffin in his second-floor bedroom. He removed a burgundy-colored silk robe with a high Elvis Presley collar and slipped into it. It was usual for those of the colony without any pressing sundown business to gather in the large communal kitchen at the start of each night for an unofficial reaffirmation of the mutual colony ties that made them a collective entity, and a general discussion of immediate colony business. The day's mail, brought from the discreet P.O. box, would be examined. Julia would silently drink iced cappuccino. Lupo would read his airmail edition of the New York Times. The diminutive Dahlia would be logged onto the internet on her laptop checking the email and the market reports, while Imogene would simply wait, infinitely patient, for her sister to lay out the plans for their games of the night. Siegel would be there or not, depending on his prior commitments to his human bike buddies. Even before Ronquist left the bedroom, he heard the TV noise of excited Spanish voices from below. It meant Sato was already up and indulging her new and faddish obsession with Mexican soap operas. Again Ronquist sighed. He didn't feel exactly ready for even this minor renewal of the bonds. He knew he should put in an appearance. Dahlia had already warned him more than once to stop doing a garbo, and he knew that she was not completely happy with the way that he had increasingly allowed so much of the day-to-day domestic running of the residence to slip onto her capable if childlike shoulders. On the other hand, he simply didn't feel like immediately dealing with the colony as a group. The Nosferatu might be superhuman in their strength, intelligence, and sensory perception, but they could also, taken en masse, prove themselves petty, neurotic, self-serving, petulant, and infantile. The prostitute prey's bloodstream had also been full of some kind of prescription painkiller, probably the currently popular Vicodin, and although generally energized from the feed itself, the residual drugs had a marginally stupefying effect on Ronquist's waking brain chemistry, making his thought processes lazy and sluggish, leaving him unwilling to mix and mingle with the others, or indulge in the shrill, the petty, and the small. Instead of going down into the kitchen with its TV and voices, he turned in the opposite direction and started up what he still thought of as the Satanist's spiral staircase, which led to the rooftop observation deck. The observation deck was about 30 feet long, and some 10 feet wide. Originally it had been equipped with lounging chairs and patio furniture, but Ronquist had decided that these were merely encumbrances and had them removed while Luis was still around to do the job. It was hardly as if any of the colony would ever be up there sunning themselves. In place of the furniture, Ronquist had installed a 6-inch reflecting telescope. He derived a definite pleasure and indefinable sense of calm from gazing through its eyepiece at the near planets and distant constellations. Somehow, in the cold void of space, the problems of the day were always significantly diminished. He also knew, by the way that the alignment was always changed each time he came fresh to the telescope, that others in the colony were also using the instrument, but he had yet to find out who those might be. As he eased through the trapdoor that was the observation deck's only access, a coyote keened somewhere away in the gloaming, as though also welcoming the passing of the day and the coming of the night. The western sky over the ocean was still faintly tinged with the purple of the vanished sun. Ronquist walked half the length of the deck and turned in what he estimated to be the direction of the plumed aura he had seen the previous night, but it was invisible from this vantage point, concealed from him by the hills. He hadn't realized until that moment just how much his sense of unease was coloring his thoughts. It wasn't the dead hooker's blood that was making him thoughtful and preoccupied. He knew instinctively that something unusually evil and possibly dangerous was flowering right there in Los Angeles, and he would not be able to rest until he knew what it was and if it posed a threat to the colony. His thoughts were interrupted by the crashing roar of a motorcycle engine coming to life. Siegel was off to keep one of his nightly rendezvous with the bike-riding humans he seemed to have adopted. Lately he had not been returning regularly before sunrise, which meant that he must have a safe lair somewhere near these human associates. Ronquist wondered at times if this machine bonding in which Siegel seemed to have engaged was either wise or strictly healthy. Had Julia attempted such a thing, Ronquist would have made every covert move to put a stop to it, short of the tiresome and usually pointless maneuver of actually confronting her and commanding her to cease. Ordering the blonde and willful Julia Aschenbach to refrain from anything was wholly pointless. Ronquist believed that Siegel, on the other hand, most likely knew what he was doing. Also, the humans with whom he was running were apparently so degenerate themselves, and most probably so heavily drugged, that they posed no threat, either to Siegel himself or the security of the colony. Even if these bikers did learn the truth, they'd probably just laugh at it. Ronquist watched from above as Siegel walked the Harley out of the garage, turned it, and then gunned the engine and started down the driveway. He continued to watch until the ruby tail lights of the bike and the vigorous aura of the rider had made it to the main road and finally vanished into the distance. After the lights had gone, he turned, intending to go down and deal with the colony. To his surprise, he found that Lupo was standing facing him. "Lupo. I sensed you wanted to talk to me, Don Victor." "You sensed? Your thoughts are very present when you have just awakened." Ronquist raised an eyebrow. "Is that a fact? You are concerned about this organization called the Apogee?" Ronquist blinked. "Now you have the advantage of me. Last night you saw its aura in the sky and it was a source of concern. My thoughts are that transparent." Lupo's smile was slight but saturnine. "Only, of course, to those of us with the old-fashioned perceptions." Approximately 2 miles from the residence, the big-picture windows of Otten Gast's 12th-floor corner office in the Apogee building were filled with a sunset the color of a 2-day-old bruise, made worse by the tint of the glass, and he didn't like it, except in so far as it indicated that another stress-saturated day was finally over. To Orton Gast, the sky over the scattered apartment towers of West LA and the ocean beyond Venice and Santa Monica was nothing short of threatening. Not the thundercloud threat of an impending storm, those skies were few and far between in the arid Southland. This sky was metaphysically threatening. What was the name of that Ray Bradbury book? Something Wicked This Way Comes. Gast certainly felt himself to be under a kind of metaphysical threat, a foreboding of coming wickedness that seemed tied symbolically to the color purple. Orton Gast found himself surrounded by far too much purple of late, and the more that it intruded upon him, the more he became uneasily convinced matters were slipping beyond his capacity to contain them. Just when the operation of the Apogee should have been virtually running itself, finally becoming the finely tuned cash cow that had always been his ultimate goal, easily managed and with a minimum of unforeseen crises, the metaphysics were perversely drifting out of control, and he blamed it all on Marcus' sudden preoccupation with holding meetings of the governing council of the Nine. The Apogee had run very well for many years with the Nine as a purely symbolic entity, a touch of power conspiracy mystery in the grand pseudo-Illuminati manner, but strictly to impress the impressionable. Gast saw no reason why the Nine should suddenly start being regularly convened by Marcus, seemingly for real, complete with the prayers and the purple robes and all the ceremonial trappings. It all too easily led him to suspect that Marcus had become bored and was craving the excitement of one more necromantic adventure, or something similarly ancient, Kabbalistic, and probably unpleasant. Marcus was up to something, and when Marcus was up to something, it usually meant that severe distress loitered in Orton Gast's future. It might be an error that would prove his undoing, but Orton Gast had never taken the whole business of the Nine all that seriously. In many respects, and despite all that he had seen and heard, and all the incidents that he'd been forced to cover up and conceal over the years, and even the bodies that he'd buried, both figuratively and actually, he'd never adhered to the metaphysics of either Marcus or the apogee with any great earnestness. Deep in what he considered past for his heart, he had never wholly believed, not in the true and exclusive way that the believers believed. His was the kind of heart that told him belief was strictly for the marks, really nothing more than a route to their wallets and minds. In the nearly 30 years of his close relationship with Marcus and Philippodorisk, he had always been able to distance himself from the parts that were unbalanced, disturbing, or purely and supernaturally strange. With a hustler's essential and skeptical innocence, he had somehow always managed to convince himself that the bizarre and inexplicable had never really happened, or in the cases that had been simply too spectacularly outlandish or grotesque for complete denial, he found he possessed sufficient depth of repudiation to not panic and be somehow assured that it didn't apply to him. Anyone else could have their brain eaten by apparitions and demons, but Orton Gast was self-containedly exempt. As Philippa had told him, very soon after they first met, "Orton, darling, my skeptical little Gast, you are truly the Sammy Glick of new Aquarian belief systems. You treat it all as a scam and you make it work. You are our heretic mogul, our money changer in the temple." He would have preferred to be thought of as the Colonel Tom Parker or maybe the Don King of new Aquarian belief systems, but he didn't have the girth, the stature, or the hair. All he had was the bullshit and the organizational skills, so he would have to settle for Sammy Glick. He still took it largely as a compliment. He was aware that Marcus and Philippa probably thought of him as some gopher or lackey, the inferior who converted their brainstorms into profitable reality, but that didn't bother him. Without him, the two of them, and all of the other originals, would probably be dead or doing time. He was the one who dealt with all the legal and financial complexities of running a highly profitable, non-profit religion. Hadn't it been his commercial expertise that had prevented them in the early days from degenerating into something akin to the Manson family? Back in the 60s, when Charlie Manson had first come to town, an institutionalized twisthead, with his very own homicidal witch coven, full of acid and desoxin, and always talking, Gast had silently observed the skinny, scuffling little Charlie, his jailhouse pimp ways and his line of insidious persuasion, half from the Beatles and the first electric Bob Dylan, and half from the goddamned Book of Revelations. How had Philippa put it? They're selling postcards of the hanging and breaking the seventh seal. That had been Charlie in just 10 words. Gast had watched and noted all of Charlie's strengths, weaknesses, and the roots of the errors that brought him down. Charlie had gone to San Quentin for the rest of his life, while Orton Gast had all but gone public with a bond issue. Indeed, it still remained a choice. Issue stock and become a public corporation, quoted right there on the NYSE board, or continue to fight the IRS over tax-exempt status as a religion. Charlie and his girls had become the 60s heart of darkness. The apogee had hung in there for another 3 decades and was totally legitimate. Now they had TV commercials, print ads in People and TV Guide, and their very own rack of books in every Barnes and Noble in the country. Most independent projections indicated that in 3 or 4 years the apogee would seriously challenge the market share currently enjoyed by the Church of Scientology. That was what currently worried Gast and made the purple sunset so threatening. The operation was simply too big and complex to mess with, but Marcus Dorisk could too easily lose sight of that in his childlike need for one last adventure, one final exploration of the dark places of the old ones. Gast was 49 and the Dorisks were now in their 50s. They lived in extreme and irresponsible luxury even by Beverly Hills criteria, but like a willful kid, Marcus seemingly couldn't resist pushing the envelope just to see what might happen and at what point it all might apocalyptically break. Orton Gast had first met Marcus and Philippa Dorisk in 1967, when he'd been a 16-year-old runaway hustling blotters of acid and dime bags of grass on St. Mark's Place on New York's Lower East Side. The couple were planning to drive out to San Francisco before flower power peaked and died, and Gast had begged them to take him with them. They had hemmed and hawed in their flowing robes and with their phony patrician accents and Eurotrash airs and graces, but he had known instinctively, right from the start, that they were going to take him. They liked the idea of having their very own little flunky, disciple, and gopher, a Michael J. Pollard to their psychedelic Bonnie and Clyde. They also probably knew from the outset that, with his outcast baby street smarts and Robert Blake, little rascal charm, he could always come up with, even in Texas, the price of 3 meals, a bag of dope, or enough gasoline to get them to the next town. The Derisks fancied themselves as too enlightened and too mystic to need to dirty their hands with the nuisance of subsistence, but Gast also knew that they were secretly afraid of needing to be that close to the street and the mechanics of the mendicant begging bowl. Very quickly, he realized that he had a certain power over them, the power of the facilitator. Although it was rarely mentioned, particularly in these latter years, he had, more often than not, been the one who had ensured their very survival, and often took the real point position in their symbiotic triangle. Something else also never mentioned now was that throughout the entire cross-country trip, and for some months after, he had been the teenage sex plaything for both of them, together and separately, which hadn't bothered him at all. In its way, that was one more source of power. They had arrived in Haight-Ashbury in the gathering twilight of sour counterculture burnout, the time of rip-offs and rape, heroin, and methamphetamine. Anton Lavey had still been the occult Top Gun, with people like Jane Mansfield and Sammy Davis Jr. hanging out at his East Bay Church of Satan, and his satanic Bible was a bestseller, but plenty of room was still left in the weird field, especially when the love generation had started to turn ugly. At first, their efforts to assemble a cult following of true believing material supporters had been mainly dependent on Marcus' good looks and force of personality. With his flowing, center-parted hair, soft blonde beard, and taste for purple robes, Magic Marcus, as he was known in those days, was ideal casting as a pre-Raphaelite Jesus Christ for the Woodstock nation, and he worked it to the maximum. Philippa had been the darker of the duo, coming on like a combination of Hecate, Vampira, and Morticia Addams, with more than enough in the way of imperious curves and a commanding stare to attract and enthrall a number of older, wealthy male acolytes, including a TV game show host and a well-known record company president. Although they maintained the pretense that they were ostensibly drawn by her superior witchways and psychic insight, it was tacitly understood, not only by Philippa and her wannabe warlock sugar daddies, but also by Marcus and Gast, that the trappings of stern Wiccan ritual were only camouflage for what was little more than a new twist on traditional pervo-whoring. Although Marcus had certain jealous reservations about his supposed soulmate solo enterprises, he accepted them with as much grace as he could muster because of the revenue they generated. In addition, they also meant Philippa had no grounds to complain about the line of wide-eyed hippie maidens who paraded through his inner sanctum for private, one-on-one, waterbed seminars of high enlightenment. In those wild and woolly early days, the Derisks' philosophy had been the usual disorganized grab bag of pop mythology, carny spookhouse tricks, dialogue from old Universal horror movies, Spockisms from Star Trek, and the occasional nugget of magic that even Gast recognized as being uncomfortably close to the real thing, but mercifully those didn't happen too often. There could be no denying, though, that now and again from behind the Emerald City curtain of flim-flam, Marcus would come out with a starburst blaze that could not be dismissed as anything but a flash of real power. It was such flashes that made him so convincing, but also at times made him uncontrollable and dangerous and meant that he could never be relied upon to take the easy, comfortable, and above all, the disciplined approach to any objective. It was also why, although they were now so fat, rich, and comfortable, and everything was seemingly going so well, that Gast continued to feel obliged to worry after 30 years. While they were still in San Francisco, building their first following, Marcus had developed a fascination with the rooster-headed Gnostic god Abraxas. Gast hadn't even known exactly what Gnostic meant, but he had quickly recognized how the idea that, in Abraxas, light and darkness were united and transcended was highly marketable in the world of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, where any quasi-religion that was without concept of evil, sin, or guilt would be welcomed. Unfortunately, at the same time, Charlie Mansion was also on an Abraxas kick. By that point, Charlie was driving around in his black painted school bus with an ex-North Beach, topless go-go girl named Susan Atkins and a good-looking guitar player with the unlikely name of Bobby Cupid Beausoleil and a fine mess of young women followers very similar to those flocking in the direction of Marcus. What Charlie didn't have was anyone like Philippa, with her upmarket tricks, or anyone behind the scenes like Gast, who was always thinking, always scheming, and always looking for a way to make things bigger, better, and more profitable. For a while, Gast had wondered if there might be any way that Marcus and Charlie could be somehow teamed as a double act, but he finally decided that it simply was not possible. Both men were the undisputed cocks of their own roosts, and neither would tolerate a rival to the top spot, no matter how good it might look on paper. It was kind of like expecting the Beatles to back Elvis, although Gast had never quite brought himself to speculate which one was the Beatles and which was Elvis. Ultimately it hadn't mattered. The wife of one of Philippa's marks started to make trouble and the vice squad had commenced to sniff around. The instincts of all three told them it was probably a good day to get out of town. Philippa had moved with great and focused rapidity, as she was always able to in the rush of an emergency. One way or another, she had conned the record company president into donating them a house on a piece of land in the Santa Cruz Mountains, about 100 miles south of the city, plus the capital to fix up the place as a rural spiritual retreat. It was in the hills of Santa Cruz that things had started to come more than a little unglued. Marcus had abandoned his interest in Abraxas, begun to delve into the deeper darkness and crawling chaos of the old ones of the Necronomicon, Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, and by far the most hideous, the Great Thulhu. The business with the rattlesnakes had almost caused Gast to cut his wagon loose from the Darisk Star, and the attack by the apparition had brought all concerned closer to a serious murder investigation than any well-regulated cult needed or desired. Only the near-total disbelief of the local hit cops that such a thing could even happen had allowed Gast the Slack to talk their collective ass out of the gray bar. After that evil ugly midnight, and after the bodies had been buried, no question remained of the three of them parting company. They hung together or swung together, so to speak, bound by their mutual fear of the 5-0 and the need for silence and support. That had been one of the two occasions on which Gast had been forced to admit, at least in the horror of the present, that what they did might be just slightly more esoteric than sideshow sham and scam. Something ancient and evil had emerged from the sleight of hand and the swirl of smoke and mirrors. Fortunately, it had done its damage and retreated again, but try as he might, and he had tried for years, Gast could not pretend the thing that had materialized at the climax of the outdoor ritual was no more than a hallucinatory lysergic unpleasantness. The entity was real and straight from some unimaginable other place and, once again, it had been time to move on. For almost 9 months, Los Angeles, on their first visit, had been very good to them. In that long-gone heyday of coke and quaaludes, their stock among the decadent conoscenti had risen sufficiently for them to score the house off Benedict Canyon that had reputedly once belonged to Howard Hughes, again thanks to Philippa and her connections. Marcus had immediately become proprietarily ambitious and constructed the observation deck and the spiral staircase. They had all but disengaged from the teen acid heads and the other less reputable followers, although not from whatever continued income they might provide, and started to build a far more discreet network of better-heeled and less troublesome marks. When they'd been forced to abandon the house and move once more at the start of the 70s, it hadn't even been their fault. Either by design or coincidence, Charlie had followed them to LA. With his crew in the black bus, he had visited them at the house a couple of times, but a couple of times had been enough to convince Gast that Charlie should not be encouraged. Too high a probability could be predicted that he'd spook the actors, actresses, studio executives, rock musicians, and cocaine dealers who were by then looking to Marcus and Philippa for occult reinforcement. Charlie had, at this juncture, turned highly eerie, what with his performing troupe of brain-slave acid witches, his dubious dope deals and pistol packing, road rat bodyguards on grimy chopped Harleys. The undertow of sexual brutality and Charlie's old jailhouse rage was, by then, so close to the surface it was all but audible, and that had to be bad for business. Also, on the second visit, something had happened, either to or between Marcus and Charlie, when the two of them had been alone together on the observation deck, that had left them both slack-jawed and speechless. This too had decided Gast that they should be separated and not allowed to play together anymore. After the Cielo Drive murders, when the panicked elite of Hollywood were either buying guns or moving to Europe, and trying to conceal the fact that they invited Charlie to some of their parties with his drugs from hell and girls who'd do anything, Gast had hoped that he, Marcus, and Philippa would be able to slide by on the strength of their contacts and comparatively low profile, but no way. Their family ties had come to the attention of the prosecutor, Vincent Bugliosi, and this time the cops came down in force. One Sunday morning at 5 a.m., before the day had even begun, they found themselves overrun by riot helmets, nightsticks, and shotguns. In the media, they were another group of possibly related Satanists. Despite the LA Free Press interviewing Marcus and giving him the chance to deny Charlie, not thrice but a dozen times, the guilt by association clung like flies on shit, and they were the shit. Pariahs was the only word. The phone ceased to ring except to herald husky-voiced death threats, and their previous fair-weather friends and attention-clamoring clients now made them about as welcome as a crew of black hookers parading on Main Street in Disneyland. For almost 10 years they had wandered in the wilderness, until the tar from the brush of Manson had been at last expunged. They had gone from London to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Paris, then to Miami, and finally down to the Yucatan for another exotic, away from the city retreat that had proved even more of a disaster than the previous one in Santa Cruz. After nearly a year of Marcus and Philippa becoming more and more obsessed with Tiamat, the scaled and feathered Babylonian god of chaos, Marcus had again conjured something so dangerous and threatening that Gast hadn't even bothered to pretend. He had simply resolved never to let Marcus get that close to the undeniable and uncontrollable, son of Sam, dark forces again. They had made it out of Mexico only a jump ahead of what amounted to an official lynch mob, and after Yucatan, Gast had insisted that he call the shots from there on in. Fortunately, it was around then that the concept of the apogee had entered their lives, and although they didn't know it at the time, the first-class reservations on the gravy train were waiting for them. The apogee came to them in the form of Marty T. Roth and a half-dozen legal pads. On the pads was the whole theory that had put them where they were today, and Gast had to admit that he was far from being the one to first spot the potential in the dozens of yellow-lined pages covered with weird diagrams and pseudo-mathematical symbols. While he and Marcus had only wanted to get the hell away from this crazy kid from Queens and his seemingly demented hustle, Philippa had taken the time to look over the stuff and grasp the curious internal logic in Roth's papers. She had even arranged to meet him a day or so later in the same Greenwich Village coffee shop where he had first accosted them and thrust the pads upon them. When she'd given him the time to talk his idea through, she had quickly realized that what he was trying to explain was something potentially more than the amphetamine ravings of a short, speed-freak Jewish psycho with a Bob Dylan haircut, mismatched clothes, and thick, bottle-lensed glasses. When asked why she was wasting her time with the outlandish little weirdo, her reply had been succinct and simple: Einstein probably looked a little strange when he was the same age as Roth. Of course, what Roth had was hardly the general theory of relativity, but on the other hand, Marcus, Philippa, and Gast had hardly been looking to become rocket scientists or reinvent the atom bomb. They were holed up in a cramped railroad apartment on Sullivan Street in the aftermath of the disaster in the Yucatan, praying that the Mexican authorities would be too indolent over the long term to try to extradite them, and wondering by what means they were going to phoenix themselves up from the ashes and make a new start. After her coffee house conversation, Philippa had become convinced that Roth held the answer to everything in his grubby, trembling hands, and she had done everything, all the way to threatening to walk out on Marcus and Gast, to convince them she was right. If you two morons are too fucking stupid to realize that you're looking at the future, at the shape of things to come, then maybe I should just go ahead and do it on my own. It had been 1981 and the first primitive home computers had been starting to come on the market. This single fact had been the core of Philippa's argument, but Gast and Marcus had been too blinkered to make the connection right away. Initially Marcus had been even more resistant than Gast, but suddenly, after the third repetition by Philippa, he suddenly saw what Roth's theories really meant. In one of those flashes of intuition of which he was so randomly capable, he visualized the entire picture and started to run with it. This could be bigger than Scientology. This could be bigger than fucking Hubbard. Philippa had all but sneered at the lateness of the conversion. Of course it could. That's what I've spent the last 5 hours trying to explain. Marcus was on his feet projecting, extemporizing, and expounding. In fact, it took Marcus to explain it to Gast and, in turn, kindle his enthusiasm, but hadn't that always been the way of their strange ménage à trois? Marcus and Philippa came at him with ideas and manic enthusiasm, and Gast, almost without question, filled in the small print and made it so. In simple terms, Roth's theory was something called the spiritual continuum, and the function of all his drug-induced geometry and calculus was to demonstrate that the occult universe was nothing more than a huge sphere comprised of an infinite number of individual points, each one representing a living entity alive, dead, or yet to be born. As Gast initially grasped it, the basic point of the theory was that, if a human being was brought to the recognition of his or her exact place in the structure of the sphere, and if that positioning could be fine-tuned until a fundamental harmony was achieved in the spatial geometry, it could not only be used as a source of joy and self-realization but also to exert a solid temporal curve of power over those around him. As Roth put it, the power of the apogee. Gast, while his instincts continued to tell him that this whole spiritual continuum and power of the apogee business was errant, post-psychedelic nonsense, also knew, in the calculator of his mind, that what he was now hearing, with Marcus' instant spin on it, was infinitely saleable. Anything that required constant evaluation and adjustment, and thereby attention, but also promised old-fashioned power as an end reward, had to be a bankable contender. He became even more convinced that Roth had brought them a winner when Marcus continued with another part of the theory that claimed how, in the spiritual continuum, concepts of good and evil were irrelevant, simply parts of the rotation of the great occult sphere of the universe. Offer both power and a moral release from personal responsibility and not only would they come, you'd have to beat them off with a stick. Roth had been duly summoned from his even more wretched apartment across town and what would eventually become the primary church of the apogee had been set in rolling motion. It was a motion with which Orton Gast felt comfortable and happy. The apogee involved a great many more Spockisms and phony science, and less dangerous magic and the chance of fiendish things such as Thulhu and his running mates emerging from the dark side of beyond. Without massive working capital, the motion had been slow at first. He had cut a deal with a UFO-related mail-order catalog, and their first handbook of the apogee had gone out in limited edition. Within 2 months, it had been reprinted and the rest the computer programs, the million-selling how-to books, the instructional videos, the evaluation encounters, the navigation seminars, and the franchise of apogee centers in most major cities was history. Gast sighed. Thinking of old times reminded him of something he had failed to do in the present. Odd rumors on the paranormal grapevine had been circulating over the last few weeks that something might be going on at their old house up in the canyon. Some years ago, it had been purchased by a character who supposedly went by the name of Victor Ronquist. At the time, Gast, out of pure curiosity, had run a fairly cursory check on this Ronquist and been surprised to discover that a lot of carefully constructed barriers had been erected to make the discovery of any details about the man very difficult. He had seemingly made a great deal of money in New York by lurking in some very prosperous shadows, but to obtain any hard information turned out to be close to impossible. Gast could only respect that this Ronquist was a highly efficient, zero-profile player, but since it was hardly his problem, he had let the matter drop. Now it seemed that a group of people who, according to the current hearsay, were also ultra-private and kept very much to themselves behind a very sophisticated security shield, and blacked-out windows had actually moved into the place. Again, it wasn't Gast's problem, but he'd intended to put a casual call into Jack Fromm, one of his tame LAPD detectives down at the Parker Center, to check it out. There was no time like the present, so Orton Gast turned away from the sunset and sat back down behind his desk and picked up the phone. He was about to key in Fromm's number when the door of the corner office quietly opened. He didn't even need to look up. Only Marcus and Philippa entered his private domain without knocking, and Gast knew for a fact that Philippa had an appointment with her plastic surgeon that afternoon. "Is there something I can do for you, Marcus?" Marcus Derisk paused in the doorway before entering the room. "I've been having this feeling that there's something you want to ask me, Orton." Gast put down the phone. The call to Fromm would have to wait. Marcus had clearly sensed his unease and decided that a preemptive strike was better than wait-and-see diplomacy. "I am a little curious as to why we're suddenly putting so much emphasis on the 9. Marcus dropped his lanky frame into the high-backed leather chair on the other side of the desk. "The 9 have always been a part of the organization. Only as a control symbol. Something for the rank and file to look up to and make them aware of their place." Marcus pushed his long hair back and smiled with a knowing weariness. The deep-etched lines in his face gave him a deceptively tolerant and kindly look that didn't fool Gast for a moment. Marcus could be dangerous when he entered one of his obsessive phases, and his response was less than reassuring. "Maybe that's the way you saw it?" Gast decided to come straight to the point. "Are you planning something, Marcus? Something I don't know about?" "What makes you say that?" "I was wondering why you'd taken it upon yourself to remove Einhorn from the 9. Marcus made a gesture of contemptuous dismissal. "Because he was becoming a tedious old drag queen who was having too much fun dressing up in robes." Gast sighed. "That tedious old drag queen is responsible for the entire homosexual division. The gay section represents close to 28% of our overall gross. He was also great at celebrity recruitment. He does go to all the right parties. Then he has more than enough to do already. And to replace him with Tara. You have a problem with Tara." The Tara in question was Tara Swirling, Marcus' duplicitous bouffant trophy mistress of the last 3 years, who seemed to have the ability to change her personality as easily as she changed her clothes and hairstyles. Gast could hardly see that her current, 900 number, sex-object looks, or even her pure self-motivated calculation, qualified her to be part of the supposedly governing body of the entire organization. Even during her retro Jackie Kennedy phase, Tara Swirling would have been a liability. In her current porno queen persona, she was hardly plausible. That Marcus should suddenly decide to bring her out of the minimally discreet boudoir and position her so close to the center of things was indication enough for Gast that his long-term partner might once again be straining at the supernatural leash, itching to raise demons, or worse. Gast decided to play it close to the vest and chose his words with care. "I have nothing against her personally, but I do wonder how this change may sit with Philippa." It was well known that Marcus and Philippa Derisk had long ago gone their sexually separate ways, but Gast was also aware that Philippa nonetheless jealously guarded such bonds of their relationship as still remained, particularly those created by their mutual interests in the apogee. He hardly understood why Philippa Derisk hadn't raised a protest of her own in the matter of Miss Swirling being arbitrarily elevated to the 9. His query didn't, however, do anything to change Marcus' expression of mild amusement. Philippa knows that the shape of things will undergo periodic change. Gast decided that if Marcus was going to be superior and inscrutable, he might as well shift tactics to the blunt and open. This would be a very bad time for any repeat of Santa Cruz or the Yucatan. "Do you understand me, Marcus?" This only caused Marcus' smile to broaden, and again his answer was anything but comforting in its obliqueness. "We are none of us getting any younger, Orton. We can't take all this with us. I believe I am a step ahead of you in this matter, Don Victor. You have only seen the aura. I have seen the place itself. Lupo's powerful craggy face was impassive, and of course Ronquist would never have dreamed of scanning the thoughts of the long-lived Nosferatu to read his true feelings, but Ronquist could be close to certain that Lupo was amused to have gained the advantage of his master. All Ronquist could do with good grace was to smile ruefully. Have I been letting things slip that disgracefully? I'm aware you have been preoccupied since we arrived in this place. Ronquist turned, walked slowly to the edge of the observation deck, and rested his hands on the white curlicued cast iron rail that enclosed it. He looked out across the treetops at hills on the other side of what he thought of as their valley. But you think it's time that I got over it, don't you? Lupo shrugged. It's not for me to say, Don Victor. Ronquist turned from contemplation of the nighttime valley and nodded. It is time that I got over it. I need to focus on the problems of the moment. Lupo said nothing, so Ronquist continued. Tell me all you know about this place, the apogee. Lupo took a deep and thoughtful breath before framing his answer. Time flowed differently for him. Ronquist knew that Lupo was the product of a different age and a more measured and stately environment, where words had not been exchanged at any needlessly breakneck pace. Ronquist respected that. It was unlikely that Lupo would jump to any false conclusions or report inaccurate suppositions, so it was worth the minimal wait. They both had plenty of time. On this particular night, Lupo had dressed informally. Wide black slacks and a roll-neck sweater covered his broad frame. He tugged at the wool as though it clung too tightly to his thick, bull-like neck. On the surface, Don Victor, it is just one of those human simulations that pose as a religion, a supposedly metaphysical structure, but with no true function except to separate fools from their coin. Enough of those exist in these parts, my friend. I believe, however, that something a little more dangerous lurks beneath this one. Dangerous? I sensed a definite threat, Don Victor. To the humans, or to us? Lupo gave up on the sweater and made a non-committal gesture. That remains to be seen. All I know is that powerful forces lurk within and under that building. Ronquist was surprised. You went inside? Lupo shook his head. Not personally, but I looked through the eyes of a night cleaning crew. Wordlessly, Lupo projected a mental image to Ronquist of Salvadorans, Hondurans, or Guatemalans, both men and women, dressed in blue coveralls with a cleaning service logo on the back, sweeping, mopping, emptying waste baskets, or pushing polishers and vacuum cleaners over carpets and gleaming tile floors. Although they lived in an appliance civilization, they were also ridden by fears of a snarling and ruthless Christian god at the head of a dark and equally menacing pantheon of jungle spirits. Most assumed I was one of their jaguar deities passing through and became near mindless with terror. Ronquist moved away from the rail of the observation deck with one eyebrow arched. Most. There was one who knew me instantly for what I was. Ronquist blinked. He'd hardly have imagined that Lupo would have taken the chance of revealing himself so gratuitously. Knew you. And didn't care. He assumed I intended harm to his employers and that suited him perfectly. Aside from a catalogue of inflicted minimum wage indignities, he had also been badly beaten by the police when the janitors attempted to unionize. A supervisor named Plana and two other names seemed the greatest targets of his resentment, a policeman called From and someone named Guest. He relished the idea that I might hurt or kill one or all of them. And you let him live. He has no interest in us, I'm sure. Ronquist had to accept that Lupo knew what he was doing, but almost out of habit, he still had to urge caution. There are many from these countries to the south who are sufficiently connected to the past to recognize us for what we are and raise an alarm. Lupo's face was sudden stone. This one will not raise any alarm. Ronquist immediately regretted what he'd said. He had obviously generated some resentment by lecturing Lupo like a neophyte. I'm sorry. There are times. Lupo cut him off. You are the master, Don Victor, and responsible for the many. I know the force of habit. Nevertheless, my friend, I still beg your pardon. It does not need to be said twice, Lupo continued, covering the potential for an awkward silence. Perhaps you would like to see this place for yourself. Ronquist nodded, relieved that the situation was back to normal. I think that would be an excellent idea. Lupo was old, but he could still be extremely sensitive when any reflection was cast on his ability to do what was exactly appropriate. Now mollified, he immediately became brisk and businesslike, taking the two Nosferatu, high on their dark night lookout, back to much safer areas of their relationship. Do you crave to hunt tonight, Don Victor? Ronquist shook his head. I could hunt, but I by no means crave. There is no time like the present. We should go to this apogee place tonight. Now Lupo stared across the valley. That would be my suggestion. Ronquist indicated his agreement, and then glanced at Lupo's turtleneck and his own robe. We both need to dress a little more suitably. I'll have Lamar be ready with the limousine in, say, 1 hour. An hour would be good, Don Victor, but I think I will have to drive the old Cadillac. Julia has already taken Lamar and the limousine. Ronquist pursed his lips. Has she? Now why was Julia rushing out in the first moment after sunset? He hoped she wasn't pursuing some new foolishness. He turned his attention back to Lupo. So, in an hour. He started for the trap that gave access to the spiral staircase, but Lupo hadn't moved. He looked back. Was there something else? I assumed you were also going to ask me about the Darklost, Don Victor. This took Ronquist completely by surprise. There is a Darklost. Indeed there is. I have detected her aura on more than one occasion. I seem to be missing a great deal these days. A Darklost, you say? A trace of the earlier resentment returned. I don't believe I was mistaken. Ronquist, however, was talking as much to himself as to Lupo. How could there be a Darklost when we find no others of our kind in or near the city? Lupo's expression showed a barely concealed discomfort. I had occasion to briefly brush the mind of this creature and her thoughts. This Darklost is a female. She is female. And her thoughts? Her thoughts were of you and... Now Lupo was even more uncomfortable. He hesitated and Ronquist could hardly stop himself snapping impatiently. And... Discomfort made Lupo stiffly formal. And the lost lady Kinara, Don Victor. Now it was Ronquist's turn to take a deep breath of the night air. Elaine Dance collapsed, wrung out, dishrag limp and drained, into the depth of the couch standing opposite the TV that she considered her ultimate refuge. She let the black nylon raincoat fall to the floor, pulled off the Betty Page wig, and dropped it on the couch beside her and, almost without thinking, reached for the remote. Under the coat, she was still wearing the full dominatrix costume that constituted her working clothes. It was hardly designed for lounging, but first things first. Some people come into a room and turn the TV off, others turn it on. Dance was one of the latter. Anything to fill the void and drown out the noise of her aching thoughts and persistent frustrations. She powered up the TV and cable box and grazed until settling on a Channel 67 rerun of Bette Davis in Hush, Hush, Sweet Charlotte. She sighed to herself. Yeah, why the hell not? Let's run with the theme of black and white gothic madness. Still in costume, she stood up and went to the one-woman kitchenette. The gin, the vermouth, her glass, and the shaker were already grouped in the refrigerator, exactly as she had placed them before she left the house, just waiting on her return, if not from a hard day at the office, at least her own strange equivalent. Like her father had done all those years ago, she made herself a martini with the accomplishment of long solitary practice. After a sip to deem it satisfactory, she brought her drink back to the couch. The next set of moves would be the reptile shedding of the straps and harness of her intensely professional afternoon, but she would let the gin start to take effect before she got around to that. For Elaine Dance, removing the costume combined equal aspects of a ritual, a meditation, and perhaps even a temporary rebirth. Her appointment book was clear for the evening, and her alter ego, Eva Dresden, could, at least for a few hours, be hung away in the closet, out of sight if not forgotten. The ties, buckles, and fastenings were many and complex and required a definite degree of concentration. She was also compulsive, if not actually obsessive, regarding the order in which the various parts were removed. Like she said, ritual, meditation, and rebirth. What more could be demanded? She started with the long evening gloves, butter-soft leather and laced to above the elbow. The first glove, the left one, required the most effort because the lacing between the steel eyelets had to be loosened with the gloved fingers of the right hand. The 4 hours just now past had been spent in cruel if simulated delight with Diana Blade, so far her only female client. She had transacted with many powerful men who secretly needed to be degraded, but this was her first woman. A flaming redhead, in her early 40s, with fragile blue-veined skin, Diana Blade was one of the only major female players in the entire movie industry. Creatively paranoid and as hard as her own proverbial lacquered and silk-wrapped nails that required an entire maintenance team of small Korean women to keep suitably immaculate, Diana Blade had spent 20 years wheeling and dealing her way up the suicide assault course of the Hollywood hierarchy, and her fights with the entrenched show business boys club had been chronicled in every magazine from Vanity Fair to Variety. Every painful and dogged inch that she'd climbed, until she finally found herself in the 8-figure power bracket, was now a matter of filmland legend. With the fingers of one hand now free, the second glove proved a whole lot easier. Elaine unlaced it in double time and dropped it casually on the floor beside its companion. She would pick up all the items of costume later. For the moment, it was a positive pleasure just to let the trappings of Eva Dresden fall where they might, piece by piece, as she discarded them. Leaning forward to unlace the high black patent leather boots, she realized that she was more than just drained, she felt close to exhausted, both emotionally and physically. On the TV screen, Bette Davis was suffering through wild-eyed hallucinations of her dead lover, but Elaine was too tired to bother with complications of plot. She had dealt with enough dimly lit emotional filigree for one day. She flicked the remote and found The Simpsons on Fox 11 in garish color. It was the episode in which Homer has mystic visions after eating chili made from Quetzalcoatlinango, the Guatemalan insanity pepper. Perhaps that was more her speed this weary and distracted evening. Diana Blade called for Elaine/Eva's services approximately once every 10 days or so, and after each session, Elaine noticed that she came away feeling increasingly frayed. With the male clients, the effort was in tolerating them and not laughing at their infantile lack of imagination, but Diana Blade insisted that she work hard for her admittedly very generous hourly rate. She expected Elaine/Eva to use both her mind and her imagination. Where a high percentage of the men wanted nothing more than to run through the exact same, preordained, erotic routine of phony cruelty, visit after visit, Blade seemed to need to progressively test her limits, and expected Elaine/Eva to test them right along with her, clear to the point of all but instigating explorations of new territory. Although Diana Blade basically called the shots, she protected herself by being highly subtle about some of her more alarming suggestions. She expected Elaine/Eva to be completely sensitive to the slightest hint of a desired direction, and then ready and willing to take the scenario the rest of the way. Aside from this requiring a high degree of focus, thought, and concentration, Elaine was also a little concerned that the envelope Blade expected her to push was heading in what seemed to be an increasingly risky direction. The initial stages of the session were fairly normal. At the start, Diana Blade liked to be bound and helpless, contorted on an antique chaise longue in her near palatial, gold and damask bedroom, darkened against the daylight by thick velvet drapes and lit by scented candles that filled the air with the same custom fragrance that haloed her body and clothes and, in her professional life, preceded her into restaurants, boardrooms, and meetings like a herald. After deliberately lingering, securing various leather, nylon, and chrome steel restraints, Elaine/Eva was expected to blindfold Diana with an eyeless mask of dark green satin decorated with peacock feathers before commencing to inflict a series of small hurts with various implements that made the Lady Mogul gasp and twist with a tentative but growing excitement. The mask meant that Blade was not only physically immobile, but she was treated to the anticipatory psychological fear thrill of not being able to see from where the next blow, slap, or caress might come. She could only hear the whisper of its passage through the air and await the shock of its impact wherever it might fall. As Elaine/Eva fitted the mask in place, Blade's face completely changed. The hard-bitten businesswoman started to melt before her. Blade's lips became soft and she grew breathless with an almost innocent expression of questioning panic. What was she doing there? Why was she allowing these things to be done to her? Then her face slowly flushed with a depraved and wicked, almost gleeful, awareness. She not only knew exactly what she was doing there, but also all the reasons why. For most of the men, this part might have been enough on its own, perhaps a little more drawn out and with cruder verbal abuse, but for Diana Blade it was merely a form of elaborate foreplay, a fancy hors d'oeuvre before the main course. As she became more turned on, she would start to talk. In disjointed sentences, between gasps of pain and small kitten mews of mounting excitement, never raising her voice above a little girl whisper, she would begin to outline a possible itinerary for the session. What worried Elaine Dance was that, over the last 2 or 3 sessions, Diana had been moving more and more in the direction of Elaine/Eva actually drawing blood. Although generally working on the principle that the customers were always right, and considering herself too emotionally numb as Eva Dresden to be disturbed by anything that any client might ask, blood fetishism was a potential no-go territory even for her, perhaps especially for her. Aside from the ever-present risk of disease, where it might lead was also problematical, and for Elaine, it was all too closely linked with her own all-encompassing longings and desires. Before the two of them had been so brutally wrenched apart, Elaine had exchanged blood with her beloved Kinara, and that made it sacred territory that she was unwilling to share, even as Eva Dresden, with a mere client, no matter how much that client was prepared to pay. Elaine dropped the first boot to the floor. It fell with a thud and she smiled at the gesture and the sound. Now wait for the other shoe to drop, you bastards. The falling footwear had a reassuringly blue-collar feel to it. Shoes off after hard hours on the factory floor, a store clerk dropping her pumps at the end of a day behind a counter, the construction worker exhaustedly pulling off his boots. On TV, Homer Simpson was conversing with a coyote spirit who had the voice of Johnny Cash. Even TV reality was moving out toward the edge. The second boot was halfway unlaced. Wait for it now. With the double laces between 2 fingers, like a puppeteer, she zigzagged open the remaining eyelets, pulled off the second boot and let it fall. There, she whispered, for anyone might have been holding their breath in the apartment below. Thus do I put you out of your misery. Now if only someone could so simply do the same for her own misery. Blade continued to push the issue of blood, and Elaine had uncomfortably wondered why. Why did she feel the need to bleed, and what had put it into her head in the first place? During the afternoon just gone, Diana had pulled a fait accompli. Elaine/Eva had walked into the Blade bedroom to discover, on the small Moorish table beside the chaise, next to the bronze earth lamp with the beaded shade, a short steel spike, like a miniature ice pick, with a silver and onyx handle, reposing in a hospital kidney dish of antiseptic fluid. Diana had arranged for it to be there without discussion or question, so confident of the customer-slave's proprietorial right to demand whatever she liked of her purchased mistress. The intention was plainly that, as a culmination of the encounter, Elaine/Eva would use the spike to draw small drops of blood from the welts on Diana's flesh previously raised with the crop, lash, strap, or cane. How could it be a coincidence? She had almost shrieked in revulsion, but at the same time she had been fascinated. What could be happening? Could Diana Blade somehow sense a wordless backwash of Elaine's secret yearnings? Was some kind of transference taking place? Had Diana sensed that fascination would, in the end, overcome both revulsion and good sense. Yet, when she had relented and actually done it, it had suddenly meant nothing, as though both her perceptions and her emotions had frozen. So near, and yet it put her so much further away from Kinara and the blood ties of the undead. Later, Elaine would write up her session notes in the journal with the grey leather cover, but she had considerable thinking to do, and more gin to consume, before that would be possible. Was Diana's ultimate goal to have Eve/Elaine actually drink her blood? Elaine shook her head. That will never happen, my sweet. I will cite aids and this expedition will turn back. The native bearers will refuse to cross the forbidden river. She reached behind her to unhook the leather bustier, but stopped and suddenly stared up to the ceiling with a gasped cry of helpless anguish. Oh, Victor, get me out of here. Get me out of this human life. In the land of television, Homer Simpson was having full-blown Carlos Castaneda hallucinations, and despair washed over Elaine Dance, threatening to swamp her. But then something hit her, her head spun, and everything, even Homer's hallucinations, momentarily vanished in a dark red haze. An external force buffeted her, a psychic scream from somewhere outside, violent, unstoppable, an order or injunction from an unmistakable netherworld. It was the command for which she had always hoped but feared would never come. Its instructions were explicit and non-negotiable. It was an answer to all her dark prayers, telling her where to go and when. Except, she quickly realized with a sinking heart, that the order was not for her. It was for another, a woman called Gladriel Faulkner, who seemed to merit nothing but contempt. Somehow Elaine was overhearing it, perhaps because her mind was already tuned to the frequency of the undead, and she was so desperate for any kind of communication. If a communication ever came, she had expected it to be from Victor, Kinara's master and the only other Nosferatu she'd ever known. To her growing dismay, this voice that invaded every part of her being wasn't Victor's. It was that of a female, a little like Kinara but, as far as she could tell, younger, although with the same unimaginable power. Half undressed, Elaine was on her feet, if still a little unsteady from the shock of the impact. The order might not have been for her, but she would obey it anyway. At the very least, it couldn't help but take her a little closer to that unique place, the only place where she could truly survive and find happiness. Julia moved forward in a half-crouch, down the interior of the limousine, bracing her legs against the long black car's bounce and sway. Although the stretch Cadillac was equipped with a normally serene and ultra-smooth ride, its suspension couldn't totally compensate for the ruts and potholes of the nameless private dirt road that led from the residence to the nearest paved highway. Julia appeared to be dressed as if for a punk rock gunfight, in tight jeans and cowboy boots, a decorative leather brassiere over a bare midriff, with a long black duster coat covering the whole ensemble. Thin calfskin gloves covered her hands with her rings worn on the outside. If her outfit was any indication, Julia's final destination could only be some manner of mayhem. The car bucked over a rut in the road that felt like a miniature canyon, and to avoid losing both her balance and her dignity, she quickly swung herself into one of the rear-facing jump seats that backed onto the partition designed to separate passenger from chauffeur. She lowered the smoked glass that separated her from Lamar and leaned in to speak to the silent human driver. "Lamar, I need to go somewhere. Anywhere you care to name, Miss Julia, you know that. I need to go to a high point in the hills with a fairly comprehensive view of the city. Perhaps I should drive up to Mulholland as I did last night." "You were on Mulholland Drive last night? With Mr. Ronquist?" Lamar nodded. "Yes, Miss Julia, with Mr. Ronquist." Julia frowned. "Did Mr. Ronquist, ask you to stop while you were there?" "I only drive, Miss Julia. I pay no attention to what any of my employers might do." The very slight emphasis on the word any was obviously supposed to make clear to Julia that he respected everyone else's privacy just as he respected hers. Although Julia could have taken issue with a mere human having the temerity to stand up to her, a Nosferatu and his natural superior, it was really as it should be. She also relied on Lamar to keep his mouth shut about her nocturnal excursions, and she made no comment. Not, of course, that any comment or pressing of Lamar was really needed. A swift grazing contact with the very surface of his memory revealed Victor, knowingly handsome, dark silk shirt rippling in the night breeze, staring out across the LA electric starfield of lights. She could have gone deeper, but that would also be an act to jeopardize her own privacy. If she scanned deep, then any of the others could also scan deep concerning what she might have done in Lamar's presence. Nosferatu etiquette frowned on the deep reading of colony servants as very bad form, and when Nosferatu etiquette frowned, the frown was implacable, dangerous, and could carry the terrible threat of separation and expulsion. If Victor was up in the hills, searching the city for something, Julia wanted to know why and what he might be looking for, but even she was not prepared to face the towering rage, no doubt augmented by the equal disapproval of Lupo, Dahlia, and the others, that would result if he ever found out she had done such a thing. No, not Mulholland. Can you think of anywhere else in the hills with a good view and also a measure of seclusion? There's the old Max Reiser place. You mean Max Reiser the director? Lamar nodded again, not taking his eyes from the road. That's right, Miss Julia, the director from the old silent picture days. Although Lamar essentially knew much about the true nature of his employers, he couldn't be expected to grasp that Julia, although she might appear to be in her early 20s, had a full and personal knowledge of the old silent picture days. Lamar continued, the estate's nothing more than a collection of overgrown ruins, but if you walk up through the grounds to the far end, once you come out of the trees you can see just about everything. You sound as if you know it well. Lamar's face was impassive. I make a mental note of such things, miss. Lamar's guarded thoughts let slip a brief indication of something buried in the past and related to the old Reiser place that was less than savory, but again Julia didn't pry. No taboo prohibited probing a human thrall for information about his own past, but it did tend to generate discontent. For the time being, they needed Lamar, although she was coming to suspect that maybe he was perhaps a little too well aware of his value to the colony. With the conversation at an end, Julia returned to the deep leather seats in the back of the limo. Now they were on a paved, county-maintained road and the sway was minimal. On a whim, she took a chilled split of champagne from the car's icebox, popped the cork, and drank from the bottle, taking a simple pleasure from the way the bubbles tickled the back of her nose. She smiled to herself and shook her head. The bubbles couldn't help but provoke a cavalcade of memories. How many damned gallons of champagne had she consumed over the years, and what infinite number of bubbles had tickled the back of her nose through her long and checkered existence. She had been the toast of so many towns, cities, palaces, and jungle camps, embassies, gulags, and strange secret military establishments. She had been plied with champagne in the hope of making her pliable by German actors, SS generals, KGB commissars, Central American hawk colonels, and CIA spooks hot out of Langley, Virginia. Poisoned dwarfs, Latin lovers, and Nordic supermen had all tried to seduce her with champagne, with varying degrees of success. The great Che Guevara, during a visit to East Germany before going to his death in the high jungles of Bolivia, had at least had enough red Cuban finesse to try it with proletarian rum and coke. Back in those bleak East Berlin nights, she had pondered whether she should bring Guevara through the change and make him one of them. After considerable thought, she decided against tampering with his human destiny, although, in hindsight, it might not have been such a bad idea. A decade or more later, and on another, much more agreeable continent, she had wondered the same about Warren Beatty, but also rejected that idea. In Beatty's case, it hadn't been a question of destiny. In her estimation, the promiscuous movie star would have simply made a very tedious Nosferatu. Brandon Wales, on the other hand, might be a very different matter. While the champagne-triggered thought and recall was coursing through her mind, the limo had swung north off the western, residential end of Hollywood Boulevard and started threading its way into the hills, easing its imposing but impractical length up and around narrow hairpin streets until it finally came to a halt at the end of a gloomy cul-de-sac, overhung by wild and neglected trees. "This is it, Miss Julia. This is the riser place. The rest of the way has to be on foot." Julia nodded and indicated that he should open the door for her. Stepping out, Julia found that the limo was drawn up before a set of heavy, wrought iron gates that in their prime must have been pure Hollywood Gothic. Even now, rusted and hanging from their hinges, they still retained a certain style. All they needed was a layer of fake mist, Bela Lugosi, and Vampira, and Ed Wood would have had the basis for an entire motion picture. Plan 9 from Outer Space was filmed in much more humble surroundings. At some point in the past, someone had attempted to secure the gates with a heavy padlock and a length of chain, but it had been a futile effort. The gates had long been forced apart, so just about any normal-sized human could slip through. Julia approached the gates but didn't enter. She glanced back at Lamar, who was standing deferentially beside the car. "Why did no one ever buy this place and build on it?" Lamar shook his head. "I don't know, ma'am. Maybe some legal problem. Back in the 50s, Reiser was suspected of being a communist. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Because he'd been against Hitler. I don't know. I just read it somewhere. Maybe in a magazine." Julia would have liked to put Lamar in his place by telling him that she had known Reiser and also met Hitler, but she refrained. "So what goes on in here now? Kids sneak in to make out and get high, and weirdos do stuff in the dark. I'm sure there's nothing for you to worry about, Miss Julia. Although I'll walk with you, if you want." Julia treated Lamar to a moderately withering look. "Lamar, the last thing I need is an escort. Why don't you just sit in the car and read Hustler, or something?" Lamar looked at her bleakly. "I don't read Hustler, Miss Julia." Julia made a mental note as she walked away from the car. Something might have to be adjusted in Lamar. The human was getting uppity. She ducked under the chain and slipped through the gap between the gates and then, once inside, stood very still and carefully took stock. She was in no mood for surprises. The grounds of the Reiser estate, as Lamar had predicted, proved overgrown and chaotic, desolate but at the same time full of vigorous nocturnal life. The ground was covered in a carpet of leaves that rustled and moved with small night creatures. All the things normally unseen by humans, but obvious to Julia's undead senses: insects, rodents, lizards, and snakes, small predators like cats and raccoons, whispered about their moonlit business. In the air and in the trees, bats fluttered and squeaked, while owls and other night birds watched and waited to swoop. For some inexplicable reason, an armadillo was sleeping, half buried, dug down in the loam and dead leaves. It woke and sensed her, exchanging an amicable flash of the traditional kinship between armadillo and Nosferatu. How it came to be there was a puzzle that Julia couldn't even attempt to solve. Was it an escaped exotic pet, or had it somehow traveled there from Texas? She had more important things to occupy her mind and time, however. She sensed humans were there too. Humanity had certainly left its own layer of detritus. In addition to the rubble, cracked paving, rusting metal, and broken statues of the estate itself, soda bottles, beer cans, plastic snack wrappers, used condoms, and even discarded articles of clothing, formed their own archaeological strata, proving that all kinds of individuals habitually used the place as a midnight playground for games and dramas best acted out under cover of darkness. Right at that moment, Julia could detect at least 4 couples either in the throes of lovemaking, relishing the aftermath, or commencing their foreplay. 2 males pawed at each other in the undergrowth with auras of throbbing fuchsia. A teenage couple gave off a halo of carmine juvenile lust, while the other 2 pairs were too far away to make out gender and intent without a serious reading, and as with the armadillo, Julia didn't have the time or inclination. She was also aware of a prowling peeper, whose stealthy miasma of olive-drab emotions revealed him as poisonously crippled by psychotic self-loathing. He lay prone, furtively watching those having sex through a mail-order nightscope. As Julia first spotted him, he was moving away from the two males in the direction of the teenagers, manipulating himself as he crawled closer to his new target. For an instant, she wondered if she should do everyone a favor and use this techno-pervert for a fast snack and be done with him, but then something over on her left, in the ruins of what must have once been the main house, preempted her interest. A group of 5 humans, 3 females, 2 males, were huddled together in the ruins in an attitude of extreme concentration. As far as she could tell, through the thickness of a broken wall of earthquake-damaged brickwork and crumbling plaster, they were in their teens or early 20s and crouched around a small fire. Scanning deeper, she discovered they were at the commencement of what, in their ignorance, they believed was an occult ritual. She all but spat. Stupid little morons. Seemingly plenty of these quasi-mystic charades went on in this place, evidenced by the graffiti of pentagrams, Kabbalistic symbols, the stylized Eye of Horus, the anarchist A in a circle, and neo-Nazi swastikas, daubed with spray cans and magic markers, along with the more predictable gang tagging. Taken as a whole, it was quite enough for Julia's irritation to get the better of her. Human interference in what they could never understand inevitably ended in trouble. These idiots are going to get enough occult to last them a lifetime. Her unbuttoned, ankle-length coat flowed behind her like the wings of a cape as she turned and angrily walked in the direction of the ruins. If she had not already had enough reason to feel it incumbent upon her to teach these sorry creatures a lesson, another factor would have absolutely decided her. As she moved nearer the ruins, she detected something else there with them. A small, frightened, and angry domestic cat was penned up in plastic pet carrier, and she could only assume it was to be killed as a nonsensical sacrifice at the peak of their unwholesome little drama. Julia liked cats. She enjoyed their recognition that they were part of the great conspiracy of night beings, and, yes indeed, she would take the time to put her on these would-be cat torturers. She might have come here to summon Gladriel Faulkner, but Gladriel Faulkner wasn't going anywhere. A mid-cycle half-moon had just risen above the broken walls of the main ruin, and Julia cast just the softest of dark shadows as she moved silently toward the group of squatting humans. She rounded a buttress that had been partially reduced to rubble and had her first single-sight vision of them. They crouched close together, as she had previously perceived, 3 females, 2 males, t-shirts, flannel plaid, and blue jeans. One of the boys wore a leather bike jacket with the name of a well-known death metal band daubed across the back. These were the rejects of the juvenile wasteland, attempting to inject some spurious demonic gris-gris grandeur of their own painfully limited imagining into an otherwise hope-devoid existence. They squatted on what must have once been the floor of a large reception room in the now skeletal mansion, and they had enclosed themselves in a large, if crude, whitewashed pentacle inside a decidedly lopsided circle. What Julia had assumed was a fire was in fact a collection of candles placed together at the center of the pentacle, and other candles had also been positioned at the 5 points of the star and where the lines of its design intersected. The boy in the leather jacket was reading from a dog-eared paperback of the Barnes edition of the Necronomicon, mumbling and slurring on the ancient language until it was all but unrecognizable. N-I-yish. Shamash Kaptulu. Tomatunu N-I-yish. Marduk, Gimri Lu Tomatunu. It was a protective ritual against those who assail in the night. Plainly it wasn't working, insofar as it did nothing to keep Julia away. Quite the opposite, in fact. It had, in a weirdly mundane way, brought Julia to them and sealed their personal doom. The first to become aware of her was a girl in fatigue pants, abstract tattoos, and an oversized Stone Temple Pilots t-shirt, and with considerable silver and stainless steel body piercing, including a stud through her tongue. Julia had heard it was a sexual thing, but it seemed, even to her, a little extreme. The girl turned and stared directly at Julia with stoned, scarcely comprehending eyes, and her mouth fell open in close to slow motion. The silver tongue stud flashed as she reacted. Uh-oh. The boy in the leather jacket stopped reading, and he and the others looked at the girl. It didn't occur to them to turn and see Julia. Like, uh-oh what? The girl gestured to where Julia waited in the shadows. Like. I think, you know, things just took a turn for the really unreal. Now Julia stepped forward, into the light perception of their limited vision, and the other four finally turned to discover what the girl with the pierced tongue was staring at. Of course, Julia didn't let them see her as she really was. As far as these idiot kids were concerned, instead of a blonde, beautiful, and 100 times more stylish version of themselves, they were confronted by a towering, bat-winged, bare-breasted, she-devil from rock and roll hell, 8 feet tall, with pale coiling serpents for hair and eyes that glowed like windows into the ring of fire. The flowing duster serving as a prop to the illusion of wings, but the eyes of terror were purely Julia's own creation. Although the image was plucked straight from the teenager's own horror comic fantasies, she chilled their blood and all but stopped their hearts. The paperback Necronomicon dropped from the hands of the boy in the leather jacket. Oh, fuck. The other male looked at his companion with a fear so slowed by drugs that it had yet to be fully realized. I think, like, you really did it this time, Damien, man. Let them believe they had conjured her. The more confusion now, the better it would be later. The boy in the leather jacket, who appeared the meager leader of this sorry crew, looked away, hiding his face from the apparition of Julia as he spoke, but he at least had the idiotic courage to challenge her. You can't hurt us. The pentacle will protect us. Julia shook her head and took a step across the outer whitewashed circle. I don't think so. As she moved, the 5 young humans fell into a sluggish accord. Lacking any better idea, they simultaneously resolved that their only hope was to flee for their lives. Unfortunately for them, they had absolutely no idea of the speed of the being who confronted them, and just how ready Julia was for this mindlessly desperate attempt to save themselves. She moved with a velocity beyond the comprehension of any human. With a single power pass of her right hand, she froze the 2 boys, instantly arresting all brain activity to a vegetable stupefaction, save for the most basic motor functions. Half on their feet, the boys stumbled uncoordinatedly, collided with each other and fell sprawling. At the same time, one of the girls also crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, helplessly urinating on herself. Julia allowed a nanosecond to be mildly surprised. She'd done nothing to this young woman and she had seemingly fainted and lost bladder control all on her own, overwhelmed into catatonia by a combination of extreme shock, abject fear, and the 6 shots of tequila that she had ingested prior to the ceremony. The second of the 3 girls seemed to be made of sterner stuff. While Julia was incapacitating the boys, she managed to make it out of the circle, knocking over 2 candles in the process. Julia let her take a few futile paces, then directed her voice of command at the fugitive's back, you. The girl halted in her tracks, swaying unsteadily. Be still. The girl froze like a statue. Now just one young female remained, the one with the stud in her tongue, the one who had perceived Julia first and fruitlessly tried to alert the others. This one's reaction was hardly what Julia had expected. Instead of attempting to flee or otherwise save herself, she remained sitting, cross-legged and unmoving, staring up at Julia with a wide-eyed, almost hypnotized awe that transcended the mere fear of death. Have you come for me? Julia sighed. You humans have such a capacity for self-flattery. But we conjured you. Julia couldn't help but smile at the childish naivete. She dropped the she-devil illusion and appeared as she really was. Do I really look like something that could be conjured by such sorry creatures as yourselves? The girl bemusedly shook her head. I don't understand. I doubt you do, but you have precious little time left to worry about it. Julia leaned forward and grasped the underside of the girl's jaw with the spread thumb and fingers of her left hand. With deceptive gentleness, she raised the girl, unresisting, to her feet. The girl's only response was a weak breathless sound somewhere between a sigh and whimper. The jeweled sheath of the steel spike was pinned to the lapel of Julia's duster, and she swiftly drew it with her free right hand. Before the girl could panic, or otherwise snap out of her passive wonder, Julia stabbed the spike into her throat with the deft accuracy of long practice. She quickly put her lips to the wound, only to immediately recoil in revulsion, disgustedly spitting out the blood already in her mouth. Almost without thinking, she snapped the girl's neck with a twist of her wrist and let the body fall. Really, you kids are nothing short of nauseating. The girl's blood had been so polluted with a virtual pharmacopoeia of narcotics that it was beyond any metabolization. Little wonder she had stared at Julia so uncomprehendingly and submissively. She had been so completely out of her mind that not even the imminence of her own death could penetrate the looped haze as a matter of any great concern. Now she was finally and fatally penetrated in a whole different manner, and that was an end to her. Julia could hardly see that she would be any loss to the world. As Julia looked down at the one dead and three insensate adolescent humans, she realized with a flash of impatience that she'd now have to do something to disguise her leavings. She really should not allow herself to be so easily sidetracked. She had approached these idiots out of nothing more than idle curiosity and a compassion for the cat, and then, on a whim, she had succumbed to the inclination to feed off one of them, only to discover that her blood was so noxious that it wouldn't even pass as a trashy snack. When it came to cunning, however, Julia was never lacking. The simple but effective plan came almost fully formed, and she felt she might be permitted a moment of self-congratulation since it involved almost no effort on her part. She beckoned to the girl who remained standing a short distance away, still paralyzed and as immobile as a statue. "Come here, my dear." The girl turned with the unfocused stiffness of a zombie and walked slowly toward Julia. Enough of her brain remained to ask a single faltering question, although she had to move her mouth a number of times before she was able to utter the words. "Are you going to kill me?" Julia smiled and shook her head. "No, child, you are going to have a much more interesting future. I am going to give you some simple instructions, and I want you to carry them out exactly as I tell you. Do you think you can manage that?" "Yes. First you will find a telephone." "A telephone?" "That's right. There's a portable in my bag." Julia nodded. "Yes, there would be, wouldn't there? I suppose all junior Satanists have cell phones and beepers." Julia cut her off. She had no interest in hearing what this thing might have to say. "Just listen." "Are you listening?" "Yes. You will take out your little phone and you will call 911. When the operator answers, you will ask for police and ambulance. You will give the location here and then tell them that something terrible has happened and one of your friends is dead. You will give them no other details, just that something terrible has happened. And my friend is dead." Julia's voice was like frozen acid. "I believe you've got it." The girl continued to stand and stare, and Julia's voice crackled with impatience. She had no more time to waste on these fools. "So do it. There's nothing more, nothing to wait for." The girl reached for a leather purse that lay beside the pooling wax of one of the overturned candles. As she started rummaging, Julia turned and walked away. Julia couldn't be absolutely sure how the scenario would unfold, but she knew its approximate path. When the police arrived, the first girl would be dead, neck broken but with that odd wound in her throat. The remaining 4 boys and girls would be absolutely confused and babbling about the coming of a demon. They would not be believed, and most likely the boys, if not the girls as well, would be charged with second-degree murder, maybe first-degree, if the de thought a satanic cult trial would yield him media mileage. After a brief spotlight of TV courtroom glory, they would probably languish in institutions for the rest of their short wretched lives. And that would teach them to abuse felines. With the humans taken care of, Julia turned her attention to the cat in the carrier. She unfastened and opened the door, but the cat remained pressed against the back of the carrier, a puffball of stiffened fur and furious wary fear. Julia emitted a calming vibration and reached in to ease the cat out of the box. "Don't be afraid, little one, I'm not going to hurt you, and the nasty little humans have been rather cleverly neutralized, even if I do say it myself." Julia made it a rule never to scan the thoughts of cats. Their minds were so minuscule and complex, baffling in their single-minded strangeness, unlike dogs, horses, and wolves who could, almost without exception, be willingly bent to her will. She had expected that the cat, a white, robust, long-haired kitten, some 7 or 8 months old, with recognizable Persian ancestry, would instantly scoot away to take refuge in the nearest safe cover. Instead, to Julia's surprise, it immediately began to rub against her leg and purr loudly. Julia looked down at it and shook her head. "I know I just saved you from becoming an animal sacrifice, but bonding with me would be a very bad idea. Why don't you just run along about your business?" The cat, however, paid no heed. As Julia moved, making for the higher ground that had been her original objective, boots again moving silently over the dead leaves and human litter, the cat followed some 4 or 5 paces behind, waving its tail. When Julia emerged onto an open, sandy area of high ground, with a small and mostly destroyed Greek temple to one side, the definable summit of the Riser estate, the cat remained at a distance beside a defaced and damaged statue of Dionysius. It seemed to sense this was the time when Julia had to focus her concentration and banish all thoughts of cats or deranged human youths from her mind. Lamar had been completely right. This area of high ground really did provide an almost complete view of the city south of the hills. Out there, somewhere in the night, was Gladriel Faulkner, and now was the time to summon her. Julia's consciousness sank into a form of meditation, amassing all of her available power. It was a large area of geography spread below her, populated with a million minds, each creating its own band of interference. She would need all of her strength. She waited perhaps 10 seconds as her energies concentrated and compacted at the center of her being, then, at the moment she felt her car reach its charged apex, she lifted her head, and from deep in her diaphragm, driven by superhuman lungs, she let out a cry. It was a cry beyond the realm of speech, but it contained all the information that Gladriel Faulkner needed, plus an injunction to obey that could in no way be ignored or even delayed. In more than 10,000 years, only a handful of humans who had been the target of such a cry had lived or even retained their sanity, and Julia doubted that Gladriel Faulkner was going to join that lucky few. Somewhere near Larchmont, an orange pulse of energy rose reluctantly into the air like a tiny misshapen blimp, slowly rolled over and then lethargically dissipated. It was the sign for which Julia had been looking and hoping. It was her target's involuntary and unwilling response. The contact had been made with the first cry, and the Faulkner woman was now helpless to resist her. Her mind belonged to Julia, and she was the subject creature of her will. Julia smiled smugly and stretched like a contented predator. Yes, her plan was taking shape. While she was enjoying her own cleverness, however, Julia failed to notice another tiny blip of light that had danced into the air over West Hollywood, signaling that Elaine Dance had also intercepted the same call. Not that Julia, at that point in time, had the slightest clue who Elaine Dance might be, or indeed, if she had, would have cared in the slightest. Suddenly feeling drained from her exertion, she looked down at the cat. It seemed to have sensed that Julia's business was complete and it had moved up beside her. Julia frowned at the small animal. "And what are we going to do about you?" The cat regarded her with large eyes and stretched its neck slightly, raising its head. Julia blinked. "You really believe you want to come home with me?" The cat rubbed against her, and Julia leaned down to pick it up. "This home may not be quite what you're expecting." Ronkist winced as an agonizing shriek stabbed through his brain like a Cossack lance. Instantly in full defensive mode, he looked swiftly round the kitchen. The others appeared to be showing no ill effects. "Did any of you hear that?" Dahlia nodded. "Yes, Victor, but we were ready for it. What was it? Just Julia baying at the moon. Julia. She warned us all that she might be putting out a high-level cry sometime this evening and advised us to tune down accordingly. Ronquist was now fully dressed in a lightweight black suit and a burgundy silk shirt, and had only stopped in the residence's large kitchen to show his face while Lupo also prepared himself for the outside human world and brought the venerable Cadillac round from the garage. With Siegel away on his motorcycle and Julia out being driven somewhere by Lamar, the only members of the colony who remained were Dahlia, her sister Imogene, and the young Sada, and all three were gathered there, seated at the long, oak, farmhouse table. When confronted by the three females, Ronquist realized that a much better idea might have been to arrange with Lupo to meet him in the garage rather than have him bring the car round to the front door. The trio scarcely looked pleased to see their master, and most probably had a list of complaints and grievances that they wished to raise with him. Having forced himself to summon the not inconsiderable energy needed to get himself out of the place on 2 consecutive nights, he was in no mood to engage in some impromptu session of colony business. It wasn't only that the women of the colony were noticeably discontented. Lately, they had, even by the most extreme of standards, become decidedly strange, and confrontation with this was something else that he, right at that moment, would have been happy to avoid. He had pretty much been avoiding the situation for some time and thereby ducking the uncomfortable guilt that, as master, the growing strangeness was, if not actually his fault, at the very least something to which he needed to pay some attention. He understood that to delay action was only to compound the problem for a later day, but since coming to Los Angeles, he had never really felt himself in total control of what was going on around him. Did Julia by any chance tell you why she might be putting out a high-level cry? Another thing he didn't need right then was Julia courting yet another potential calamity by embarking on one of her dangerously harebrained adventures. Dahlia looked up at Ronquist with an expression that was only marginally on the positive side of contempt. When the fuck did Julia ever bother to explain to any us of what she might be doing? Lately Dahlia had taken to wearing the uniform of a 1930s parochial schoolgirl, complete to the tie, white knee socks and buckle shoes. In a bizarre way, the outfit lent her a definitive childish authority. At least this aberration was close to understandable. While Ronquist had been neglecting his duties as master, authority had been increasingly thrust upon Dahlia. Ronquist was a little surprised that Dahlia hadn't already turned around and actually started to challenge him for the mastery. Despite the perverse and deliberate way she maintained the form of a small child, the woman was one of the most powerful and determined Nosferatu he had ever encountered, and among the undead, where power and determination grew and flourished, ambition invariably followed. As an unquestionable natural leader, it would only be true to her nature and history for Dahlia to at least consider seizing power. Perhaps the only reason she didn't challenge him was that, in order to be master of the colony, she would have to age herself up to adulthood. Even she must realize that it would be just a little too diseased to have a colony run by an outwardly manifest little girl, even if she did array herself in formal school uniform. Ronquist, however, was in no mood to think about any contest for the mastery. His present mood was that, if Dahlia wanted it badly enough, she could have it. His head still rang painfully from late reverberations of Julia's cry. She could have also warned me. You were too busy lurking on the fucking battlements, Victor, conspiring with Lupo. For a long time, Dahlia had cultivated a foul-mouthed pattern of speech, replete with Anglo-Saxon expletives, doubtless because it was so paradoxically at odds with her apparently innocent image. She had also, of late, begun referring to the house's observation deck as the battlements, plainly likening the time Ronquist spent there to the traditional old-world undead, prowling the battlements of a Carpathian castle. For the sake of immediate peace and harmony, he decided to treat the reference as a joke. I don't lurk. Imogene, Dahlia's even more remote and eccentric sister, looked up from the small leather-bound notebook in which she was writing with an old-fashioned Parker fountain pen. The pen had a custom nib, so Imogen could inscribe the somewhat intricate calligraphy of the old language, and colony rumor claimed that the leather cover of the notebook, and the covers of all the other notebooks that had preceded it, were made from tooled and finished human skin, but no one, not even Ronquist, ever dared to touch one of Imogen's notebooks, so no one knew for sure. Actually, Victor, you do lurk. You lurk up on that observation deck like Hamlet's father's bloody ghost. In fact, lately, you do little else but lurk. For Imogen to talk directly to Ronquist in such a way, and with such a direct and reproachful tone, was a first. Just a few months ago, Imogen had been mute with everyone except her sister, and had walked around naked, save for a quantity of chiffon scarves and silver chains, led by Dahlia at the end of a dog leash. Lately, though, she had become more independently animated, and now she encased her corpse-thin body in form-fitting rubber and wrote copious poetry almost continuously. As Imogen spoke, Sada turned from the TV and looked at Ronquist as though she had not been previously aware of his being in the room. Julia didn't say what she was doing, but I don't doubt it's somehow related to the matter that's on everyone's mind. Sada lounged in front of the kitchen TV, unkempt in a less than clean sweatsuit. Her hair was dirty and her breath smelled of nicotine and old blood. Ever since they had arrived in LA, Sada had been exhibiting what, in a human, would have been diagnosed as chronic depression and acute self-image problems. Apart from a little perfunctory hunting, she had become a virtual shut-in. Although young, attractive, and vibrant when she wanted to be, and supposedly at the peak of her most raw powers, she seemed unmotivated to do anything but perpetually watch Mexican TV soap operas and chain-smoke unfiltered Pall Malls. Ronquist had, of course, known about her highly intimate relationship with Kinara, and it was possible Kinara's destruction had left Sada as lost and disorientated as he was. As to the matter that's on everyone's mind, Ronquist didn't have to ask. He was well aware even before Dahlia pointedly supplied the answer. You have to face reality, Victor. The colony is too small. We neither have the numbers nor diversity to be self-sustaining in the long term. With only 7 of us, the group dynamic is shot to shit and we barely have a fucking quorum for the high ceremonies. Ronquist sighed and wished that Lupo would arrive and give him an excuse to flee these females and their accusing undead eyes. I know I've been remiss, but... Dahlia cut him off, something that, back in New York, when he truly ruled the colony, would have been unthinkable. You've been mourning Kinara for 10 months and 17 fucking days, Victor. It's about time you shit-canned the grief and started to apply yourself to the reconstruction of this damned colony. And you can't go on ignoring the Darklost. You know better than anyone that unless she's dealt with, one way or the other, she can become a dangerous catalyst for all manner of trouble. Any Darklost is too unstable to be running round loose. Ronquist was taken completely off guard. He hadn't known about the Darklost until Lupo had supplied the information less than an hour ago, and now it seemed everyone in the colony had known except him. I haven't been ignoring her. I wasn't aware she even existed until Lupo just now told me. Dahlia looked openly disgusted. There was a time when you would have been the first to detect her. Sada used a remote to lower the volume of noisy TV Spanish. And what did Lupo tell you, Victor? There's a Darklost out there pining for Kinara. Dahlia shook her head. It's you she pining for now, Victor. She sees you as the only one who can bring her out of her half-world and save her from the miserable fucking void between humanity and us. Ronquist still tried to keep his tone light. Then maybe she should be the first one to be brought across and added to our number. Kinara seemed to approve of her. Sada lit a new cigarette off the last. Julia might have something to say about that. I mean, like, we really need more young females. Ronquist shrugged. If you don't want her to become one of us, then so be it, she will have to be killed. She could be brought across, if we also created a few fresh males. Ronquist sighed at the prospect. Young males. Dahlia took the cigarette from Sada's hand, dragged on it, and gave it back. I know they can be trouble, Victor, but you're hardly the type to be the master of a seraglio. Sada pouted in parody of a human sex object. And we are hardly odalisks, Victor, the kind to lie around all day in skimpy clothing and be brought live babies in a sack when we've been good girls. Ronquist was starting to feel as though he was under three-way attack. I need to think about this. Just as he was starting to believe that Lupo would never come and retreat was impossible, Imogene raised her head as though listening and finally laughed. I think you're saved for the moment from the complaints of we women, Victor. Lupo is outside with the car. Ronquist bemusedly shook his head. I have to go now, but I imagine this discussion will resume later. Dahlia nodded grimly. You can fucking count on it. In the kitchen doorway, Ronquist hesitated, then he turned and looked back at Dahlia. Have you really counted the days since Kennaro left us? Dahlia smiled nastily and shook her head. No, Victor darling, I made up the numbers, but you got the point, didn't you? Chapter 3. A burly and spectacularly tattooed doorman in a t-shirt promoting the movie Scream 2 was standing formidably, lording it over a tatty velvet rope, in the dimly lit doorway next to a transient fleabag called the Leader Hotel on the extremely wrong end of Hollywood Boulevard, well to the west of Vine. He was all that indicated the Rat Club even existed. The club prided itself that it had never resorted to anything as gauche as even the most modest of signs. Why, with an entire city from which to choose, the Nosferatu called Julia had selected somewhere like the Rat Club as the venue for her meeting with this Faulkner woman was a total mystery to Elaine Dance, but ever since her first rendezvous with the late and lamented Kennara, she had learned to never try to second-guess the undead. She simply started looking for a parking space, ready to see what might happen next. Elaine had never previously been to the Rat Club, but she knew that it was something of a grimy Hollywood rock and roll institution. For over 2 decades, since the days of Darby Crash and the Germs, it had been the sleazy epicenter of the LA school of stained underwear guitar thrash. Punk preserved in amber. Perhaps its designation as the trysting place between Miss Julia and Gladriel Faulkner was some arcane piece of Nosferatu humor, and maybe a more practical point would be revealed once she got inside. Elaine Dance found a parking space barely a block and a half from the club and eased the Mustang into it. As she shut off the engine, she looked at her watch. It was just 2 minutes before midnight, 2 minutes before the appointed time for Gladriel Faulkner. Elaine didn't doubt that the woman was already waiting in the club. She engaged the security devices, climbed out of the car, and started walking. It was not one of the city's most savory blocks, and a group of what were euphemistically known as urban youth on the opposite sidewalk, faceless beneath the hoods of their bulky anoraks, and alerted by the clack of Elaine's stiletto heels, stared at her as though pondering crossing the street to hassle and perhaps rob. Doubtless, later in the night, in the wake of Last Call for Alcohol, they would be preying on the more drunken of the Rat Club's patrons. Elaine drew herself up to her full height and walked determinedly on. She always operated on the street principle that if you didn't look like a victim you would most likely be left alone. The junior gangsters did exchange glances, but by that time, she was into the safety orbit of the bouncer, and their window of criminal opportunity was gone. As she approached the doorway, the bouncer barred her way, informing her that there was a $10 cover. Accordingly she fumbled a bill from her bag and handed it to him. I'll also need to see some ID. Elaine could hardly believe this. It was nuisance, but at the same time quite flattering. You really think I look underage? The bouncer had heard it all before. I don't make the rules. She held up her driver's license for the bouncer's cursory inspection. Having read her date of birth, he stepped aside without a word and Elaine was free to enter. Exterminate all rational thought. The words, followed by the crash of the 4-piece band slamming on the beat in unison, hit her like a physical force, even though they were at the other end of the club, down a flight of a half-dozen steps that led from the bar to the dance floor and bandstand. Although Elaine was a newcomer to the Rat Club, the interior, with its taint of bugs, beer, vomit, and teen spirit, was infinitely familiar. Another black dungeon of rock and roll damage, decorated, if such a term could be used, with neon Budweiser signs and old posters, some of the oldest and most nicotine yellow going all the way back to Suicide and the Banshees and the Angry Samoans. Exterminate all rational thought. The lyrics of the song seemed to consist of the same four words bellowed repeatedly each time the band hit a pause in the frenetic 16 to the bar pulse that owed so direct a debt to Iggy and the Stooges that it could never metaphysically be paid. Elaine must have been in dozens of places like the Rat Club since her high school days and was amazed how little the supposed cutting edge of youth really changed through the decades. She looked around to see if she could pick out Gladriel Faulkner. The exercise took all of 7 seconds. An overweight figure in a turban and a tent-like velvet dress, with a heavy crystal suspended between her ample breasts and clutching a large patchwork bag, sat unhappily in the farthest corner of the bar with a bottle of Evian in front of her. She was drawing stares from the young trendsetters in black trench coats who mimickingly crossed themselves or made two-finger gestures to ward off the evil eye, at the same time sniggering and whispering, "Stevie Nicks, Stevie Nicks." Oh yes, the young were cruel to any who didn't conform to their constantly shifting tribal code. Exterminate all rational thought. Fortunately Elaine, having utilized items from her professional wardrobe, including a short leather skirt, long leather boots, fishnets, and an almost sheer blouse, made it under the wire fashion-wise and drew no unwanted stares, despite being somewhat older than the majority of the patrons. The reason that the Nosferatu called Julia had ordered the meeting at the Rat Club was now abundantly clear. It was obviously intended as a form of introductory torture, letting the unfortunate woman sweat in an alien and hostile environment while she fearfully awaited Julia's arrival. It was now 10 minutes past 12, Julia was late and would probably be later. Although Kinara had loved Elaine, she had also made it clear to her that the undead had a strong cat and mouse side to their nature. Exterminate all rational thought. A prolonged cacophony that finally ground to a halt indicated the tune had finished, but the band received little more than a smattering of desultory applause. This, in turn, provoked the vocalist to start abusing the audience with considerable vitriol. Even this elicited little response beyond a few cries of "fuck off," and Elaine could only reflect that maybe that was the one thing that had changed since her times at CBGB. The paying customers had become so inured to loud disorganized bedlam that they were no longer able to raise any great degree of enthusiasm. Elaine was left no more time, however, to ponder the state of contemporary rock and roll. Just as the band began another so-called tune, a figure that could only be Julia walked into the club. Even though she was dressed in a dark drab duster coat, her upright posture, her look of confident superiority, and the way the upturned coat collar framed her white blonde hair left no doubt. Kinara had given off the same tangible power that emanated from this woman, as palpable as hard radiation. Heads turned, although most of them probably assumed she was a celebrity of some kind, except celebrities usually came with an entourage, and this Julia was alone, save for a small white cat that she cradled in her crooked arm. Despite the noise of the band and the milling crowd, the cat seemed perfectly relaxed, and Elaine could only assume that the animal was completely under Julia's influence. In a certain respect, Elaine envied the cat. That was very much the way it had been with her and Kinara. Kinara had been able to generate a cocoon of calm and comfort for Elaine's protection, seamless and enveloping, better than any drug known to street or pharmacy. Little doubt existed that Elaine was the only person in the Rat Club who knew what Julia really was. Perhaps Gladriel Faulkner had some idea, but she was too entrapped to be able to understand or perceive clearly. Also she would have to accept that the undead really existed. As Kinara had told Elaine more than once, our greatest protection is that so few humans believe in us. For a moment, Elaine almost giggled, wondering what would happen if she suddenly pointed to Julia and screamed "vampire," at the top her lungs. Then the urge to giggle ceased. The first thing that Julia would do would probably be to kill her, if only, as Kinara had also repeatedly instructed her, because the word vampire was the Nosferatu equivalent of the worst of human ethnic slurs. Elaine had to fight down her nerves and quickly to become serious. Julia was walking directly toward her. Should she say something? Make herself known? She decided no, mainly because she could feel her courage failing. Watch and wait and assess the situation. She took a step back, and Julia passed without even noticing her, heading directly for Gladriel Faulkner. As Julia approached the bar, a kid on the bar stool next to Faulkner quickly stood up and then looked thoroughly confused as to why he was on his feet. Meanwhile, Julia had taken the stool and had started whispering urgently to Faulkner. Faulkner's face remained blank for some seconds, and then she began to violently shake her head. Julia leaned close and said something else and, immediately, a look of the most complete terror Elaine Dance had ever seen came over Gladriel Faulkner's face. As one, both she and Julia rose to their feet and started for the door. Faulkner's face had blanked again. This time, though, it was a slack zombie blank, as though Julia had her under complete control, confirmed by the fact that Julia stayed close and tight to her, steering her through the crowd, a hand on her arm maintaining contact, as though worried she might again attempt to resist or protest. Elaine decided this had to be the time. She was in the same room with not only an Nosferatu, but an Nosferatu from Kinara's actual colony. Whatever the risk, she had to speak to her. If she didn't, she would never forgive herself. She moved quickly to intercept Julia and Faulkner, and by a near miracle, she found her voice. "Julia, you don't know me, but..." Lupo sat foursquare and solid behind the wheel of the vintage Cadillac DeVille and talked as he drove, choosing his words carefully in the muted green light reflected from the dashboard instruments. Ronquist recognized how well the situation suited him. The car totally matched Lupo's heavy double-breasted suit and the fedora that was tilted forward to conceal his undead eyes. Lupo may have been something of an anachronism here on the brink of the millennium, but he had certainly adapted well to the first half of the 20th century. As they drove toward Beverly Hills, Ronquist remembered the stories of how Bugsy Siegel had tried to hire Lupo to kill Benito Mussolini, and looking at him now, he found them totally believable. Apparently, after some consideration, Lupo had regretfully declined. To travel to Italy in wartime, without finding himself accidentally exposed to sunlight, was too close to logistically impossible, and Duce had survived long enough to be hung from a street lamp by an angry mob. Lupo seemed to have decided that Ronquist was in need of some old-fashioned masculine counseling and, for all Ronquist knew, he might be right, so he did nothing to stop the somewhat ponderous flow. The temptation to brood is deep in all our natures. Ronquist nodded. I'm well aware of that. What you need, Don Victor, is to engage the enemy. Are you suggesting an adventure? Adventures are good. They are a very effective method of redefining the essential difference between a leader and an administrator. You think I'm becoming an administrator? I think you are overly beset by the bickering of females. They're doing more than just bickering. They're not going to stop until we enlarge the colony. You should be riding through the night at the head of your boyars, blood-red ribbons tied to your sabers. Not trying to keep a gaggle of women happy. The interior of the 49 DeVille had a kind of solid and comfortable security, and Ronquist was relieved to be away from the residence with Lupo beside him. Lupo, my dear old friend, you are absolutely right. That's what young Siegel is doing in his own way, riding with his motorcyclists. You think he's doing the right thing. At least he's out in the wind and the night. Having adventures. I'm sure. In his own style. More adventures than me. Lupo slowed for a red light. You said it, Don Victor. Perhaps we are right now embarking on an adventure. The light turned green and Lupo eased down on the gas. Lupo even drove majestically. We can only hope. Lupo and Siegel had hunted together in New York and formed at least a conditional bond. Certainly Lupo knew the grotesque better than anyone else in the colony. Ronquist looked questioningly at him. You think Siegel and his motorcycle is something that should be encouraged? I don't think it should be discouraged. He runs risks surrounding himself with so much human company. Lupo shrugged. His motorcyclists are no different than many of the soldiers we have commanded in our time. You see them as soldiers. Of a kind, Don Victor. You think we may have need of soldiers. One never knows when they might prove useful. Lupo gestured ahead through the Cadillac's windshield, pointing to a black monolithic building on the left-hand side of the street. That is our target for tonight. Very soon we should have an idea if soldiers will be required in this endeavor. Orton Gast took a final look around his office. The fax machine was on and the computer was off. Passwords were in place and all sensitive material tidily encrypted. Visually nothing had changed. The plaques honoring him and the framed photographs of himself with celebrities, movie stars, even Nancy Reagan, all dedicated to the wonder of Orton Gast, were still in place on the ego wall, just as they had been when he'd come in at 8:15 that morning. The big desk was as dominating as always, the ficus tree, the orchids under glass, and the tank of exotic saltwater reef fish all flourished, and the pile on the carpet was as luxurious as ever. What had changed was the atmosphere. This morning, business had been good, the problems had been routine, and the day had seemed golden. The office had been a place of safety in success. No rocks had been visible in the road ahead and no bandits showed on the radar, and then, just as the sun was going down over the ocean, Marcus DeRisque had walked in, unwanted and uninvited, and completely destroyed Gast's day and possibly all his days for weeks and months to come. He had listened to Marcus for something in excess of an hour, and at the end of it, he was unshakably convinced, and more than a little frightened, that Marcus was moving resolutely into what could only be described as a major psychotic episode. Gast knew, when this happened with Marcus, very little that could be done except hold on tight, let it run its course, and pray to the gods of hustlers and gamblers that not too much material damage would be done along the way. For a long time, Gast had fully, although maybe a little wishfully, believed that he had Marcus under control. The scare in the Yucatan had seriously deterred Marcus from any more games with those deep-buried forces, the uncontrollable powers from the different dark realities that Gast knew existed but, on a day-to-day basis, tried to pretend were figments of delusion and fantasy. Back in the USA, the establishment and growth of the primary church of the apogee had taken up all of their time. Then success and money had come, and for Marcus a whole new kind of mass media adulation in which he had taken plenty of time to bask. For a while, Gast had started to believe that maybe life was now so plush and rewarding for Marcus DeRisque that he had put aside his fascination for quests into unknown occult realms and for delving into potential mystic horror. Seemingly, if this had ever been true, it was no longer the case. The conversation had made it very plain that Marcus had grown bored with comfort and security and once more wanted to roll the sorcerer's malevolent dice. The gist of the discussion, in a nutshell, was that Marcus, now approaching 60, had started to consider his own death and, being Marcus, was casting around for ways of beating the rap. In truth, the discussion was more of a monologue, with Marcus dominating the conversation but, at the same time, being so purposely oblique that no clear picture really emerged. Gast might not have felt so close to panic if he had gleaned any impression that Marcus intended to hole up in Alchemist's laboratory and attempt to find the elixir of youth, but he knew DeRisque too well for that. The way of the alchemist was too messy and far too solitary for him. Marcus liked both shortcuts and an audience. In that, he had more in common with the sleight-of-hand conjurer than the painstaking researcher. It might have been possible to dismiss Marcus as a dilettante, except dilettantes were never that latently diabolic. The idea that Marcus had partially described to him, but very deliberately allowed Gast's own paranoia to fill in many of the details, seemed to be that Marcus believed, somewhere out there in the lowering regions that Gast, unless forced, refused to think about, lurked entities who wanted nothing better than free and invited access to the realm of human mortality. Essentially, and what made Gast almost sick to his stomach, was that Marcus wanted to restart the cycle of ritual that had blown up in their faces down in the Yucatan, only this time carrying it through to its logical conclusion. Seemingly Marcus had managed firmly to convince himself that he now had both the power and expertise to fully control the process. According to Marcus' semi-stated belief, the end of the ritual would be to open a portal for the being known as the Great Thulhu. In return for the favor, Thulhu would bestow immortality and unimaginable power on Marcus and his designated cohorts. The recently introduced rituals of the Nine were only the thin end of this monstrous wedge, with which Marcus had decided he could pry open the multidimensional universe like a great celestial can of worms. At this point, Gast had been forced to splutteringly interrupt. "Hold on there a minute, pal. Thulhu, the great squid-headed demon who's supposed to be confined in the undersea city of Arlai? That's pure H.P. Lovecraft, Marcus. It's fiction. Even I know that." His protest didn't seem to faze Marcus in the slightest. That was just the name Lovecraft took from Abdul al-Hazred, the mad Arab. He may have used Thulhu in a fictional context, but that doesn't mean that Thulhu doesn't exist, or that it doesn't also go by 1,000 other names. And Arlai? It's merely a metaphor for the Great Old One's current inability to enter this realm. So Thulhu doesn't really slumber in some lost city under the Pacific. Nothing is that literal. Gast let out a long breath and tried to get a calmer grip on the situation. "Okay, so let's assume that this Thulhu really exists and you are able to let it loose into this world. Isn't it going wreak untold havoc and destruction? You really think you can control the damage?" Marcus had stared hard at Gast, using all of the not inconsiderable and practiced power of his compelling eyes. "Orton. Please, don't use the eyeball whammy on me, Marcus. We've known each other much too long for that. But think, Orton. If we're immortal, why should we care what damage might be done?" That was possibly the moment when Gast had felt the most chilled and the most convinced that a precipice had just opened in front of him. Immortal? Marcus now wanted a way to live forever. It was worse than Gast had imagined. If Marcus was of a mindset that the entire world could go to hell just as long as he came out of it with a chance of immortality, no real grounds could be used as a basis for reasoning with him. This was megalomania on the quantum scale. Still replaying the conversation in his mind, Gast left his office and walked toward his private elevator. His most obvious first move would have to be to talk to Philippa, although how much she might now be able to help him rein in Marcus was debatable. Marcus' rapid and public elevation of Terra Swirling, the current and public mistress, to a position of high influence within the apogee, was nothing short of an open slight to Philippa. If the Derisk's estrangement was that advanced, it might be that co-opting her to help drum some sense into Marcus would yield more harm than good. Marcus was more than sufficiently pig-headed to do something just because his ex-consort told him not to. If anyone could get Marcus to change his mind about this grandiose and unnerving scheme, it might be Terra Swirling herself. The trouble was that, whenever Gast was around Swirling, she left him with the impression that she barely tolerated him, and then only because he was so inseparably and continuingly vital to the material status quo. He had little idea how even to approach her, let alone form an alliance. He might, at a stretch of the imagination, be able to put the fear of darkness into her with tales of what had happened previously in Santa Cruz and the Yucatan. Maybe that would convince her that Marcus was going in a direction that could only result in a catastrophe that would chip even her nail polish, but right at that moment, he didn't have a clue where or how to start. Terra hadn't been in Santa Cruz or in the Yucatan, and probably wasn't even able to conceive just how far Marcus Derisk could go when the mood took him. Gast's private elevator ran from the 12th floor to the ground, basement, and sub-basements without any stops on the intermediate floors, and allowed Gast to come and go without anyone taking note or knowing his movements and, most important of all, seizing the moment to engage him in unwanted conversation. A section of the night cleaning crew was working near the elevator doors and, as he hit the call button, some of the Latino cleaners paused in their polishing and vacuuming to glare at him with scarcely covered hostility. He knew they were still bitter about the violence that had been meted out to them when, a year or so earlier, they had attempted to organize a union. Maybe Fromm and his moonlighting cop goons had gone a little too far with the negative reinforcement of their boots and nightsticks, but at the time, a sudden hike in building maintenance costs would have wrecked the corporation's short-term cash flow. So let the bastards glare at him. Most of them were little more than quasi-legal immigrants with green cards that would bear no close inspection, and if the muttering and dirty looks ever escalated to something more serious, he could always put in a call to the inns. Plenty more where they came from. The elevator doors opened and Gast stepped inside. The concealed speakers were playing an ambient piece by Brian Eno from back in the mid-80s. Gast was very particular about the music that was played in and around the building, and even to telephone callers waiting on hold. The Apogee was not the kind of operation that could content itself with Barry Manilow via some piped-in easy-listening radio station. The music was an important part of the overall message, and the hand-picked, pre-programmed selection covered a spectrum that ranged from Philip Glass to humpbacked whales, but completely eliminated soft new age and hard rock as having too much of their own agenda. By now, Hudson, his driver, would have the white Mercedes waiting in front of the building, so Gast hit the button for the lobby. The doors whispered closed, cutting him off from the sullen brown faces of the cleaners, and the elevator started to descend, leaving the reproach of the minimum wage help behind, but carrying the rest of his troubles down with him. As he walked out into the smoggy and somewhat oppressive night, he noticed with some satisfaction that the sidewalk shills were hard at work, clean-cut young men and women in crisp white shirts, and dark slacks and skirts, striking up conversations with those who paused in front of the building, and persuasively talking the undecided inside. The main building on Santa Monica Boulevard had only modest pedestrian traffic passing it, so the sidewalk shills were employed more out of a sense of tradition than for any real economic advantage. The sidewalk operation was more profitable at the smaller showroom at Hollywood and Las Palmas where tourists, particularly the Japanese, were hustled shamelessly to take the initial evaluation encounter, the trick with the computer terminals, the subliminals, and the psychological response that sorted the potential sheep from the impossible goats. With those who responded, it also became the first stage of the mechanism that would lead to an eventual maximized control of the subject. Even on Hollywood Boulevard, though, the income from this kind of walk-up was a fairly minimal part of the Apogee's overall revenue. In these modern times, the TV commercials, internet sites, and the disguised rehab centers were a swifter and far more cost-effective means of recruiting, but Gast knew he would never remove the sidewalk shills, if only to remind him of his humble origins and shuck and jive beginnings. The Mercedes was waiting just where he expected it, and Hudson, his longtime chauffeur, stood ready in his uniform. The street directly in front of the Apogee headquarters was, in fact, a red, no parking zone, but his Mercedes and Marcus and Philippa's various cars had a special dispensation from the cops and were never ticketed. As he crossed the sidewalk, Gast felt in his pocket for the prescription bottle of Valium that was always with him. He would take a couple as soon as he was in the car. 20 milligrams of diazepam, chased by a stiff scotch when he got home, would hopefully poleaxe him sufficiently so he wouldn't have to think about Marcus and his games with Thulhu for a full 8 hours. Gast was only a few paces from the car, and Hudson was already opening the door for him, when a large, black, two-door Cadillac, an old but beautifully maintained 49 or 50 DeVille, like something that could have belonged to the Corleone family, pulled up some 2 car lengths behind the Mercedes, the driver apparently assuming that he was as immune to tickets as Gast was, or perhaps simply not caring. For a moment, Gast stood stock still, his first and totally irrational thought that he was about to be the victim of an old-fashioned mob hit, and as 2 men, dressed in black and with unnaturally pale faces, got out of the car, he all but panicked. When he saw that they carried no guns, his fear changed in context, but in no way diminished. Even though the 2 men were paying him absolutely no attention, for some reason he was unable to explain, he didn't want to be anywhere near them. He dived quickly into the Mercedes. "Get me home, Hudson. Get me home as fast as you can. Exterminate all rational thought." Julia took in the Rat Club in a single glance and found it to be everything that she had expected. She'd never visited this place before, but she had haunted many similar joints in Lower Manhattan while running with Kurt Carfax, before he had fatally and finally challenged Victor and Victor had finished him. It was all totally familiar. Marilyn Manson on the jukebox. A band blasting its collectively unfocused anger and fear of the silence on the stage at the far end. Julia smiled to herself. Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make. Exterminate all rational thought. One table in the bar area was even occupied by a hunched group of the wannabe undead. These were a fairly new phenomenon. A fresh permutation of the punk gothic school of streetlight fancy who had allowed themselves to become so overwhelmed with their costumes that they now yearned to be a pallid approximation of what they imagined Nosferatu might be, even to the point of adorning themselves with false fangs and engaging in mild sexual blood fetishism. Of the 5 black-clad figures in the dark booth, she gleaned from their somewhat vodka-blurred brains that 2 of them had actually drunk blood in some perverse invented ritual. The other 3 were tempted and also, to some extent, being peer-pressured to do the same, but had so far refrained, fearing that some nameless change might occur in them once they took that step. Play on, little humans, dream as you may. You have no inkling of what true Nosferatu majesty is all about. Blood is merely peripheral, fools. The true basis is power, elemental power in its most naked form, something that you will almost certainly never know. The business with the fake fangs was quaint enough to be actually funny. No one in the colony retained the retractable fangs except Lupo, the arch-traditionalist. The steel spikes they all carried were far more efficient. What next, she wondered. Phony Romanian accents. "I want to drink your blood." Julia had observed others like these before, the first time on an illicit visit to New Orleans just prior to the time of feasting. Ronquist had forbidden her to go, since it technically violated the carefully worked-out treaty between the Manhattan colony and the Creole clan that ruled the bayou mists of that baroque, laissez-faire city. Julia had ignored Victor and gone anyway, on a carefully timed Delta Airlines night flight, and she had discovered that the place more than lived up to its reputation. Way down yonder in New Orleans, these fashionable faux vampires, Julia used the word advisedly and with contempt, were a little more organized than their cousins in L.A. They had gone so far as to form a secret society called Les Enfants du Sang, and had, for a while, been totally exploited by a Ronin outcast Nosferatu who had used the name Icarius, until the creature had been nailed out in the sun by Cassidy, the notorious loner and wandering iconoclast, one of the few unpolished hobo diamonds left among the undead. At the time, she had supposed such humans were basically harmless, and this Hollywood variation in no way caused her to revise that opinion, except they did seem to be spreading, like a nightclub disease vector, at a quite unexpected rate. Of course, the great irony was that so much of this scarcely plausible cult was a dependent result of the best-selling books of Charlotte Mays. Although the million or so humans who bought the books didn't know it, a bizarre full circle of truth had been established. Charlotte Mays was in fact the nom de plume of Kinara, who had created the novels in a short, 4-month orgy of cerebral overkill in the library of the New York residence. Victor, with an eye always on the colony's material well-being, had then marketed the books, even going so far as to recruit a bohemian, out of work, Valium-addicted human actress to play the role of Charlotte Mays in public. Julia had not, however, come to this place to conduct a social study of the aberrations of turn-of-the-century youth, or observe the social impact of the late Kinara's elaborate literary joke. Gladriel Faulkner's unhappily guttering aura awaited her at the corner of the bar. She moved quickly through the crowd, cradling the passively ecstatic kitten in one arm and, after willing away its occupant, sat down on the stool immediately to the woman's right. If such a thing could exist as a lockdown turmoil, Faulkner's mind was exactly that. She was seething, she was terrified, to the point of needing to vomit but being unable. She hated Julia and the way that she had invaded her mind. She hated her, but she couldn't do a damn thing about her. She had no way to express either the fury or the fear. Even her face felt frozen, as though paralyzed by Novocaine. Julia had observed that humans with mystic pretensions always fell the hardest and feared the worst. They understood so little and were so burdened with misconceptions, and yet were sufficiently aware to know that demon horror might just be possible. Julia spoke to her quickly. Even though Faulkner, right at that moment, had almost no free will, Julia still talked to her like a potentially skittish horse. The chance always existed that a sudden effort of panic could cut her loose from her reason, and no one, not even a skilled Nosferatu, was able to totally control the mad. In a few moments, we are going to get up and walk out of this place. Do you understand me so far? The band had started up another tune, but Julia had the capacity to be heard when she whispered, even over the loudest live rock and roll. Faulkner mutely nodded. Some of the kids in the club were looking at the fat human, her clothes, and her bulk, with undisguised contempt and amusement, and Julia, having kept her sitting in there like a kind of purgatory, could only imagine that to be able to quit the rat club would be at least a minor mercy as far as Faulkner was concerned. Are you ready? Again Faulkner silently nodded. Very well, let's do it. Julia got slowly to her feet, and after a short pause, Gladriel Faulkner did the same thing. Julia made a mental note. Those pauses must be watched. Faulkner was sluggish to react, and that could mean she was fighting Julia's control. If she failed to keep her on the tightest leash, the human could start screaming or go into convulsions, and in a place as small and crowded as the Rat Club, that could be little short of disaster. Julia put a hand lightly on Faulkner's arm as if leading a blind woman. With the other, she held the still perfectly happy white kitten. The animal was actually purring. Just as Julia could whisper over a thrashing rock band, she could also detect all other tiny sounds. If only humans could be made so easily contented. Human discontent suddenly manifested itself in wholly different way. It came at Julia in the form of Elaine Dance, although right then, Julia had no clue as to either the identity or her connection to the young woman who was suddenly in her path and daring to speak to her. Your name is Julia? That's correct, isn't it? And Victor Ronquist is your master. Julia had been so fully focused on moving Gladriel Faulkner that the approach came as a complete surprise, and with it the realization that, by not paying attention to those all round her, she had made a possibly dangerous slip. Indeed, in the first instant, what she saw was an image of Kinara, white hair haloing her head, staring straight at Julia with a look of reproach. The shock of such a ghost was so sudden and intense that, for an undead instant, all else was driven from her mind. Had Faulkner been as swift as an Nosferatu, she would have taken that same instant to break free, but an undead instant was such a tiny fraction of a human's that the chance was gone without Faulkner ever realizing it had occurred. Julia was about to speak when she comprehended that her perception had tripped forward and she wasn't looking at reality but through into the front layer of a human mind that was completely preoccupied with Kinara. It was the Darklost they'd been talking about back at the residence, come to plague her at the worst possible moment. Damn her to hell. With this jolt of anger, the image of Kinara was gone, replaced by a tall, long-legged young woman, dressed in black and with dark hair, cut mannishly short and greased severely back like old-time Weimar decadence. Julia would have liked to rage, but right then, fury was a luxury. The moment was crucial. She was a juggler with too many knives in the air. She hissed venomously, Darklost. Just live up to your name and lose yourself. Now. The force of Julia's spite was enough, but she had no time to watch the Darklost's reaction except to know it had tottered 2 or 3 steps back as though physically slapped. A couple of other customers had glanced round, but assumed the creature was just one of many in the place who were already tottering drunk by the wrong side of midnight. Julia snapped her attention back to Faulkner, who had finally figured out that Julia's command had wavered and was readying herself to balk. Julia's hand closed on the human's chubby forearm like a steel vise without mitigation of any velvet glove. Walk straight out. Steering Faulkner like a life-sized puppet, they were through the crowd, past the tattooed bouncer, and out onto the sidewalk where furtive groups smoked joints and cigarettes and bought, sold, or covertly consumed drugs. 3 paces took them across the sidewalk to the curb, between 2 stationary cars, where Lamar waited with the limo double parked, door already open. Inside, Faulkner at last showed a splinter of rebellion. "What about my car? We'll come back for your damned car when I've finished with you." "Okay." Lamar had closed the door behind them and was getting into the driver's seat. The glass divider was firmly in place. As the car began to move, Julia eased up on Gladriel Faulkner and the woman looked round the softly lit interior in growing panic. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this? I don't even know you. Sit back and shut up." The kitten had jumped down from the rear seat and was calmly inspecting the floor carpet, completely unaware of the drama being played out above its furry head. Julia opened the limousine's liquor cabinet and lifted out a decanter of scotch and a glass. She poured a generous measure and held it out to Faulkner. "Drink this." Faulkner shook her head. "I don't drink alcohol." That wasn't an invitation, it was an instruction. "You need something to knit your consciousness back together." Julia's face was diamond hard and even Faulkner's temporarily dysfunctional brain could figure out the judicious thing would be to do as she was told. She took the glass, took a sip, coughed, and pulled a face. She made as though to hand the glass back to Julia, but Julia shook her head. "Drink some more." Again Faulkner did as she was told. Even this wasn't enough for Julia. "More." Faulkner took a 3rd sip and lowered the glass. The rebellion was a small one and Julia decided to let it pass. She smiled crookedly, a trick she had originally learned from Marlene Dietrich. "I imagine you're wondering why I've gone to so much trouble to get you here. This can't be a kidnapping. I never heard of kidnappers using a limousine. Have you? Besides, you have no real value. What would be the point? Do you intend to hurt me?" Julia shrugged. "Not if I get your full cooperation. I don't understand what you could possibly want from me." Julia laughed nastily. "Don't flatter yourself, you're just a degree of separation." "A degree of separation?" Julia came straight to the point. "I want you to take me to Brandon, Wales." "How do you know I have an association with Brandon, Wales?" Julia's smile became even more crooked. "You'd best work on the assumption that I know absolutely everything." Faulkner now took a drink totally of her own volition. Sweat was starting to bead her brow and cleavage, and she was plainly moving to a new level of fear. "What are you?" Julia slowly winked. "You know what they say, if you have to ask." Faulkner tried a desperate bluster. "You realize that I can't just take you to Brandon, Wales. The man is very reclusive and very private. He sees very few people. Aside from the servants, you could count his intimates on the fingers of one hand. I'm confident you can persuade him, when you have so much at stake." Julia lifted a cell phone from a recess beside her seat. "Call him." Faulkner looked at her watch. "I can't call him. It's late, it's almost 1. Are you telling me that Brandon, Wales is tucked up in bed by 11:30? No, but... So call him." "I can't do it." Julia's voice was soft and almost loving. "If you don't call him, I'll peel your mind like an onion. The physical paroxysms alone will be enough to kill you." Faulkner didn't argue anymore. She began to key in a number. "Even if I get him on the phone, he's not going to see us. Tell him that you have discovered a way by which he can permanently avoid death. That should get his attention." As Ronquist and Lupo emerged from the Cadillac, a small frightened human ducked into a large, white chauffeur-driven Mercedes as though he was actually fleeing from them. The Mercedes quickly pulled away from in front of the Apogee building and merged fluidly with the night traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard. Ronquist wondered, when he and Lupo were together, was their physical presence that threatening? Or did the human have some instinct that warned him, if not what they were, at least what they might be capable of? Ronquist glanced at Lupo, but he didn't appear to have seen anything, so he said nothing. Ronquist had been given no opportunity to discover the man's identity, so, for the moment, he would let the incident remain a small private mystery. One of the young shills of the Apogee, who recruited on the sidewalk in front of the building's entrance, also stared at them a little nervously, but she didn't seem exactly terrified, and moved to intercept them. A young woman in her early 20s, she was dressed in a semi-uniform of a crisp white shirt and a dark blue skirt with a hemline that reached to just below her knees. The combination was one of Doris Day and a nun from some Reformed order. A brief glance into her mind indicated that, unlike any nun that Ronquist had ever encountered, she had explicit instructions to go for any older, wealthy, or distinguished men, with an exactly calculated combination of judicious sexuality and perky innocence. Ronquist supposed that at least the distinguished was something of a compliment, although his vanity wondered if perhaps it was time to decrease his apparent age a little. "Are you gentlemen interested in learning more about the primary church of the Apogee? It is a little late in the evening, but there's still time to participate in one of our evaluation encounters." Ronquist shook his head. "I don't think so. It only takes 45 minutes. My name is Leslie and I could introduce you to our various courses in self-realization. If this is your first visit, there is no charge and no commitment on your part, and of course, any results obtained from the evaluation are guaranteed to remain completely confidential." Although Ronquist wholly disbelieved the promise of confidentiality, a probe of the young woman revealed her to be convinced she was telling the absolute truth. The mind behind the recited pitch was a strange one, unnaturally compartmentalized into almost geometric thought patterns that could only be the result of extensive programming. Ronquist had seen similar compartmentalization in other minds over the centuries. He had seen it in the minds of novice monks seconded to the Inquisition, in the heads of New England witch-hunting Puritans, in Islamic assassins, Chairman Mao's Red Guards, and young SS men during his time in Hitler's Berlin. It was definitely the mind of fanatic, unthinking youth, taken at an impressionable age and molded to the will of another individual or ideology. What made this young woman of the Apogee somewhat unique was that she almost totally lacked the aggression that had almost always been a factor among other young fanatics he had encountered. Her entire motivation was towards smiling persuasion, and it occurred to Ronquist that to take total control of her and thereby gain an unhindered access to the Apogee building would be childishly simple. The first step was to tilt this Leslie off balance. "I really came here to look at the architecture." Leslie had no prescripted response for this, and she was unhappily forced to improvise. Like any highly programmed human, improvisation did not come easily. It required too much freedom of thought. Her answer could qualify as nothing except lame. "It's a very magnificent building." Ronquist indicated with a non-committal grunt that he might not go that far in its praise. "It's a very rectangular building." Lupo also looked the building up and down. "It was once the headquarters of a savings and loan, wasn't it?" Leslie the Apogee girl was now able to recite facts, and that made her a great deal more comfortable. "That's right. Up until 1988, it housed Orange Grove Savings, at which time it was purchased by the Apogee as its world headquarters." Lupo grunted. "That was after Orange Grove went belly up with most of its funds missing, wasn't it?" Leslie couldn't admit any kind of taint was attached to the building, even if it did happen before the coming of the Gee, I'm sorry, sir. I don't really know any of the details. That thing on the roof, that's new, isn't it?" Again Leslie was on safer ground. "You're absolutely correct, sir. That is the pylon, designed by the eminent sculptor Elizabeth Mulray. It was commissioned and erected at the instigation of the Apogee's founder, Dr. Marcus Derisk. The pylon is 37 feet, 8 inches high and weighs a little under 8.5 tons. It was cast as a single piece of titanium alloy very similar to some of the alloys used in the space shuttle, and was placed on the roof of the Apogee building, as you see it now, by the use of one of the largest state-of-the-art mobile cranes in Southern California. Videotapes of the erection and positioning of the pylon can be viewed in the 3-floor projection room, and models of it, in the original alloy or in sterling silver, can also be purchased in the lobby gift shop. Ronquist gazed up at the shining, spotlit thing on the roof. In terms of aesthetics, he didn't like it at all. A smoothly deformed phallus, tapering at base and apex, it somehow gave the impression that, about halfway up its slender length, some kind of growth was trying to break through the otherwise seamless metal skin. Ronquist's dislike of the object, however, wasn't merely that he found it ugly. Los Angeles had more than enough ugly art to choose from, and no specific reason existed for him to take particular exception to the Mulray pylon. He somehow knew, however, that the object was more than just tasteless junk sculpture and a waste of expensive metal. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was a form of practical technology, unknown, but at the same time, oddly familiar. A finely tuned, centuries-old instinct suggested to him that this mystery technology was indefinably connected with the emanations coming from the place. One thing was sure about the pylon, though. He and Lupo were not going to find anything more about it by standing on the sidewalk, looking up at it like a pair of gawking tourists. He turned back to Leslie. "You know, maybe we should take one of these tests of yours, after all." "What did you call them?" "The term we use is evaluation encounters, sir." Ronquist glanced at Lupo, playing the part of one of a pair of bored businessmen. "What do you say, partner? Shall we give it a shot? Have ourselves evaluated?" Lupo was still looking up at the pylon as though he too was a little puzzled by it. He came back down to earth and glanced at the neat young woman. "It can't do us any harm, can it?" Leslie laughed. "Believe me, sir. It's quite painless." Ronquist could sense the young woman's suppressed excitement that she was getting close to hooking a pair of live ones, and he became stupidly genial. "So, where do we go? Do we proceed inside?" Leslie gestured to the Cadillac. "I would suggest, sir, that you first take your vehicle round to the underground lot. It's parked in a red zone and—" Ronquist cut her off. "It'll be fine where it is." In fact, the Cadillac would be indeed fine where it was, even in a red zone. Ronquist had arranged with an indebted administrator at the CIA in Langley for all of the colony's cars to have Guatemalan diplomatic plates, exempting them from the nuisance of parking tickets. The girl, however, couldn't see that from where she was standing. "Really, sir? I'm afraid if you leave it there it will almost certainly be towed." It was time to drop the mind net on her. Ronquist's voice turned harsh and commanding. "Believe me, girl. No one is going to tow our car." As Ronquist had expected, to assume instant and complete domination of a human mind as systematically subdivided as Leslie's was painfully easy. It was as though it came with optional plug-ins for the use of anyone who needed fast control over her. If all the thralls of the Apogee had minds like hers, they were nothing less than a robotic mass movement waiting to be given their serious marching orders, perhaps orders somewhat sterner than just to hustle tourists for their money. Ronquist was becoming intrigued. This dangerous latency could be what was at the heart of the sinister aura that was given off by the building, but he doubted it was anything like the whole of the story. The plume of dark and malevolent energy that he had seen from Mulholland Drive had been possessed of greater power. Leslie, now immobilized, stood rigid, arms not quite at her sides, a total contrast to her previous perky, "have a nice day," salesgirl enthusiasm. Her eyes seemed out of focus and her face had taken on an expression somewhere between slack awe and meek subservience. Ronquist knew that having her looking so obviously like a human puppet was less than satisfactory, and maybe he had used a little too much force. The way she was right then, Any security guard or whoever supervised the sidewalk solicitation team would instantly spot something was amiss. They might not grasp the what or the why, but the girl would look sufficiently off-kilter to trigger alarms. He needed to endow her with a degree more animation. "Do you understand what's happening to you?" Leslie dreamily shook her head, but at least her eyes had refocused. "No, my lord." "You really don't have to address me as my lord." "No, my, sir. I have temporarily taken control of your free will. I will return it to you later, but in the meantime, you will do exactly what I tell you. Do you understand?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I understand." Ronquist was surprised at how easily this Leslie acquiesced. He could detect no rancor, resistance, or manifest rebellion. She seemed to treat the takeover of her mind as a completely natural occurrence, fully prepared to be docilely possessed by anyone with the knowledge of how to take possession. He was now even more interested to see how this apogee operated its conditioning programs. "Have you ever conducted a guided tour of the building, for important visitors or people like that?" To his relief, Leslie again nodded. "Yes, sir. It's another area of my duties." "Then that is what you will be doing until I ask you to stop. You will act naturally and with normal animation, but you will answer any questions I may ask. Do you still understand?" "Yes, I understand." "Then let's go inside." Leslie entered total tour guide mode. "If you'll please follow me." The foyer of the apogee building was overbearingly designed to be larger in scale than any human who entered. Although not quite an atrium, it was spacious enough to house a fairly large and modernistic fountain and a sculptured centerpiece in addition to a long reception counter and various couched waiting areas, plus the small apogee-related gift boutique that Leslie had already mentioned. In the days when the place had been the headquarters of the savings and loan, the high shapes of geometric glass and reflective surfaces had probably been an attempt to present investors with an image of strength, security, responsibility, and a feeling that they were entering a place of carefully measured affluence. The fact that the CEO of Orange Grove had only been out of the country club wing of the state prison for a little over 18 months struck Ronquist as a clear enough indication of how little store could ultimately be placed on the value and veracity of corporate image-enhancing architecture. Much of what the apogee wanted to establish in the minds of their possible clients was, at root, very similar to that which the savings and loan had sought. In many respects, banks and religions used similar elements in their come-on. The apogee wanted its potential clients to feel safe and secure, and also to let it subtly be made known that the organization was greater than the individual, and was therefore a protective entity in which people could place their trust. Like the old human hymn said, a rock of ages in which they might hide themselves. In the SNL days, the lights had probably been brighter. The apogee must have toned down the lighting plan to give a slightly more ethereal, otherworldly effect, and only they could have adopted the lavender and purple color scheme. No bank ever used lavender and purple. The apogee must also have installed the huge spherical centerpiece, surrounded by tangential arcs, partially recessed into the marble floor, a multimedia creation of light, laser beams, rising vapor, reflecting and moving points and surfaces that all combine to form a huge iridescent globe, some 15 feet in diameter, that not only revolved but also constantly shifted, changed, and metamorphosed. Is that another sculptural piece? For the first time, Ronquist detected a sign of resentment in Leslie. "No, sir. That's a graphic representation of the spiritual parabola, the fundamental structure of the all. It shows, in material form, the very core of our beliefs." Ronquist nodded. "I didn't know." It was good to see the hokum laid out right in front for all to gaze upon, and as hokum went, this was fairly impressive. Maybe not the Sistine Chapel, but the Catholic Church had been at it for millennia, and for a religion less than 2 decades old, the sphere and its attendant arcs was not too shabby a high-tech start. Leslie looked questioningly at Ronquist. "So where would you like to begin? Why don't you just walk us through the whole process as though we were potential customers?" Leslie again showed a trace of resentment. Customers. Lupo sniffed. The young woman was starting to irritate him. Whatever you prefer to call us, just take us through it. For a long time, Elaine sat behind the wheel of the Mustang doing nothing except wrestle the conflicts. All round her, the spillover, sidewalk street life from inside the Rat Club maintained its circulation of approaches, persuasions, and small conspiracies, but she scarcely noticed, even when a couple of junior would-be cutthroats had peered curiously in at her through the windshield. She'd also hardly bothered to look up when, some time later, a hungry LAPD black and white cruised past, with its occupants eyeballing the punks outside the club. The cops hardly impinged on her, even though, as a woman sitting in a car on her own, she was a prime target for them to hassle as proof that they, and no one else, were the baddest gang in town. She had made full and positive contact with everything she wanted, but at the same time she had also been fully and completely rejected, out of hand, and with what might almost be called extreme prejudice. Yet, at the same time, the Nosferatu Julia, a being from the same colony as Victor and Kinara, had given her a name. She had called her Darklost and, lowly and excluded as it might sound, it at least meant she had acquired an identity within their world. Better to serve in hell than to rule in heaven? Is that what I'm telling myself? She knew such a statement contained more than just grains of insanity, but long ago, even before she had come to LA, she had passively accepted that she was almost certainly insane. Except passivity and waiting seemed suddenly to be a thing of the past. Surely she should have been depressed beyond all endurance by Julia's furious rebuff, but to her intense surprise, she wasn't. It would obviously have been ideal if she'd been welcomed with open arms into the colony right there and then, but from what she had sensed about Julia, she was hardly the kind to do that under the most benign circumstances, and back there in the Rat Club, nothing had been benign. Julia had plainly been in the midst of some highly charged situation that involved Gladriel Faulkner. Elaine had no idea, of course, what Julia might want with Faulkner, except that Faulkner had been summoned there. Elaine knew that much for sure. The woman was clearly unhappy in the extreme at simply being inside the place, and when Julia had finally appeared with the inexplicable cat under her arm, Faulkner had showed every sign of a deep and near overwhelming fear. Elaine surmised Faulkner was neither victim nor co-conspirator of Julia, but that she either possessed or had access to something Julia wanted very badly. That fact, in itself, might provide Elaine with a key to finding the residence and persuading Victor to bring her through the change as Kinara had promised. Maybe she could talk to Faulkner after Julia had finished with her. That was supposing that Faulkner was still alive when Julia had finished with her. Even more surprising than finding she hadn't been crippled with disappointment and depression was Elaine's discovery that she actually seemed to be possessed of a new and positive strength, and with that strength, a fresh determination to achieve her goal or die in the attempt. With the strength came an optimism that the end result would not be the latter. Something darker had also materialized. The brush with Julia seemed to have triggered a new angry energy inside her, reckless and undomesticated, but at the same time patient, calculating, and potentially deadly, the embryo of a predator determination, the like of which she had never felt before. For the first time, she was speculating and wishing beyond the single desire to consummate that which Kinara had awakened and aroused. If ever she really was elevated to the level of the immortal undead, if that wondrous eventuality did come to pass, the first act of her new life would be to exact bloody and devastating payback from all who had humiliated her and made her suffer during the misery of her search. Maybe even Julia would be forced to pay for her spite. As she started the Mustang's engine, she gunned it a little more than was strictly necessary before slipping it into gear. She realized one more thing had changed. Her quest to find Victor and the residence was no longer a sad and desperate search. It might still be desperate, but now it was a hunt. Gunfire blazed in Prologic surround sound from the large projection TV as Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia played with the volume cranked to near maximum for the sole benefit of a solitary viewer who didn't, in fact, appear to be paying very much attention, despite the din. Orton gasped, curled, infantile, and hugging a cushion, huddled in a corner of the long black leather couch in the conversation area of his luxury, 19th floor, Century City high-rise apartment. Gast could play his status symbol home theater system pretty much as loud as he liked, and in his current situation, he liked it loud. Loud covered up all the unexplained small noises, the murmur of his body functions, the whisper of the electricity in the wires and all the other paranoia-inducing sounds of silence. Apart from the fact that the apartments were constructed to be all but soundproof, most of his neighbors were actors, rock stars, and studio executives in the accommodation limbo of recent or ongoing divorce, and rarely home. Reputedly Bob Dylan had leased a place there for a while. A few multimillionaires maintained apartments in the building to use as discreet trysting places for amorous encounters, while others maintained places for their full-time mistresses. Gast was one of the few single occupants who remained in the building, year in and year out, despite the fact that he could easily afford a house or even a mansion. Gast was an apartment dweller by nature. Houses were just too complicated for him. The larger the house, the greater the confusion as to the choice of which room to be in. On this particular evening, following the dreadful conversation with Marcus Derisk and then the weird, irrational panic attack on the way home, the therapeutic formula of Valium, Scotch, and television had done their work. Gast, on everything but the most narrow mental bandwidth, was as good as dead to the world. He hadn't even bothered to close the drapes on the wall-sized windows. Outside, West LA's neon shimmered, and headlights on the freeways snaked like red and white rivers of light, but Gast was oblivious to all this tawdry wonder. Indeed, the extent of what he had done since he'd come home, apart from drinking, turning on the TV, and fighting his forebodings, was to take off his tie, jacket, and shoes and then collapse onto the couch. At an altitude of 19 stories, who was going to observe, unless they wanted to rent helicopters to watch him pass out? With everyone in the scene on the screen dead apart from Warren Oates, the gunfire ceased, which enabled Gast to finally hear the ringing phone. He curled deeper into the couch and closed his eyes against the intrusion. Let it fucking ring. He didn't want to speak to anyone. In fact, he doubted he was capable of speaking to anyone. His lips were heavy and bulbous and forming words would be hard. The phone rang some more and Gast let out a whimper of self-pity. Orton Gast knew himself too well. He was not sufficiently secure to let a phone just ring. If he did, he knew he would miss either the chance of a lifetime, or the most terrible bad news. After 3 more rings, he reached for the cordless on the end table, almost knocking over his scotch in the process. Yes. Mr. Gast, this is Jesus, the doorman. There's a lady here to see you. A lady. That's right, sir. A lady. Had he ordered some woman from the escort agency and blanked out the fact? He didn't think so. Jesus Christ, he hadn't so much as ordered Chinese food. What the fuck was this? Is she from Justine, Inc.? I don't think so, sir. She's a bit more flamboyant. Then ask her flamboyant name. Gast could make out Jesus lowering the phone and asking the woman her name. When he came back on the line, the relayed answer was not good. She says her name is Swirling, Mr. Gast. Tara Swirling. This piece of information transcended not good. It totally qualified as a hell of a thing. What the fuck was she doing here? Does she know I'm home? I'm afraid she's heard us talking, Mr. Gast. Then tell her it's late. Tell her I'm in bed. Tell her I'm sick and I can't see anyone. After another pause of offline conversation, Jesus returned, sounding decidedly embarrassed. She says to stop being ridiculous and that, if you have half a brain, you'll see her right now. I'm sorry, Mr. Gast, but she is being very insistent. Gast sighed. Fucking A right. Tara Swirling was insistent. It's okay, Jesus, it's not your fault. You'd better send her on up. I'm sorry, Mr. Gast. Yeah, Jesus, I'm sorry too. Wait until Christmas, you Mexican son of a bitch, most of your annual gratuity just went south. Gast thumbed off the phone, with his head starting to ache. What the hell could fucking Tara Swirling be doing coming here at this time of night? He looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. Who the fuck did she think she was? Then anger gave way to a sudden chill of apprehension. It hardly mattered who Tara Swirling thought she was. He knew who she was. She was Marcus Derisk's highly devious mistress, and he could anticipate no context in which the visit could be in any way to his advantage. To make matters worse, he was wholly fucked up, in no condition to defend himself against whatever she might be trying to pull with this late-night visitation. He rolled himself sideways so he was at least sitting semi-upright and felt around on the floor with his stockinged feet for his shoes. His toes made contact with only one of his Gucci loafers. The other eluded him. Shit. He leaned forward to look for the errant shoe and immediately swam dizzy. He let out a loud and vocal lament. Oh, God, why me? And why the fuck now? He spotted the heel of the shoe projecting slightly from under the couch and reached for it. Once shod, he took a deep breath. He was not 100% sure if he could relearn the art of standing in the time that it would take Tara Swirling to ride up in the elevator. The apartment door buzzer shrilled insistently. She was there already, and he knew that he'd have to try it with no chance of any rehearsal. Unless, of course, he just left her standing there until she finally gave up and went away. The buzzer shrilled again and Gast knew that Swirling wasn't going to give up. She'd drive him crazy with the buzzer first. Summoning all the willpower and equilibrium that he could muster, he closed his eyes and pushed himself into a standing position. To his surprise, it was easier than he had anticipated. He swayed a little, but didn't immediately collapse back into the couch. The buzzer shrilled for a third time. Okay, I'm coming. Weaving some, but navigating an approximately accurate course, Gast crossed the room, negotiating furniture and the hazards of antique rugs on polished wood, and started down the corridor that led to the door, past the Jasper Johns and the two large black and white Helmut Newton photographic prints of young women wearing combinations of lingerie and orthopedic devices. The buzzer made a fourth demand. Gast snarled back at it. I already told you. I'm fucking coming. He fumbled with the assortment of locks and security devices and finally opened the door. The doors of the apartments were double and imposing, flanked by half-relief fake Greek pillars designed to intimidate callers, but Tara Swirling was not in the least intimidated. She stood in the doorway in an ultra-short silver lame dress, silver boots to above the knee, and voluminously fluffed up platinum hair. Her lipstick, eyelashes, and eyeshadow were all retro 60s blue, and she seemed to have achieved an overall look of having just come from an adult movie awards show. The large silver purse over her right shoulder matched the dress and shoes. Gast stared blearily at her and sighed. Unless you're soliciting for charity and intend to go swiftly away, this is not a good time. I hope you're aware of that. Tara Swirling looked him up and down. You're drunk. Gast nodded. Drunk and full of Valium, so this had better be important. Swirling pushed past him, advancing into the apartment like a high-heeled invasion. I think it's important. Gast followed, suppressing a groan. The real question is, will I think it's important? Swirling stopped at the pair of near life-sized Newton photographs. These things verge on sick. Maybe you should go and disparage someone else's art collection. You wouldn't find me in lace panties and a leg brace. Perhaps it just hasn't occurred to you yet. Swirling ignored him and walked straight on into the living room. Gast leaned against the wall and watched her. From behind, her hips swayed arrogantly as though her obvious sexuality would act as a guarantee against any challenge. When she leaned forward and picked up the remote from the couch, where it must have fallen from his semi-conscious hand, he was reminded that she really did have the kind of body and attitude that could make fools of many men. Fortunately Gast, hardened by the long road that he'd traveled, was neither one of those fools nor one of those men. Without bothering so much as to check for his approval, she cut off the audio of "Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia," right at the point when the head was starting to rot in its box and Warren Oates was haying conversations with it. Gast knew it was time for him to assert himself, or he was lost. This time, he didn't bother to suppress the groan. He pushed himself away from the wall and followed her into the living room. "Do you want to tell me what you're doing here?" Tara Swirling put down the remote. "Marcus decided that you and I ought to have a little talk and see if we could reach some kind of accommodation." Gast winced and grunted. What the fuck was Marcus up to now? Apart from the fact that I can't imagine what kind of accommodation might be needed, I really don't think this is the time. It will be. Indeed. I'm going to make it so. You think so? I know so. After a momentary search in her purse, she took out a small blue glass and silver filigree vial. Gast hadn't seen anything like it for at least 15 years, and he shook his head. "I don't do coke anymore, so you can't just walk in here like the Silver Lady of the Andes and expect to bend me to your will with a 1-on-1 of blow. It's not for recreation, it's to sober you up so we can talk. Cocaine doesn't sober you up. It just makes you a more paranoid drunk." The stopper of the vial came with a built-in spoon. Swirling loaded it and advanced on Gast. "I didn't expect an argument." Gast gave up. Okay. She held the spoon under his right nostril and he sniffed. She repeated the process with the left. She then, almost as an afterthought, did the same for herself. "Where's the kitchen?" It had been so long since Gast had done coke that he wanted to sneeze, cough, and vomit all at the same time, but he heroically restrained himself on all three fronts. Left past the Edward Hopper. Swirling moved in the direction indicated. He didn't feel inclined to follow her, but he could hear her busying herself with the Crook coffee maker. "You're very clean for a man living on his own." "I have a daily maid." Marty Roth had always berated him for buying Crook products. He claimed they had built the gas chambers in the Nazi death camps. Gast was certain, however, that it had been IG Farben. Swirling raised her voice over the building espresso steam hiss. "You don't like me, do you? Is there any reason I should? We both fucked Marcus. That should give us something in common." "Marcus told you that?" "Marcus tells me everything. It was a long time ago." "Are you exclusively gay?" "I'm not gay at all." "But you had sex with Marcus." "Jesus Christ, woman, it was back in the hippie days. VW bus stuff, for fuck's sake. Marcus, Philippa, and I were. I guess you could call us a menage, or something. In those days, we fucked everything except German shepherds, and we only stopped short at those because we didn't want to get bitten." Swirling returned with a mug of black coffee. "Those days are more than 30 years gone, Orton. That's what I was trying to tell you." She handed the mug to Gast. "Drink." "I don't need any coffee." "Just drink it." Gast took the mug and, with ill grace, took a sip. "It's too damned hot. Philippa is to be replaced." "What do you mean replaced?" "She and Marcus have been on the outs for years now." "I mean truly replaced." "So that was the game, was it?" Gast was in no mood to mince words. "You try replacing her and she'll bring one hell of a lawsuit. And if she does, I'll be with her. I'm not seeing the money-making machine I built brought down because Marcus is having a midlife urge to play Mr. Wizard. Is that all you care about, Orton? Money? Making more money than Scientology? Making more money than Pat Robertson? That's hardly the real goal, is it? Isn't it? What's wrong with money? Marcus has always been glad enough of it." Swirling gestured round at the apartment, the furniture, the art, the toys. "What else could you spend more money on, Orton? Why do you go to so much trouble? Maybe so I can build myself a fucking pyramid for after I'm dead. Suppose you didn't have to die. Gast turned away and walked to the window. He stared out at the previously ignored city lights. He sold you that one, has he? Thulhu. And how we're going to be made immortal for services rendered. Forget about it, kid. Take it from the old showman. This is just Marcus afraid of coming old age. He thinks he's used up one lifetime and he hasn't quite gotten to be king of the world, so he wants another to go on trying. You surely don't believe him, do you? I thought you were smarter and more opportunistic than that. He turned and faced Tara, swirling. Did he tell you what happened down in the Yucatan? What really happened? Marcus has told me. All of it? How we almost didn't get out alive, and I'm not talking about the Federals. He told me. And you're still with him. He knows how to control those things now. He's got the technology. Dream on, babe. Nothing can control those things. Swirling put a hand into her bag and extracted a DVD disc. She went to the bank of electronics, killed the cable and bring me the head of Alfredo Garcia, and inserted the disc from her bag. This may help explain what Marcus is about to do. The disc went into play mode. At first the big projection screen was blank and black. Then a rhythmic series of purple pulses came straight at the viewer as if out of the void, and at the same time, a low hiss of white noise began sinuously panning from one part of the room to another. Tara picked up the remote again and dimmed the lights so the only illumination was the screen and the city shine from beyond the window. She turned and pointed the remote at the automatic drapes. As they closed, Gast laughed out loud. He could hardly believe she was pulling something like this. So amateur, it was little short of childish. Give me a break, doll. Me, Marcus, and Marty Roth invented these video mind-benders. I'm Orton Gast, not some idiot Mark. I'm fucking immune to the light show and the IPCRES noise, sweetheart, so why don't you just leave and maybe we'll forget any of this happened. Just to avoid the embarrassment next time we meet. Okay. To Gast's surprise, Swirling didn't even falter. The tape goes in tandem with this, Orton. She extended her left arm, holding a black and purple capsule between thumb and index finger. Now Gast had seen it all. And what's that supposed to be? A designer psychedelic specially created to convince the unbeliever. It should even break through your defenses. Gast raised a traffic cop hand, warning palm outward. Oh come on, Miss Tara. Just hold it right there. I may go along with the gag and let you feed me coke, but my psychedelic days are definitely over. I have seen God and very fortunately he didn't see me, so I suggest you get the fuck out of my apartment, or I'll get Jesus up here to throw you out. Tara Swirling actually smiled. Her right hand went into her bag and came out again with a tiny automatic pistol. It was the dainty princess model, nickel-plated and with a mother-of-pearl grip. It probably had some name like the Lady Remington. It couldn't have been more than .22 caliber, but it was pointed exactly between Gast's eyes. Do you know what a .22 does to a human skull at close range, Orton? I can imagine. Swirling decided to tell him anyway. It checks in but it doesn't check out. It punches an entry wound, but it doesn't have the velocity to make an exit, so it just rattles around, pureeing the brain into creamo wheat. I said I could imagine. So take the pill, Orton. There were deaths when Marcus summoned Thulhu in the Yucatan, and there will most probably be deaths this time round. It wouldn't be good if the first death was yours, so sit down on the couch, watch the screen, and take the pill. The coffee should be cooler by now. In a flash of booze and Valium delayed comprehension, Gast understood that Tara Swirling was just as insane as Marcus at his worst, only younger and more energetic. He could have commented to that effect, but decided it would be a poor tactic. In all ways, Marcus had both found his new mate and met his new match. She was his own, upmarket, Beverly Hills Susan Atkins. Gast knew beyond a doubt she would kill him if need be, and probably enjoy the experience. He raised his hands. Okay, okay, if it means that much to you. Of course it means that much to us. You still control the purse strings. So money does play its part. Sit down and shut up. As Gast chased down the black and purple capsule with a mouthful of black coffee, Tara reached behind her and unzipped her dress. It fell around her feet so she was naked apart from silver boots, metallic silk panties, and a small blue dragon tattooed on her stomach. Gast turned from the screen and looked at her, but said nothing. Swirling laughed. The petite silver gun was still in her hand. You see, Orton, Marcus sent me here to seduce you, on every level. He still greatly values your input. Who knows? If you get your mind right, maybe we three could be the new menage for the new millennium. The mechanism was as intricate as the concept was crudely simple. For Ronquist, that had always been the paradox of the humans, how they could be so intricate in the construction of their machines, always advancing mechanical complexity and sophistication, and yet so benightedly limited in their motives and their understanding. In his time, Ronquist had watched as they had progressed from chainmail and broadswords to computers and orbiting satellites, and yet their incentives and their emotional control hadn't changed or grown in the slightest. The computers used by the Apogee were, as far as Ronquist could tell, state-of-the-art, and yet, the game being played here on the third floor, where the gullible were initially evaluated, was hardly more advanced than a fortune-teller's deception. Bury your money in the graveyard at midnight, and the curse will be lifted. At the same time, however, Ronquist was not comfortable here on the third floor, or in any part of the rectangular glass building that he had so far passed through. An abnormality in most of the humans he had scanned in passing was a part of it. These Apogee thralls were too obedient and amicable, mental happy faces, sharing the same compartmentalization of mind as the young woman Leslie, who was now acting as his and Lupo's involuntary guide. The condition, the imposed conformity of the humans, however, was only the surface layer. By far the greater measure of his discomfort stemmed from a less tangible sensation that something, or more precisely something, deep in the foundations of the steel and glass structure was stirring. He could feel it, imprecise, but slouching in from an unknown void to a more destructively coherent Bethlehem, like fear looking for a face. In the computer room on the third floor, the prospects, the potential Apogee recruits who'd been sold, lured, coerced, or otherwise induced, tempted, or constrained to take the evaluation encounter, each sat in front of a monitor, each with a rudimentary, highly simplified keypad that consisted of nothing more than a row of 9, color-coded keys graduated from an angry red to a serene and peaceful blue. Random images appeared on the monitor, and the instruction was that, as fast as possible, and with a minimum of conscious thought, each prospect should record his or her initial response by hitting the most appropriately colored button. The images on the monitor were fairly predictable: babies, old people, pastoral scenes of woodland, orchards heavy with fruit, contented cattle. These were contrasted against the carnage of war, B-52s over Hanoi, inner-city slums, and third-world infant famine victims. Visions of tranquility were punctuated by vignettes of random violence. In addition, a series of subliminal flashes came as rapid-fire blips. Some were real images: death's heads and Christ on the cross, stormtroopers on the march and lions feeding in the wild, but by far the majority were merely abstract, Rorschach-style shapes in various colors, some innately threatening and others seemingly innocuous. The humans engaged in the encounter were totally unaware of these subliminals, but Ronquist and Lupo, with their superior reaction speed, saw them easily, and it quickly became obvious how the juxtapositioning between the consciously and unconsciously absorbed images affected the judgment of those taking the test. Plainly, the primary function was to evaluate how easily persuaded each individual might be, with an eye to future brainwashing or behavior modification. After watching the process for a number of minutes, Lupo leaned close to Ronquist. I don't believe we're going to learn anything here, Don Victor. Ronquist completely agreed. It's my feeling that we need to make our way into the sublevels of this place. Lupo and Ronquist had dropped into a soft, almost subverbal form of communication that could not be intercepted or overheard by Leslie, their unwitting apogee guide, or any other human they might pass, or for that matter, any electronic eavesdropping device that might be concealed anywhere in the rooms and corridors they passed through, as they made their supposed VIP tour of the building. The idea of listening devices wasn't either as paranoid or fanciful as it might seem. Almost immediately on entering the place, Lupo had remarked on the large number of surveillance cameras, and Ronquist had smiled. Just as the Nosferatu couldn't be seen in a mirror, they also couldn't be photographed or have their image recorded on magnetic tape. Then they will puzzle for a long time over our blurred images on their tapes. In addition to the cameras, the apogee building also had a heavy presence of human security, hard-faced men, in pale blue police-style uniforms, shoulder patches with the Sphere logo, and holstered automatics on their hips. Ronquist had discreetly scanned two of them as they'd passed through the lobby and discovered that, far from being apogee true believers, they were, in fact, nothing more than moonlighting police officers. This was another morsel to be filed away in his memory for future reference. If it should turn out that the apogee really did pose a threat, it was useful to know that the threat had a transactional relationship with the LAPD. Whether or not the apogee posed a threat was still very much an open question. Even though the girl Leslie was now under as much control as Ronquist could exert over her and still have her appear outwardly normal, she had so far shown them nothing that wasn't totally compatible with a well-organized human pseudo-religion. They had passed a well-equipped gym, a video theater, and a number of seminars and self-help meetings. No one had looked at the three of them in any strange or untoward manner, and although he did feel the security presence was maybe more intense than might have been expected, no one acted as if anything needed to be hidden. The room they were currently in was, admittedly, something of an electronic deception, but even though the apogee's recruiting methods might be morally and ethically questionable, there was nothing there to concern, let alone disturb, him or Lupo. And yet, he and Lupo continued to feel uncomfortably disturbed. In search of a clue as to the source of their disturbance, Ronquist had inspected as much of Leslie's mind and memory as he could, and that had also failed to reveal any dark secrets, covert or latent danger. All Ronquist might question was that he had come across what he could only describe as a number of firmly closed doors in some of the compartments of her modified psyche, doors that were unusually impenetrable even for a heavily programmed human. He was quite unable to see beyond them without using more force than was advisable in a public place, and that, on its own, was enough to create a degree of suspicion. In the same way as he was unable to fully explore the apogee girl's mind, he and Lupo had only seen a tiny fraction of the apogee headquarters. For all they knew, all manner of nameless horrors might lurk in other parts of the building, and he certainly couldn't shake the sensation that at least some embryonic nastiness was somewhere present. Nosferatu instinct told him that, if anything was amiss in this place, it would be found deep below rather than on the floors above. The question was, would this Leslie lead them to the sublevels, and even if they forced her, did she possess such clearances as might be needed to enter places where answers might be found and secrets hidden? After walking the length of the row of prospects bent over their evaluation units, he halted and pointed upward. Even though he was confident that he had Leslie fully under his domination, he still didn't want to telegraph his intentions. What happens on the floors above this? Leslie looked up, following the direction of his pointing finger, and then, although a little glassy-eyed, answered with the tour guide Mary Tyler Moore smile. Mainly they are the administrative and executive officers, but the upper floors also house our accounting and direct mail computers. In addition, there is an extensive design workshop and TV studio. We produce much of our printed material, instructional videos, and TV infomercials in-house. Lupo picked up on what Ronquist was doing and asked the real question. And what about below us? What happens in the basements and sub-basements? What goes on down there? Leslie's response was one of wide-eyed innocence. The basements. Aside from the security center and officers' rest area, there's nothing down there but storerooms and the parking garage. Although the expression on her face, and even the intentions in her mind, might have been ones of a total candor and lack of guile, the part of Ronquist that was inside her brain found itself being propelled directly toward one of the most firmly closed doors. Ronquist quietly communicated with Lupo. "What do you think? I think we may have hit what the old-time miners called pay dirt. You will show us these lower levels, Leslie." Despite Ronquist's control, something vibrated warningly in the young woman's consciousness. The door was not only closed but securely locked. "I can't go down there." "But you will, my dear." "No, I can't, and even if I could, security would stop us." Lupo smiled, but without a trace of humor. "We will take care of security." Ronquist put her a little further under, and then indicated that they should return to the elevators. Her walk was now more obviously robotic, but that was a chance he and Lupo would have to take. They waited until an empty elevator arrived and stepped in. The control buttons below that for the lobby were marked Parking, B1, and B2, respectively. Ronquist pressed B2, which appeared to be as low as they could go. On level B2, the doors opened and they were immediately confronted by an armed security guard who demanded, "I need to see your passes." The two Nosferatu moved swiftly and as a team. Lupo made a power pass with his right hand, while Ronquist locked down the increasingly distressed and agitated Leslie, leaving her standing rigid in the elevator as he moved with Lupo on the guard. Under the full focus of both their minds, the security guard's eyes rapidly glazed over. He reached reflexively for his holster, but before his hand could grasp the 9mm automatic, it passively fell away. Ronquist and Lupo quickly exited the elevator. Ronquist radically increased the power he was generating and, with an inhuman flash of Nosferatu humor, took it all the way to the primitive. In the minds of Leslie and the guard, he became a scintillating, almost blinding, godlike being of searing white light, resplendent in vivid radioactive raiment, with rainbow rays of divine power flashing from his hands, eyes, and the center of his forehead. No question remained that he must, at all costs, be obeyed, lest their souls be forfeit and forever doomed. He filled them with love and the absolute, tearful need to do his bidding. Additionally, to cover his and Lupo's tracks, he also added a generous measure of confusion about the half-hour or so that had preceded this dazzling revelation. "Quite a fireworks display, Don Victor. I enjoy an overstatement once in a while." Leslie was now trembling uncontrollably and the guard had turned extremely pale. Ronquist indicated that the guard should enter the elevator and stand beside Leslie. He did exactly as he was told without comment. Ronquist was leaning into the elevator. "Now I have some instructions for you. I want you to listen very carefully and do exactly as I say. Do you understand me so far?" The two humans nodded as one, like mechanical dolls. Ronquist's smile became darkly malign. Even after so many centuries, he still enjoyed wielding complete power over neutralized humans and tended to indulge ideas that might be considered to verge on the cruel. He felt no guilt, however. Essentially, humanity pretty much deserved whatever he might mete out to it. He had too many clear and vivid memories of human cruelty in the burning times when the positions of power had been reversed. "You will take the elevator up and stop it between the 12th and 13th floors." Again the humans nodded, and the guard slurred, "Between the 12th and 13th floors. You will wait exactly 1 hour and then you hear, the male," he indicated the guard, "will attempt to have sex with Leslie, here, the female." He turned to Leslie. "When this happens, you will press the emergency alarm button and become completely hysterical, fully believing that you are being raped. Do you both still understand?" "We understand." Ronquist nodded. They had spoken in unison. "Then go." As the elevator doors glided closed, Ronquist turned to Lupo with an evil grin. That should create a modicum of confusion. Lupo allowed himself a grim smile. You are blessed with a talent for creative confusion, Don Victor. Then let us now see what we can see. At first, the sub-basement appeared exactly as Leslie had predicted. 40-watt bulbs at widely separated intervals made it a shadowy place of dusty packing cases, drab steel utility shelves, obsolete stacked-up equipment, and filing cases full of stored documents. Ronquist could almost have started to believe that his suspicions were unfounded, except that his sense of something not being right had grown markedly stronger since they'd left the elevator, and 1,000 years had taught him that he was well advised to trust such senses. This was confirmed when the two of them spotted the brighter light. It illuminated a plain, unmarked door guarded by a solitary, uniformed security officer armed with an Israeli machine pistol. Working on the principle that whatever was behind a door riding a guard with an Uzi would probably be of interest to them, Ronquist silently signaled to Lupo that they should move in that direction. Lupo didn't bother to acknowledge. No words or signals were needed. Like the hunting predators they were, the two Nosferatu separated, to come at the unsuspecting guard from two different angles. They moved like silent wraiths, surpassing even Geronimo's Apaches or the Viet Cong in their capacity to approach a target undetected. Not that a burst from the Uzi could ultimately kill them, but even small caliber bullets could incapacitate them and inflict wounds that would take time and pain to regenerate. Fortunately, the question of the effectiveness of automatic weapon fire on the undead was not called into practical question. The first the hapless security guard knew of their existence was when Ronquist stepped calmly into the immediate pool of light and spoke in a quiet and very reasonable tone. Perhaps you would like to open the door for us. He allowed the guard a millisecond of open-mouthed amazement, then preemptively froze him. Ronquist had seen that the man had a keycard hung on a stainless steel bubble chain around his neck, and since, on close examination, he also saw that the door came equipped with an electronic lock, it might be safe to presume the one opened the other. The guard was thus of no conscious use to them, and Ronquist paralyzed him so thoroughly that hours could pass before he moved again or became aware of his surroundings. I hope you have enough motor responses to remember to breathe. Ronquist yanked the card from the chain and handed it to Lupo, who, with a certain 15th century distaste, swiped it through the scanner, and the door obligingly opened. Again without any kind of exchange, Ronquist and Lupo moved past the rigid guard and on through the door. After the exhilaration of even the minor piece of stalking, the other side of the door proved something of an anticlimax. It opened onto nothing more than a poorly lit stairwell, a rectangular descending spiral that Ronquist could only assume was an emergency stair wrapped around a second, single-car elevator shaft. The stairs continued down for, as far as Ronquist could estimate, the equivalent of 2 more subterranean floors, and then ended in another door. Again, the door came with an electronic lock and Lupo looked to Ronquist for direction. Should I open it? Why not? We've come this far. There can hardly be any turning back at this point. Lupo swiped the card a second time and again the door opened. This time, they found themselves in a corridor, much better lit, white painted and carpeted in purple. They had come out beside what was obviously the door to an elevator. At the other end of the corridor was a pair of larger, much more imposing double doors, again fitted with an electronic lock. A third, smaller door opened onto the corridor and had no lock at all. Ronquist moved to this one first and looked inside. It opened on what was little more than a small antechamber in which 9 sets of purple robes hung on separate hangers and a number of mirrors were positioned round the walls. Ronquist looked back at Lupo. A vestry. Lupo nodded. It certainly looks like one. The question is, the vestry to what? Lupo gestured toward the double doors. I would imagine to what lies beyond those. The pay dirt you spoke of earlier. It would seem so. A few paces took them to the double doors. Ronquist stepped back to let Lupo use the keycard, but this time he hesitated. Ronquist raised an eyebrow. A problem. I have a bad feeling about this, Don Victor. I can't tell you why, but I'm certain that this card is not configured for this lock. I believe, if we use it, it will simply trigger an alarm. The two Nosferatu had been so intent on the doors and their lock that the voice took even them by surprise. He's absolutely right. If you're using the card you took from the guard, it's the wrong one. This is the one you need. The voice came from a tall human female in her mid-50s, pale-faced and dressed in light blue, and Ronquist, much to his distress, had absolutely no idea how she came to be there without either he or Lupo noticing her approach. Although clearly middle-aged, she moved like a much younger woman and exhibited an aura of singular, if not formidable, power for a human. Visually, her most distinguishing feature was a mass of thick gray blonde hair that fell over her face. As she glided toward them, she pushed the hair out of her eyes, revealing them to be blue and penetrating. She held up a second, slightly different key card. If you want to invade our most intimate secrets, I'm afraid you will need one of these. The gates were automatic, controlled from within, and had no pretensions to be anything but a deterrent to would-be intruders. They were solid steel and mounted on rollers, and had Julia taken it into her head to order Lamar to gun the limousine's engine and batter them down, it was unlikely that even the heavy vehicle would have been able to ram its way through into the Brandon Wales compound. Instead of requesting Lamar to do anything so pointlessly destructive, though, she looked at Gladriel Faulkner. "Time for you to gain us admittance, my dear." In addition to the gates, the Wales compound was surrounded by an almost medieval wall of rough-hewn granite topped with coils of thoroughly modern razor wire. The almost fortress-like aspects of the place were more than just a superstar's paranoia. Over the years, he had embraced all manner of highly unpopular causes from Castro's Cuba to the Black Panthers, the Native American movement and, more recently, the Zapatistas down in Chiapas. Back in the days when J. Edgar Hoover was queen, these activities had put him on any number of FBI lists of subversives. Brandon Wales had habitually caused himself to be placed on lists. He had been included on Richard Nixon's enemies list, and also on the death lists of a number of homicidal celebrity stalkers including Mark Chapman and Squeaky Fromm. When younger and seemingly invincible at the box office, he had also called it as he saw it on what he considered the larceny and ignorant venality of the Hollywood power elite, and according to rumor, when he started to talk about financing and producing his own pictures, it had been discussed at the highest level whether it might be a good idea in the long run to simply have him killed. Of course, the masks had been in place and everyone had pretended only to be joking, but had one mask dropped for an instant, Brandon Wales might well have been the victim of a lonely drug overdose, or died in some small private plane crash. In his time and in his prime, Brandon Wales had plenty of reason to fear more than just fear itself. That was possibly why, during the last decade or so, he had declared his festering contempt for the whole process of creating motion pictures, gained almost 300 pounds, and perfected an acting style so bizarre that it guaranteed he be offered nothing except strange and highly paid cameos. It was almost as if he had decided that he would confound those who sought to marginalize and destroy his career by beating them to the punch, effectively marginalizing and destroying it himself. He had also cut himself off from a truly disastrous private life, beset by numerous ex-wives, former mistresses, and a brood of dysfunctional children. According to the scant information in the gossip columns and supermarket tabloids, he now lived in mysterious isolation behind his iron gates and granite walls, in the company of a staff of servants and bodyguards who seemed pledged to absolute secrecy. "You have to talk into the box on the wall. Even now, he may not let us in." Julia held open the rear door of the limo and looked hard at Gladriel Faulkner. "You'd better pray that he does. I don't like to have my time wasted." Faulkner scuttled out of the car with a speed that was quite astonishing for a woman of her bulk. For the entire course of the ride up into the hills, Julia had been working on the woman's mounting terror, and she had to admit that the effort had certainly energized her, if nothing else. Faulkner hurried to the right side of the gate and spoke into a small steel grill. Julia could have eavesdropped if she wanted to, but there was really no point. The human could not have been any more motivated. After a short conversation, she returned, looking as though she was having a little more ease controlling her bladder. "We're lucky. He's going to let us in." Julia corrected her. "You're lucky. My luck has nothing to do with it. He actually seems quite interested to meet you." Julia nodded. "So he should be." The gate slid open with a loud grating sound, and the limo moved smoothly forward. The gravel driveway was well maintained, but otherwise the grounds of the Wales compound were almost as overgrown as those of the residents, although, amid the profusion of plant life, Julia could see dimly illuminated arboreal nooks and bowers that she could only imagine were used by whales for possible midnight meanderings. She also noticed a fairly elaborate treehouse. Brandon Wales became more interesting by the moment. The mansion itself was Spanish colonial, built around a central courtyard and splashing fountain. Lamar brought the limo to a halt in front of the tall arch of a tiled, faux-Moorish entrada. A large man with Polynesian features and the build of a sumo wrestler stood waiting for them, arms folded, deliberately formidable. Julia could only assume that he was Wales' combination bodyguard and manservant, a supposition that was as good as confirmed when, after she and Faulkner had stepped out of the car, he gestured toward the main archway, making it clear that they should follow him. "Mr. Wales is in the library?" Julia nodded. "Everyone seems to have a library these days." Julia indicated to Lamar that he should wait with the vehicle and, letting Faulkner precede her, and with the perfectly contented white kitten tucked under her left arm, she walked after the big Polynesian. The air smelled sweet and almost tropical. The profusion of trees and undergrowth not only protected the Wales compound from prying eyes but also eliminated most of the background traffic drone of the city. With only a little imagination, they could have been entering the isolated jungle retreat of some warlord poet. The big Polynesian led them through the archway and along a pillared cloister at one side of the courtyard. Once inside, the silence was even more complete, the loudest sounds being those of the fountain and nearby wind chimes moving in the breeze. Julia and Faulkner followed the servant up some steps and across a raised patio, and finally into the house itself. The Polynesian didn't go inside, however, just ushered the two women in and then melted back into the night with a fluidity that seemed almost impossible for someone of his bulk. Julia was convinced, however, that he had not gone far, but he waited and watched, ready if he was needed. Once inside, Julia was immediately struck by how much in the interior of Wales' home would resemble the residence, or with a slight qualification, how much it resembled the residence if Victor was alone there and had it all his own way. Books were everywhere. Not only crammed, one on top of the other, onto the shelves that lined the walls, but also piled on the floor, on chairs, and on occasional tables. The only wall space not taken up with shelving was hung with playbills and movie posters from early in Wales' career, along with a number of framed photographs, Wales with Fidel Castro, Wales with a hand resting on Stephen Hawking's wheelchair, a young Wales in the early 60s, marching in Selma with Martin Luther King and Harry Belafonte, Wales shaking hands with Bobby Kennedy, Wales mock sparring with Muhammad Ali. It seemed that, just as more mundane mortals like to see themselves photographically linked with celebrities such as movie stars, writers, and musicians, this most elevated of movie stars needed to display pictures of himself with individuals who were, at least in his mind, of even greater stature. After just 3 steps into the library, the perfumes of the wild were obliterated by the dry dust, almost mummified smell of paper and drying bindings, pages browning at the edges as they attempted to turn themselves back into the wood pulp from whence they came. The overall sense was one of a musty dusty gloom, hanging like a tangible presence between the monolithic piles of volumes, a gloom that this vastly solitary individual hugged to himself like an emotional shroud. Wales sat at the far end of the room from the door by which Julia and Gladriel Faulkner entered, in a high-backed leather armchair with a bottle green shaded reading lamp beside him, the only light in the room. Even that, though, was filtered through a long translucent drape of dark silk that hung from a ceiling beam like a mosquito net, or maybe the curtains in a fever ward. Julia knew instantly that there was a soul sickness in this room, and that Brandon Wales was the focus of its vector. Even as they approached, he didn't look up. He remained, even when he spoke, hunched and shawl-shrouded, staring down at the book in his lap. "So, Gladriel Faulkner, am I to understand that you have brought me something?" His voice was, at one and the same time, hoarse and soft, and he enunciated with languid care. He used that trick of quiet understatement that made everyone else strain to listen. Faulkner swallowed, having difficulty finding her voice after the ordeal that had conveyed her there. "I brought a friend." Julia was still enough of a fan to feel that scanning someone like Wales had a certain taint of blasphemous intrusion into a special and private place, but she needed all available information to manage the situation, and after all, in many respects, wasn't blasphemy part of her calling? Even so, she kept the scan reasonably superficial, just a feather massage of the outer thought contours, but that alone was enough to show her what a magnificently misshapen consciousness the man possessed, so elaborate for a human, a mind malformed by the demands of all the characters that it had stretched to encompass in its career, and scarred by the residue of each of their dramas, triumphs, and sufferings. Every role that he had played had left its imprint. He had attacked his craft so many times, almost as though it constituted a ferocious assault on himself, and the cumulative effect had come close to convincing him that he was now damaged beyond repair. Critics had always remarked at the number of his films that included scenes of Wales being brutally beaten. Seemingly, the same process went on in his mind. It was little wonder that it had become a process he both loathed and feared. Somehow, he must have sensed even Julia's relatively gentle invasion of his psyche, because he suddenly snapped the book shut and stared directly at her. "And you are the friend?" "That's right. I am Julia." Wales slowly smiled, as though Julia was a new and maybe even welcome distraction in his dark and isolated world. "And the friend has a cat. Does the cat have a name?" "He is called Adam, because he is small but mighty." "Would you care to hold him?" Wales held out his hands for the cat, and when he took it, he showed he had considerable experience at handling cats. Hadn't he, after all, performed that long scene at the start of the Patroni with an orange marmalade cat as animate prop? He played with Adam for a few moments, but then looked regretful and handed him back to Julia. "But I fear, somewhere in the house, is my dog. When he's hungry, he comes out and tells me he loves me." Julia made a dismissive gesture. "The dog will present no problem." Wales frowned. "You seem very confident of that." "We have a deal with dogs. You and the cat." Julia put Adam down so he could explore the library. She was confident he would come when she called him. "Me and my kind." Wales slowly raised an eyebrow. "And what kind is that?" "Perhaps the kind who possess exactly what you seek." "Why are you so ready to settle for the small, Orton? Why do you grapple for a percentage when the whole of everything, world without end, is laid out before you and could be yours for the taking? Why are you so afraid?" "I'm not afraid of you." But he lied. A vast distorted goddess of death version of terror swirling was laughing in his face. "Of course you are, Orton. Of course you are afraid of me. You are frightened of everything. You call it caution. You call it common sense. You call it practicality. You call it playing the odds, but that's only because you're afraid to call it by its real name, and its real name is fear." The black and purple capsule had overtaken, outnumbered, and surrounded Gast with a speed greater than any psychedelic he had ever experienced. No slow elevation of gradually intensifying hallucinations. It had come at him like the 82nd Airborne on a mission from Lucifer. It had grasped and crushed him to the point that, in seconds, his bones had liquefied and were glowing through his transparent flesh. He was unable to breathe, and, all the time, terror swirling was there, platinum/silver naked, a titillating Christmas tree distraction watching his every reaction, his every twitch and bead of sweat. Judging and evaluating, a tinsel inquisitor who always came back to the same starting point. Fear. If only he could get his mind back, but the fear came at him on evil raven wings. It came to him straight from her. Why aren't you brave, Orton? Why aren't you brave like Marcus? Because I'm not Marcus. She tapped him lightly on the forehead, and he fell back on the couch. She lowered herself over him, breathing his air, monopolizing his light, her nipples grazing the front of his shirt, never granting the time for orientation, or for him to grab for a psychic handhold. But you could be Marcus. I couldn't be Marcus. Why not? Because he's Marcus and I'm me. And never the twain shall meet. The twain have met more often than I care to think about, but that doesn't make us one or interchangeable. Fear. Gast wasn't sure how he had ceased to be on the couch, and now found himself on his knees on the floor. His shirt was gone and he too was naked. Swirling silver boots were on either side of his face. The game is named abasement. The object is the abandonment of ego. He looked up and she moved a tantalizing fraction of an inch closer to his eyes and his lips. Her perfume was overwhelming. The game is named abasement, but... Gast found that he was trembling. The room was cold. His sweat was cold. The floor was hard. But what? The game is named abasement, but I could just as easily take you to the place on high. He noticed that each time she moved, the sharp heel of her left boot etched a small gouge in the polished floor. And show me all the countries of the world spread out before me. The heel moved again. The gouge became longer. Her voice floated down to him as though from a great height. Over which Thulhu shall give you dominion. Is this the last temptation of Orton Gast? It could be. If you rise from the fear. Gast wanted to look up into her face, but he couldn't. He remained staring at the floor. It would have to be refinished. Fear. Are you afraid of high places, Orton? Are you afeard of heights? He knew he was lost if he didn't raise his eyes from the floor. He'd remain locked, fixated on the grain of the wood. He hadn't dropped all that acid in the 60s and 70s not to know the warning signs. Turn on, but also tune in. He had to make the effort. Except he knew the only way to look up was via Terra herself. She was his stairway to heaven. Oh yes indeed. That was exactly what she was selling. What the hell were these things? What had been in the black and purple capsule? Marcus must have tamed himself a designer chemist. The drug was complexity itself, homing in on remote and rarely used receptors. Although plainly related to all the alphabet soup of street psychedelics, it did more than merely invade the mind to create fantasies and distort fears. It also seemed to tamper with freedom and the will, and the individual's capacity to control his or her choices. Even his ability to raise his eyes seemed totally and hopelessly linked with the body of Terra swirling, and perhaps even required her permission. Or perhaps not quite, not yet. He found that, by slightly turning his head, he could look at the heel of her left boot. Now it was simply a matter of following a microgeographic progression. His eye traced the silver heel to the curve of the silver leather instep, up past the ankle, up the length of her calf, raising himself by the line of those long, unblemished, shining legs. At the tops of her boots, he experienced a moment's erotic hesitation. Beyond them was the smooth light tan of her thighs and... Don't linger there, Orton. That is not your journey's end. His eyes moved on, past her blonde pubic thatch, shaved to the shape of a diamond, easily ascending the flat of her stomach with the blue dragon tattoo, over the contours of her breasts. What the fuck is this drug doing to me? Her teeth sparkled, sharp, clean, and cruel behind pale blue lipstick. Do you know what's happening to you, Orton? Gast tried to grasp what was happening, but reason danced away from him. I have no will. You can do what you want with me. He heard his own voice and knew that this was a dangerous drug, very dangerous drug, and definitely not in the sense that the term was normally applied. He heard Tara laugh as though she could read his mind. Do you believe it's just the drug, or are other powers at work here? Do not fold, mutilate, or spindle. Look into my eyes, Orton. An instant of rationality flashed a warning. Don't look into her eyes. Marcus could all too easily had taught her hypnotic suggestion. I can't. You will. The drug would not allow him to heed the warning. Blue lips, blue eyeshadow like the vanity of a corpse, blue eyes, deeper than all the wells and fissures of the soul. He had no ability to resist. He looked into her eyes and he was lost. His mind executed a 90-degree turn. The depths of her eyes rotated to a flat panorama. An urban landscape was laid out in front of him. He stood upon a rooftop, high above a wet, smoke-shrouded street. A sable cape of feathers flapped around him. This was no simple drug hallucination. This was induced in him and possibly with a purpose. The sky in the east was red as though some sectors were on fire. This was no celestial city, more a downtown metropolis of hell. The city of Arlai. Towers soared, circled by spiral winds that smelled of hot metal and burnt insulation, structures of concrete and steel, with demon frescoes, heroic sculptures and scroll work of the damned, billboards and neon signs in the colors of death, alive with the sinister hieroglyphs, the jagged runes and angular ideograms of a polyglot of ancient and inhuman tongues. Huge blackbirds circled amid threatening thunderheads as though waiting for something soon to come. Gast now had no personality, he was just an observer, outside but unprotected, as at risk as any participant, unless, of course, he had become a watcher. In the distance, his vision senses heard the rattling crash of marching drums, the pounding of synchronized boots, the bray of hollow horns, and the baying of angry exultant voices. The procession appeared, distantly, way down the length of the broadest boulevard, rank behind lockstep rank, pinpointed by the lights of burning torches that moved in coordinated mass according to the power choreography of a rigid industrial ballet, forming and reforming into a progression of shapes and symbols, old and dreadful in their fell and eldritch potency. Moving ever closer to where Gast stood transfixed, like lava flows from a volcanic abyss, the procession expanded, not only filling the main boulevard, but eddying into squares and side streets, causing the air to vibrate with the mob's Reichian energy. Men in black shirts and polished harnesses carrying flags and banners, or with long ceremonial daggers thrust upward to the indigo sky, and women in red dresses scattering rose petals like drops of fresh spilled blood, while overhead, formations of electric planes and ponderous airships with tentacled insignia traversed the cloudscape in ominous and stately flypast. And as the aircraft cast their shadows on the city, the crowd began to chant. CTHL who? CTHL who? CTHL who? CTHL who? Gast was aware that Tara was beside him, also staring out excitedly at the spectacle, breathless and naked as she had been in the apartment, only now with a flowing, silver fox fur stole, and probably feeding him the fantasy, since he knew himself well enough to be certain that none of this Wagnerian extravaganza came from even the darkest depths of his own consciousness. She reached for his hand. Her voice had a catch in it as though she was close to true physical ecstasy. Do you feel it? Do you hear it? They call on Thulhu. They call on the Great One. In the instant their hands touched, Gast recovered a jolt of independence. Is this the bargain that Marcus thinks he can strike with Thulhu? Tara turned to him, eyes shining, blue lips parted. Oh, Orton darling, of course it is, and you can be a part of it. Gast adamantly shook his head. I want out of this. Tara's face darkened with anger. This is the future, Orton gasped. There can be no exit from manifest destiny. Gast could feel himself becoming infantile and petulant as his independence ebbed. He wanted to scream, but could only summon a sob. Have this dream stopped? Tara swirling regarded him with triumphant contempt. No exit remains. One exit always remains. Without even thinking, Gast hurled himself forward. Across the parapet of the tower on which they stood, and out into empty space. As he plunged down to the street and the fire of the torches, he spread his arms as though in a futile attempt to fly. Behind him, Terra swirling screamed something, but her words were drowned out by the rush of air. Philippa Therese stood her ground in the deep, sub-basement corridor beneath the apogee building. Again she pushed back the mass of her hair, this time slowly and deliberately, and looked Ronkus squarely in the eye. "Oh no. I know what you're trying to do, and it'll take a great deal more force than that." Ronkus was quite taken by surprise. This was the first human who had either protested or resisted his power to invade her mind in a very long time. "I could apply a great deal more force." "I know you could, but you don't want to, and I'm wondering why." Ronkus himself, and probably Lupo too, was wondering exactly the same thing. It would have been so simple to just blank out the mind of Philippa Therese, take her keycard and see what the guarded mystery was on the other side of the double doors. He told himself she was only a human, but the moment he had attempted to bring her under his control, he had realized that she was no ordinary human. He had intended his first approach to be gentle and soothing, almost undetectable to most men or women, but she had not only detected the attempt but stopped him with apparently little effort. That she was able to do even this was remarkable and worthy of some further investigation, and Ronkus suspected that this ability to thwart his preliminary probe was not the full extent of her power. He eased back, not even approaching her mind. "Perhaps the answer lies in what you think we are. Perhaps you're something Marcus created." Ronkus smiled. "Believe me, no one called Marcus created us. I've never seen an aura like yours." Lupo had been silently watching the exchange, but even he registered surprise at this revelation. Ronkus did his best to show no more than a casual interest. "You see auras?" "I've seen auras ever since I was a child." Almost as a reflex, Ronkus tried to see himself and Lupo as Darisk saw them, but again she blocked him. "Oh no you don't." The two Nosferatu and the decidedly strange human woman stood facing each other in the purple and white underground corridor, a bizarre but powerful triangle, at what was, at least temporarily, an impasse. Ronkus, of course, was familiar with humans possessing what was commonly known as the sight, but, through the entirety of his long life, he had encountered little more than a handful with powers comparable to the ones this woman seemed to be exhibiting. Among the undead, such empowered individuals were considered rare and also very dangerous. With this sight they possessed, they were all too often able to see too much and too deeply. The conventional wisdom was that one either gave them a very wide berth, or if that wasn't feasible, neutralized them as swiftly as possible. This, however, was hardly a conventional situation. He and Lupo had been effectively caught red-handed, snooping in what must have been the most highly restricted area of a seemingly very powerful human religious cult, and yet the woman, whose status in the cult appeared high enough to give her unfettered access to all areas, had so far made no attempt to raise the alarm, or otherwise communicate their presence to anyone else. The greatest surprise, however, was that she seemed completely unafraid of them. Lupo, as should only be expected, was looking to his dawn for the next move, and Ronkus, as far as he could assess the situation, was faced with two options. He could overpower this woman he now knew as Philippa Therese, just as they had overpowered the two security guards and Leslie the tour guide, allowing the two of them to beat a hasty retreat from the apogee. Alternately, he could engage in some swift and circumspect diplomacy and hazard where it might lead them. Something about this Darisk decided Ronkus that it would be more becoming and probably more productive to opt for finesse over brutality. He assumed an aspect of apology. "I'm sorry I entered your mind unbidden." Darisk was gracious, with even a trace of flirtation. "Just please don't do it again. I know you have the power, but there's also decorum." Ronkus half bowed. "I stand corrected." He was becoming more interested in this human female by the moment. She was definitely something out of the ordinary, hardly even of the 20th century. Lupo, although he gave no outward indication, was also fascinated. Derisk returned his bow with a nod of acceptance. He was pardoned for his lapse of manners. I presume you too, if you're not some weird creatures recruited by Marcus, have to be intruders of one kind or another. Could this be a religious variation on industrial espionage? Ronquist smiled. Nothing more than two inquisitive travelers. You expect me to believe that? It's the truth regardless of whether it's believed. Derisk was less than disarmed, although that had been Ronquist's intention. So what caused you to travel to this place? Now Lupo joined the game. My Dawn and I have certain perceptions. Derisk quickly flicked back her hair and stared at Lupo. Your Dawn? What are you? The occult arm of the Mafia. Lupo actually smiled. That might be one way of putting it, but we favor ourselves as being of slightly greater antiquity. Derisk thought about this for a moment. In this perception of yours, could it be that this place has become, how can I put this, a little too perceivable? Ronquist answered her question as though it was a matter of little importance. He didn't want to give her any clear idea of their capabilities beyond what she had already seen. Some extraordinary energies seemed to be centered here. Derisk angrily pursed her lips. I told Marcus that this place would glow like a beacon in the night once he began his new nonsense. If I might inquire, who is this Marcus you refer to? Even as he asked the question, he remembered something Leslie had said. The Apogee's founder, Dr. Marcus Derisk. Philippa Derisk snorted with contempt. Marcus Derisk, my ex-lover, previous husband, and current business partner, although I fear a palace coup may be imminent, designed to make even that a former title. And that's why you haven't so far called security to detain us. Derisk nodded approvingly to Ronquist. You truly are perceptive. That's not the only reason, though. The time may have come when Marcus has to be stopped, and who knows? You may be the ones to assist me in doing it. Stopped? Derisk looked hard at Ronquist as though making one last evaluation before speaking even more frankly. Marcus Derisk is also a little boy who has learned too many tricks. He is powerful, but not as powerful as he believes. Every so often he feels compelled to go stark staring mad, and attempt some spectacular display that will ultimately prove truly disastrous. She paused and smiled slyly. But you're probably wondering why I'm confiding this in a pair of intruders I've only just met. Ronquist raised an eyebrow. He was starting to enjoy this unusual human. It does prompt a little curiosity. You are clearly men of considerable power, and I am always candid when confronted by power. It's a maxim that stood me in good stead. I am a seventh-generation daughter of the goddess, so you can accept that I know what I'm talking about. Besides, if you really wanted to know, you could easily forget your manners and pry it out of me by force. I really have very little to lose by being completely open with you, and who knows, perhaps I could gain two formidable allies. Allies. I believe Marcus' current attempt to reach and negotiate with Thulhu is the most dangerous piece of stupidity he's ever attempted. Of course, with that swirling slut at his side, the stupidity is apt to be compounded. Ronquist quickly interrupted her. Did you say Thulhu? That's the name Marcus is using for the thing with which he's so determined to make contact. Although the name Thulhu has been used so much, it's anyone's guess what entity he's really trying to prod to wakefulness. I somehow doubt it's a literal, squid-headed abomination sleeping in the depths of the ocean. I suspect it's something much more complicated and dire. You know the name Thulhu? Ronquist slowly nodded. More terrible things appeared to be going on in this place than he or Lupo had imagined. I have heard the name Thulhu down the years. It has usually been spoken by the reckless, the ignorant, or the arrogant. Marcus qualifies for at least two, if not all, of those categories. Ronquist spread his hands indicating it was both logical and obvious. Then maybe he also qualifies to be stopped. The ever-cautious Lupo sniffed. He clearly disapproved of the haste with which Ronquist and Derisk seemed to be courting each other. This is a conspiracy being consummated at very short notice. Derisk looked at the big Nosferatu with open calculation. Sometimes the truly unique opportunity has to be grasped swiftly. Lupo's eyes gleamed with an old deep cunning. Hadn't he, in his youth, been personally acquainted with Niccolo Machiavelli? The key to all, however, is surely behind these doors. Derisk smiled at Lupo and spun the keycard between her fingertips with the dexterity of a Mississippi gambler. I'm being asked to show my cards so early in the game. Ronquist said nothing, still mildly marveling at her lack of fear. He let Lupo continue the play. Lupo smiled and turned Derisk's own words against her. Sometimes the truly unique opportunity has to be grasped swiftly. When I don't even know the identities of the other players. Ronquist couldn't help but also laugh. Believe me, if anything of the magnitude you imply lurks behind these doors, we will more than reveal our identities, and if not, we will just use our power to melt away like thieves in the night. Who's to say you're not thieves to begin with? Neither Lupo nor Ronquist said a word. A knowing smile played at the corners of Derisk's mouth, accepting that, having opted for boldness, she was coming close to being outmaneuvered. So I'm being pressured, am I? Give up the combination to the family jewels, or the game doesn't proceed. Ronquist's ring flashed reflected light as he laced his fingers in a courtly parody of regret. That would seem to be the move that must be made. Derisk considered for a long time and, despite temptation, Ronquist left her consciousness completely alone. Once her mind was made up, however, she didn't hesitate. She moved past Ronquist and Lupo and swiped the keycard through the lock scanner. She gave the doors a slight push and they swung open. Chapter 4. Ronquist did not believe that Philippa Derisk was directing him into a trap, but he still entered the chamber with a certain caution. She must have sensed this as he passed her to go through the doorway because she looked at him sharply. You seem wary. Just careful. Ronquist took 3 paces inside and looked around. Derisk followed him. You see? No lurking monsters. Obviously her special perception had its limits, because, although the room may not have harbored any tangible or temporal monsters, Ronquist's Nosferatu senses told him this inner sanctum vibrated with a highly unsavory, if not yet quite focused, power. The underground chamber was large and roughly circular, with its walls draped in many yards of heavy purple velvet calculated to muffle sound, and despite the size of the room, endowed it with the closeness and claustrophobia of shrouded conspiracies and secret rituals. Its design had been heavily weighted with a whole range of quasi-religious authority symbols borrowed from such diverse sources as Freemasonry, the English judicial system, Gothic theatre, even the Black Mass and the regalia of the Catholic Church. In many respects it was exactly what Ronquist would have expected. The secret societies of the 18th and 19th centuries had all maintained similar inner sanctums for the exclusive use of their highest power elites, and it was hardly unreasonable that the apogee should give in to the temptation to do the same. The Arthurian round table of polished grey marble dominated the room, and was, within its own stylistic variations, little short of the standard issue for such a hierarchical meeting place. The 9 high-backed leather chairs fully confirmed this. The lingering smell of old incense was equally predictable. The single unique and atypical item was the 3-foot-high, stainless steel version of the mulray pylon on the roof that stood in the center of the table. Unless, of course, it counted as an object of worship, and was the apogee equivalent of a graven image. Ronquist continued to advance into the room. Derisk followed him inside, but paused to touch a control panel near the door. A set of small, overhead spotlights came on, individually focused on each of the empty chairs. Seemingly no possible effect had been spared to create the illusion of power. Ronquist could imagine how these lights would throw those seated in the chairs during a full session of this inner circle into stark relief, while at the same time creating dark and sinister outer shadows. He glanced back at Darisk. The corporate boardroom. That's what it used to be. And now, it has become the hub of Marcus' new experiments, the command center for his quest into the unknown. Ronkus slowly walked around the table, still wary and circumspect. There are 9 places at this table. The governing body of the apogee is known as the Nine. An original title. It wasn't my idea. But you are one of the 9. While Lupo waited near the door, just inside the chamber, Darisk moved toward where Ronkus was standing surveying the room. For the moment I am. Although my instincts tell me that I may soon to be excluded, if not terminated. Ronkus walked away from her, continuing to circle the table. You are frightened. Darisk shook her head. Marcus will find that it's no simple matter to harm me. Darisk continued to follow Ronkus around the table. To Lupo, watching from the door, the two seemed to be circling each other in what looked uncomfortably close to an improvised dance of courtship, with the human female constantly advancing and his master circling away from her. He smiled quietly to himself. It was a long time since he had seen Ronkus behave like that. Despite the unmistakable aura of evil in the room, Darisk seemed to have put him in an almost frivolous mood. With the diameter of the table between them, Ronkus halted and looked directly at her. How is it he doesn't know that already? Darisk also stopped and leaned against the table, her body announcing that it was now Ronkus' turn to make the advance. He does, but when he starts feeling omnipotent, he forgets things. Ronkus ignored the invitation and didn't move. You say that essentially the Nine used to be the corporate board of the apogee. Until Marcus started his new madness. And now? I think he sees the rest of us as his human energy sources. Which is Marcus' chair? The third one to your left. Ronkus walked to the chair and stood behind it. And which is yours? I used to sit on his right hand, but now that place has been taken by Terra Swirling, I sit exactly opposite. Symbolic, don't you think? Ronkus rested his hands lightly on the back of Marcus' chair. Go and stand by your place at the table. Aside from turning to face him, Darisk didn't move. You issue orders as though you always expect to be obeyed. I do. Darisk raised her hands in surrender. But who am I to disobey a don of the occult? She moved to the chair opposite where Ronkus was standing and waited to see what his intention might be. For a moment, it looked as though he was going to seat himself in Marcus' place, but, instead, he sprang up onto the surface of the table itself. His black coat flapped momentarily like raven wings, and he landed lightly in a feline crouch, only immediately to straighten and become a man again. Darisk's eyes momentarily widened, but she otherwise managed to control any further reaction to the sudden and irrefutably unhuman move. In his own way, Ronkus was keeping his promise. By the time they left the chamber, Philippa Darisk would be in no doubt as to who and what he was. As Ronkus straightened, a trick mix of spotlights caused him to cast long double shadows across the polished surface of the round table with its inlaid computer terminals and other electronics. The apex of the 2 shadows pointed directly at Darisk. Whether this was by accident or calculation wasn't clear, but she quickly stepped back, somewhat unnerved by this new visual power play. Ronkus started to walk across the tabletop toward her. Darisk took another step back, but Ronkus stopped beside the model of the Mulray pylon, seemingly now more interested in it than in her. He crouched beside it for a more careful inspection. This isn't just a piece of sculpture, is it? Darisk had a second of trouble finding her voice. Marcus seems to think that. Ronkus stretched out a hand to touch the model of the pylon. Lupo quickly stepped forward. Don Victor. Lupo. I don't think you should touch that thing. Do you realize we've just revealed our names to the lady? Lupo's face became set and grim. I still don't think you should touch that thing. Despite Lupo's warning, Ronkus experimentally extended his right hand until the tips of his long fingers, with their carefully manicured nails, were less than an inch from the bright metal. Suddenly blue sparks jumped the gap and a strange whisper passed through the room. The onyx and silver ring on his third finger glowed briefly before Ronquist quickly drew his hand back. The sparks ceased and the ring no longer glowed. He turned to Lupo and nodded. I think you're absolutely right. It would appear to be some kind of energy conduit that I don't understand. Therese had now recovered some of her wits. Did he call you Don Victor? Ronquist ignored her and continued to speak to Lupo, who had now moved from the door and was approaching the table. At the same time, what we have here is a very unusual phenomenon that begs our inquiry. Did you see what happened? Lupo nodded. I saw. And did you feel something? Some entity seemed to be pressing into the room. It's as though, somewhere in this place, a gateway is under construction. Therese repeated her question. Did he just call you Don Victor? Again Ronquist ignored her. Like a power transfer between here and somewhere else. I felt a profound emanation of dangerous power, Don Victor. Ronquist frowned. And we hardly scratched the surface. This time, Therese was determined not to be ignored. Are you Victor Ronquist? Brandon Wales raised a heavy hand and parted the sheer silk drape that hung between Julia, Gladriel Faulkner, and himself. His face folded in wrinkles like those of an old leather jacket as he smiled sadly at Julia. Julia wondered how a human who had once been so beautiful could have let his body fall into such tragic decline and disrepair. Aside from his obesity, his skin was dead fish pale, as though he hadn't emerged into daylight in a very long time. That at least should partially prepare him for what Julia had in store if her plans came to fruition. Wales looked Julia up and down and sighed. I don't know what you're peddling, young lady, but I fear that death is quite inevitable. Just look round this library. We think literature is immortal, but even that decays and ultimately turns to dust. Julia kept her expression completely neutral. You believe death is unavoidable. Wales pulled the curtain farther back and hitched it over his chair so he could look fully at Julia and Faulkner. We all die, my dear. There's no truth in the rumor put round by the AMA and the pharmaceutical companies that it's somehow avoidable. Isn't that what we're told? Death and taxes. The two great inevitables. We are told many things, but with few guarantees to their veracity. Wales idly turned a page of the book in his lap. I've been reading a great deal about death lately. In the past, we thought our bodies simply wore out through the stresses of everyday life. Wales patted his vast stomach ruefully. And, God knows, this body has been subjected to enough stresses down the years. But now we discover that aging is genetically pre-programmed into the cells of the human body. We all start our lives as a single cell, a female egg known as the ovum that contains a complete set of chromosomes, the human genome. Shortly after fertilization, the process of building our bodies begins, which culminates in hundreds of millions of cells. The problem would seem to be that, even into adult life, these cells continue to divide, except, instead of an exact duplication, we get imperfect copies. When enough of these imperfections have accumulated in our cells, the process of aging starts to become apparent. His hands again gestured to his ruined form. In some cases, more than apparent. Julia said nothing and Wales continued. I fear that shortly I shall find myself entering hell. I don't know if it will be as I picture it. Julia still didn't respond, and Gladriel Faulkner felt it incumbent on her to say something. I keep telling you, Brandon. There is no hell. Which only provided Julia with further confirmation of the woman's abysmal ignorance. You're wrong. There's a hell. Make no mistake about that. Wales raised his chin and looked sideways at Julia. The move was that of the mafia chieftain he had played in the Patroni. And you have come here to sell me on some kind of get-out-of-hell-free card. Julia took a step forward, relegating Faulkner to the background. Brandon Wales. Wales stroked his cheek, another gesture from the Patroni. Is this the start of the sales pitch? I must warn you that it better be entertaining, or I will have my man escort you from the premises. Look directly into my eyes. Wales deliberately closed the book. I don't hypnotize easily. It's been tried by some of the best. This has nothing to do with hypnosis. Then proceed, but please make it interesting. He moved his head so he was looking directly into Julia's eyes. Julia stared back into his and let him have everything. She filled his mind with multileveled streams of all the knowledge normally forbidden to humans. She kindled midnight lamps and let him run with the wolves. She filled his mind with chapter and verse, the broadest and most extensive detail of the world of the Nosferatu and the condition of being undead. It started with the lineage, from her creation by Victor Ronquist, back down through the centuries to Ronquist's own transformation from human by the great vampire Lamia in the 12th century. Painting with vivid psychic colors, she showed him the rapture of the hunt and the thrill of the kill. She graphically allowed him to experience the elation and euphoria of fresh blood coursing through his body, heating his metabolism and setting fires in his brain. She guided him through the vibrant darkness and the strange passions of the Nosferatu, leading him from the chill of the tomb to the shimmer of stars in the skies of time-hallowed mountainsides, and high and ancient deserts. She made him burn with the terrible hunger, and understand the totality of satisfaction that came with the feast in the night. She showed him all of the dangerous beauties, but she also showed him the terrible threats that would confront him, the all-consuming horror of the sun and the searing fatality of hideous day. She transported him to eras when her kind had been worshipped as gods and to other times when they had been systematically exterminated like demons. He endured the fear generated in the Nosferatu by the professional vampire hunters of the 16th and 17th century, and he saw, with gruesome clarity, the carnage brought down on them by Bishop Rock and the slaughter of 1919. All through the telepathic seminar, however, Julia also gave herself a certain edge by letting Wales observe himself in a Nosferatu context as vibrant and young, the motion picture prince he had been 40 years earlier. By the time she finished, Wales was pale, exhausted, and breathless. An unhealthy sweat beaded his brow and, for a moment, Julia feared that, instead of selling him on the idea of being made Nosferatu, she had only succeeded in precipitating a stroke or a massive coronary. Fortunately he seemed to recover fairly rapidly, and after moving his mouth a number of times like a gasping blowfish, he actually managed to speak. Was that real? Julia nodded, white blonde and cool. Absolutely real and within your grasp. Wales grew suspicious. Every part of it? Every part of it? For the first time Julia lied. She knew all the techniques of the process of the changing, but she had never learned or been taught how to restore youth to the being undergoing conversion. It could be done. That much she did know, so maybe it wasn't quite so much of a lie. She was almost certain that Dahlia knew the trick. Admittedly Julia had yet to consult with Dahlia, but how could Dahlia refuse to restore a human once as perfect as Brandon Wales to the full physical glory of his young manhood? Even the part about being young again. Wales seemed to have difficulty asking the question, as though he was embarrassed by his own vanity. Julia lied a second time. Even the part about being young again. And you are one of these, Nosferatu. I have been Nosferatu for over 60 years. In the shadows, Faulkner let out a sob of despair, but both Wales and Julia ignored her. Wales was silent for a very long time. Somewhere outside the library a nightbird started calling. The fountain splashed and the wind chimes tinkled. Finally Wales took a deep breath and smiled. I have to accept this is the offer I can't refuse. You can refuse. I'm not going to force you. I need time. Julia's tone hardened. You're human. The thing you don't have is time. I'd be a fool to refuse, wouldn't I? You'd be a fool to die. Then you'd better tell me what to do. You're willing to give yourself over to me? Totally. Wales suddenly laughed as though realizing for the first time what Julia was really proposing. My dear, I am absolutely and completely terrified of death. I would give myself over to Lucifer himself if it made me immortal. Julia's eyes sparkled. It won't quite amount to that. So when do we start on this journey of transformation? Like they say, there's no time like the present. He gestured round at his books and more generally to his protected recluse home. I have to leave all this and come with you. The dawn approaches and I'm unable to stay. I will not come here again, and the offer will definitely not be repeated. Again Wales was silent. Faulkner had started sobbing again. Suddenly she moved into the light. No, Brandon. You'll be damned. You can't go with this thing. Julia silenced her with a look and she cringed away. Julia faced Wales, her expression uncompromising. Well. Brandon Wales smiled again. His weariness seemed to have been shed like an old skin. So be it. Orton-Gast had fallen through into another place. He had dived from the illusory building, but instead of being dashed to pieces on the equally illusory street below, he had simply left his body and continued to free fall, discorporate, immaculate. Whatever had been in the black and purple capsule now commanded every synapse. No neuron moved except by the drug's regulation. To stretch the metaphor, reality had fully taken a powder. In his subjective universe, his apartment no longer existed. The 19th floor no longer existed. Tara Swirling and her silver boots no longer existed. Neither Century City nor Los Angeles existed. The 20th century was, in every respect, history. Swirling had arrived with the capsule offering him choices. Admittedly some of the choices had been at gunpoint, but they'd been choices all the same, if only to comply or die. No choices in this place, no past, probably no future, just an endless and formless present. He was in a place where nothing seemed truly formed. Blue, disruptive energy swirled around him, rolling and plunging like surf on a primeval sea, simultaneously creating and destroying itself and his personality right along with it. All he could cling to was the psychological life preserver, a lesson he had learned the hard way back in the 60s. The bottom line mantra: it's just a fucking drug. In spite of all his senses and perceptions might tell him, and how hard the idea might be to conceive in the middle of the maelstrom, a drug, no matter how powerful, was finite. Sometime, sooner or later, it would have to end. It would wear off. The toxins would be sweated or pissed from his system, and he would come out on the other side. He would eventually come down. By definition, the theme park thrill ride always had a start and a conclusion, a beginning and an end. Form, place, and reality would return. It's just a fucking drug. Resist the panic and keep telling yourself. It's just a fucking drug. But what a drug. Another voice was in his mind, the comment of an intruder. This was something he'd never encountered on acid, STP, or even angel dust. No matter how high, he still did his own talking. It's just a fucking drug. But this was a drug created by Marcus Derisk and, like Marcus Derisk, this was almost certainly a drug with an agenda. But what agenda? That was the question that Gast didn't want to examine. He had never seen anyone else take a black and purple capsule. He could be going where no man had gone before. Maybe he was misreading it, and it wasn't a psychedelic at all. Already it felt as though the blue energy was somehow feeding on him. His body was already gone and he was certain that pieces of his brain were being ripped away by the howl of the solar wind. His integral vibration, the essence that made him Orton-Gast and no one else, was rapidly eroding in the same violent energy stream. It's just a fucking drug. Yes, okay, but suppose it was something entirely new, something that wasn't finite, something that had no other side, no beginning or end. Hey, now. Put the brakes on that train of thought or you'll spook yourself, kid. But suppose it was akin to that Haitian voodoo powder, that stuff the guy in the movie had smuggled back to Harvard. The stuff that killed the free will, that decimated all self, leaving a hollow unresisting shell. Maybe in some other universe, another fully controlled zombie Orton-Gast was already burning up phone, fax, and internet, moving vast sums of Apogee money into secret Swiss bank accounts to which only Marcus de Riesque had the PIN codes and passwords. Perhaps this was Marcus offering to Thulhu, a zombie army of the dead, to do his/her/its bidding when he/she/it took over the earth, and Marcus and Tara became his/her/its immortal quislings. Was that the meaning of the first vision? Had he been offered a position in Thulhu's Immortals, and had he rejected it when he jumped from the roof of the hallucination? Orton-Gast told himself over and over that it was just a fucking drug, but the trip wouldn't stop, the roller coaster refused to come to a halt, the energy wind raged on, and all he could crave was oblivion. "Are you Victor Ronquist?" The 4 words were all it took for Philippa de Riesque to have Ronquist's full attention. It was as though they echoed all around the underground chamber of the Nine. Ronquist turned sharply from his examination of the pylon. The flirtation with de Riesque was definitely over. He was suddenly raw Nosferatu power. "What did you say?" "I asked if you were Victor Ronquist." Lupo, who had left his post by the door, and now stood close to the table and his master, looked from de Riesque to Ronquist. "Perhaps if I simply kill her." Ronquist dismissed the idea with an impatient gesture. No, I want to hear what prompted Ms. de Riesque's question." He straightened up and walked across the tabletop until he was standing over her. The double shadows now flanked him like a dark escort. "I suggest you tell me everything, or, I swear, I'll forget my manners and tear into your mind until I find out the whole story." For the very first time, Philippa de Riesque showed fright. Her aura flared and trembled, a terrified yellow. "There isn't really a story? More a name and a shot in the dark. It's just that I knew the house where we used to live, the old Virginia Villas place, had been bought by some mysterious individual called Victor Ronquist. Lately there's been comment, because seemingly this Victor Ronquist has now taken up residence in the old place and lives in very isolated seclusion with some kind of extended family." Lupo was looking extremely uncomfortable. She now knows too much for any human. Ronquist's eyes were harder than the marble on which he stood. "It's not your fault, Lupo. We did promise that we'd reveal who and what we are once she let us in here. I will happily kill her." Ronquist quickly shook his head. He continued to stare at de Riesque. "You expect me to believe that you made this connection on the strength of a single name? There must be tens of thousands of Victors in the Los Angeles basin." De Riesque's fear turned to anger. "I'm a fucking psychic, damn you. I make these kind of connections. I've always made them, ever since I was a child. I don't particularly like it, but I do it." Lupo took a step toward de Riesque. "I should kill her now, Don Victor. It's the only prudent course." Ronquist motioned him away. He clasped his hands behind his back and stared down at de Riesque. "You used to live in the Villas house? The one that was bought by Howard Hughes?" "That's right." "When?" "In the late 60s. We were the ones who put in the observation deck." "Are you telling me that you were one of the Satanists?" De Riesque looked indignant. "We weren't Satanists." Ronquist glanced wonderingly around the chamber, gesturing as though he couldn't quite believe it. "All this grew out a handful of Satanist hippies. We weren't Satanists. We have to kill her, Don Victor." "No, Lupo. We may need her. This is too much of a coincidence." "I don't believe in coincidence, Don Victor." De Riesque looked from one Nosferatu to the other. "If it's any help, I don't believe in coincidence either." Lupo snorted. "At least we all agree on that." Ronquist overlooked the comment and continued his interrogation of de Riesque. "How long have you known about us?" "Only a matter of minutes. I just made the connection that you might be the same Victor Ronquist. I still don't exactly know about you. So what brought you down here at such an opportune moment?" "Nothing brought me down here. I saw something on one of the security monitors that no one else seemed to be seeing, so I came down to find out what it might be." Why should I believe you? Because I'm telling the truth, damn it. And I don't want Lupo here to kill me. Self-preservation could provide just as much motive to lie. Therese looked at Lupo, but knew she could expect no quarter from that direction. Lupo plainly took no prisoners. There is one way that this could be resolved. How? I could let you into my mind and you could see for yourself. Ronquist looked questioningly at Lupo. It sounds like a reasonable offer. It feels like a trap to me. Even if it is a trap, she may not be the hunter. She could just as easily be the bait, but at least with her neutralized. Therese used anger to control her fear. What the fuck do I have to do? I don't care who or what you are. Marcus and that obscene thing in the middle of the table are the problem here, not what I might know or not know. Ronquist looked back at the pylon, then slowly he turned and faced Therese again. You'd be willing let me into your mind. If that's what it takes for me to go on living. Ronquist nodded. Very well. He knelt down on the marble tabletop so their eyes were on approximately the same level. Come closer. Therese moved so there were less than 3 feet between them. Just relax. Therese managed a wan smile. That's a little difficult under the circumstances. Look directly into my eyes. Again she did as he instructed. She trembled slightly as he entered her. Although there was much in her mind that Ronquist would have liked to examine, particularly the history of Marcus Therese's previous attempts to break through to other places, he didn't abuse her trust. He only moved through the memories and scanned the information that directly related to the situation at hand. To make the experience easier for her, he also stroked some pleasure centers in passing. When he withdrew, she stumbled forward and put out a hand to steady herself on the table. Perhaps he had overdone the pleasure centers. Breathing a little heavily, she pushed her hair out of her eyes. It was hard not to fight you. You did very well. I think I need a cigarette. Ronquist felt in his coat and came out with a flat silver cigarette case. He opened it and held it out to her. Therese blinked at the row of handmade Russian cigarettes with the silver tips and the Romanov Eagle logo. You're a constant source of surprises. I carry them for occasions like this. Therese took one. Lupo produced a worn Zippo lighter and offered her the flame. As Therese inhaled, she regarded Ronquist and Lupo thoughtfully. It occurs to me that the other classic moment to offer a cigarette is just before an execution. Lupo snapped the lighter closed and put it back in his jacket pocket. I take it she was telling the truth. Ronquist nodded. Not only is she telling the truth, but she is neither being manipulated nor used by any third party. So what do we do now? Ronquist stood up. I think we have to resume our previous course of action and attempt to bring what we started to some kind of conclusion. I have to probe deeper into that thing on the table. Don't do it, Don Victor. Believe me, I don't want to touch the thing, but I can think of no other way to discover its purpose. Watch Ms. Therese, but don't harm her, whatever happens. Why don't you let me do it? Ronquist shook his head. I think not. I am the master and, in this instance, I must make myself the subject of the experiment. He took a deep breath as though summoning strength and courage before he moved. 2 steps took him to the pylon. He hesitated again and then gripped it with both of his hands. Instantly, blinding blue power, purple at its core, ripped through his undead body. Ronquist seemed locked to the pylon, his face contorted and mouth open in a silent scream. Violent energy arced up and over him, dancing across the ceiling of the chamber to the accompaniment of a screaming howl, as though something was again trying to force its shrieking way through into the world of men. Therese covered her face and even Lupo retreated. All the lights in the chamber flicked, alternately dimming and glowing unnaturally bright, as though uncontrolled surges were rushing through the whole power circuitry of the building. 2 of the computer terminals in the table blew noisily, imploding their picture tubes and sending fountains of glass cascading into the air. Energy swirled and spiraled, twisting and turning as though it was trying to achieve some kind of coherent physical form, and all the time Victor Ronquist continued to scream as though not even the strength of his Nosferatu system could survive what was happening to him. "Stop the car!" Faulkner and Wales looked at Julia in surprise. They were less than 5 minutes away from the Wales compound, still making their way down from the hills. Lamar, however, didn't even glance round. He simply pulled the limo over to the side of the road and waited. Julia signaled to Faulkner with a flick of contemptuous fingers. "Strip." This seemed to be the final shock for Faulkner. "What? Strip? I don't understand." Now impatience was coupled with contempt. "What's hard about the word strip? You simply start taking off your clothes and continue until you are quite naked." Faulkner looked helplessly at Brandon Wales, but he merely shrugged. "I think you might be well advised to do what she says. You aren't going to help me." Wales shook his head. He was fully possessed of a superstar's imperial self-interest. "No. I'm sorry, I'd like to, but I'm going to be immortal. I can't jeopardize that." Faulkner, having been dismissed by Wales, began to remove the outer layer of her archaic New Age hippie outfit. "What are you going to do to me? You will be found naked and wandering, as they like to describe it on the TV news." Gladriel Faulkner let out a wail. "No. Please, no. I don't have much time. Dawn will be here soon. Do I have to put you under complete control?" Sobbing, Faulkner continued to disrobe. Julia tapped her fingernails on the armrest of her seat. "Please hurry." As increasingly more of Faulkner's nakedness was revealed, Julia pursed her lips in aesthetic displeasure. The woman was nothing more than a fat slob, flabby with cellulite. When Faulkner was down to her somewhat voluminous French knickers and looked as though she was about to protest again, Julia irritatedly dismissed her. "Very well, keep them on if you must. Just get out of the car." As Faulkner opened the door of the limousine, Julia made one last move on her. "Gladriel." Faulkner looked at Julia in mute terror. "Yes. This will make it easier for you." A tiny flash of Julia's aura lashed out at Faulkner and spun her around. The woman let out a final whimper and stumbled away from the limousine. Julia leaned forward and pulled the door closed. Adam the kitten pounced on some of Faulkner's discarded and still warm clothes and worried at them as though he was killing a snake or a rodent. As Julia ordered Lamar to drive on, Wales frowned. Was it wise to let her go like that? "Would you rather have had me kill her?" "No, no, of course not. And it would hardly have been practical to hold her prisoner. But won't she tell her story to the police or whoever picks her up?" Julia smiled unpleasantly. "That won't happen. I did a little something to her mind. Her memories of this entire night are now highly confused and somewhat in line with the note you left." At Julia's instigation, Wales had left a long and cryptically rambling note, essentially informing the world that he had been kidnapped by aliens and would never be seen in the mortal realm again. Of course, the note would not be believed, but the movie community would assume that Wales had finally succumbed to total insanity, and almost certainly breathe a sigh of collective relief. Sometime in the future, when Wales failed to materialize, either on his private island in the South Pacific, or in some expensive private madhouse, questions might be asked and investigations undertaken, but by then, it would be altogether too late. Brandon would have left the auditorium. He would no longer inhabit the human dimension, and if he behaved as an Nosferatu and didn't do anything excessively rash or flamboyant, he would be completely beyond humanity's reach. Prompted by the note, and as a supplementary dash of gourmet flavoring to this mix of deception and illusion, Julia had not only scrambled Faulkner's recall of the previous few hours, she had also implanted a perplexing mess of dazed and soft-focus false recall involving shining discs and skinny, big-eyed extraterrestrials, a hallucinatory smoke screen to further confuse and complicate the situation when the woman told her story. Ever since Wales had formerly acquiesced to Julia's proposal and placed himself under tutelage and mentorship, the two of them had been busy with frantic arrangements. His physical bulk and previous lethargy notwithstanding, when the actor was presented with an objective, he could go to work with a precisely focused and energetic will. As much of Wales' considerable wealth as could be moved at such short notice, in the middle of the Pacific time zone night, had been transferred to untraceable bank accounts. His servants had been instructed that Wales was going on a sudden, extended, and highly private vacation, and had been generously paid off. Only the big Polynesian had been unhappy about this precipitous and unexpected departure from routine, but his severance had been so close to a small fortune that it had circumvented any overly probing questions. Wales had needed one actor's final scene of regret at leaving all the property that had for so long been held dear, particularly his cherished books, but this was nothing more than Julia expected. With scarcely 90 minutes left before the first streaks of dawn would be showing, Julia had let him play it out, with one eye on the clock. As soon as he was through, she hurried him to the limo. The limo pulled away, leaving the weeping and almost naked Faulkner at the side of the road, now completely dependent on the immediate kindness of strangers and probably the LAPD. Julia's only remaining concern was that, with the dawn moving closer, she would get Wales to the residence just as it was time to retire for the day. Julia had not hunted that night and she would need to sleep. The idea of Brandon Wales having to be left on his own in the residence, to amuse himself through the daylight hours, surrounded by the slumbering undead, did not sit easily with her, plus she doubted it would please Victor when he discovered what she'd done. This was a problem, though, that she would confront when they were home and safe. She supposed, if worse came to worst, he could always be drugged or mind-controlled to keep him quiet until after sunset. The pain came out of nowhere. It was as though a bomb or grenade had exploded right inside the car. For a moment, Julia thought they were under attack or the big quake had finally hit. After lurching back from the initial excruciating shock, however, she realized the explosion had actually been inside her head. Neither Wales nor Lamar appeared to sense anything. Only Adam the cat was aware of something amiss. He looked up from what he was doing, staring at Julia, wide-eyed with his white fur rising in angry spikes. Wales only noticed when Julia grimaced and closed her eyes in the effort of trying to wrestle the torment into submission. "Is something wrong? You look ill." Julia waved away the question. "It's nothing. Should I stop the car?" "No, no, keep going." The act of having to listen to Wales revealed something else. The pain was not her own. It was coming from elsewhere. In another part of the city, some other Nosferatu was in mortal agony, its body racked by furious shocks of a completely unknown energy. Julia struggled to recognize the identity of the sufferer. Logic dictated that it had to be one of the colony, but who? The pain so distorted both voice and hallmark thought patterns that it seemed totally foreign to her. Then, in an instant of two-way lucidity, she knew. For the first time in recent memory, Julia Aschenbach was afraid, and for the first time in as long as memory was possible, Julia was afraid for someone other than herself. The Nosferatu in pain was Victor. Victor, her master, the most circumspect and careful of all, had somehow managed to put himself in the path of the most agonizing and possibly fatal danger. The last time that she had heard a mind screaming like that had been when Kurt Carfax had burned up in the sun. Victor couldn't be burning. The sun had not yet risen. What could be doing this to him? More to the point, what would the rest of them do if something happened to Victor? Julia had always had her running conflicts with Victor, but to imagine existing without him was scarcely possible. She was vaguely aware that Wales was speaking to her, again asking what was the matter. Julia could hardly speak, she had the pain under control, but it took all of her concentration. Her reply was disjointed. "Yes." Indirectly. "Another of us in trouble. Is there something we need to do?" Julia shook her head. "No, nothing." The pain abruptly stopped. Julia could sense no passing, but on the other hand, she could detect no trace of Victor, either. It was as though he'd simply vanished. Wales was now asking if this was going to cause a change in her plans. Again she shook her head. No, not yet. Elaine Dance's Mustang turned off the freeway at the La Brea exit. As far as she could tell, dawn was in 2 hours or less. She had been driving for most of the night and had finally exhausted herself sufficiently to be ready to collapse and see what the next day would bring. She had driven all the way out to the edge of the desert, looking for a clear spot in her mind, getting almost to Palm Springs before she turned back. On the return trip, she had stopped for a cup of coffee and a muffin at the Will Inn, that landmark truck stop out on the 10 with the life-size dinosaur replicas. It had maybe consumed a half hour, but the rest of the time she had been driving like an automaton. At first, Elaine had castigated herself for not reacting more swiftly after she had followed Julia out of the Rat Club. She had sat in the car too long when she should have gone in pursuit. When she'd finally regathered her wits, she had considered driving like a bat out of hell in an attempt to catch up with Julia's limousine, but that had been nothing more than wishful thinking. She had wasted the chance, and the long black Cadillac was long gone. She now turned north, heading up to Melrose and West Hollywood. Tomorrow, it would be back to the grind, back in harness, so to speak. She was tired, and she could hardly claim, even to herself, that her night's adventure had achieved very much. She still, however, retained the sense of purpose and optimism with which she had left the Rat Club. It was enough to hold her together. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, she knew she could survive them. She was certain that another sign was coming. What she didn't expect was that the sign would come so soon and so violently, or that its first effect would be to run her off the road. The pain hit like electric migraine. It started as a bright blue spot, slightly purple, at the center of her forehead, directly behind her eyes, then spread through the rest of her head and overflowed down her brainstem. It fanned out across her shoulders, coursed down her spine, and quickly invaded her entire body. Her first reaction was that she was having a stroke, which provoked a sudden fury that such a thing could happen to her when she was still so young and had so much left to do. The cruelest cut of all would surely be to have premature mortality overtake her, just as she was so close to becoming immortal. In a matter of moments, though, she knew this wasn't the case. The pain was not hers. Somehow she was experiencing it secondhand. Even blind and physically discoordinated, she knew enough from her association with Kinara to be certain that this pain was being communicated from elsewhere, transmitted to her by a process at which she couldn't even guess. She also knew, with an equally inexplicable insight, from whom it came. It was Victor suffering the real, first-hand pain, and right at that moment, he was in some terrible and dangerous predicament. The one thing she didn't know, and probably would never know, was at what point she lost control of the car. The last external thing she remembered before the blue pain struck was coming up to a green light where La Brea crossed 3rd. Her next conscious knowledge of the real world was being thrown forward as the Mustang mounted the sidewalk and slammed into the wall surrounding the parking lot of the Ralph's supermarket some 20 yards north of the intersection. It was lucky that she was wearing a seat belt and that the Mustang was a solid, old-fashioned piece of Detroit iron, otherwise she might have either gone through the windshield or been folded into the crumple zone of a lesser car. It was also fortunate that her foot had come off the gas during the transmitted seizure, and the Mustang had rolled into the wall at a mere 25 miles an hour rather than accelerating into it with the pedal down to the metal. She quickly turned off the engine, released her seat belt, and climbed out to inspect the damage. A pair of homeless winos stared at her from a distance, attracted by the sound of the Mustang hitting the wall. As she looked at the stove-in radiator grill, the totaled headlights, and the sprung hood, and was attempting to deal with the fact that the front end of her only material joy in life might well be damaged beyond adequate repair, she heard the siren and saw the flashing red and blue lights, a couple of blocks north up La Brea, but coming in her direction. The winos heard the siren at the same time she did and quickly made themselves scarce. Elaine Dan sagged against the damaged car. The night that had started with the search for Nosferatu was ending with the police. The sole consolation was that the blue pain had gone as inexplicably as it had come, but that was not too much compensation for a wrecked car and the need to come up with a plausible explanation to offer LA's notoriously hair-trigger guardians of public order. She also remembered that the quasi-doctor's bag, in which she carried her professional paraphernalia, was in the trunk. Oh shit, just don't let the sons of bitches look in the trunk. Lupo was up on the table, charging blindly like an angry bull. His master was in deadly danger and he knew what he had to do. In Lupo's universe, this was all that mattered. All else had to be excluded. His master must be saved. Lupo's shoulder hit Ronquist high on the chest, under his armpit. His weight and momentum knocked Ronquist clear off the pylon, and the deadly contact was broken. The energy flow abruptly ceased. A few tongues of flame danced momentarily in the air of the chamber, then faded to nothing. The two Nosferatu went sprawling, sliding side by side on the polished tabletop, only stopping short of going clear off the edge. Lupo slowly pushed himself up, but Ronquist didn't move. Lupo didn't notice this at first. He rolled to face Ronquist, still believing he'd saved him. "We'd better get out of this place, Don Victor. There's no way all that didn't raise the alarm." It was only then that he saw Ronquist was deathly still. "Don Victor." Therese scrambled onto the table and knelt beside Ronquist. She felt for his heart, but quickly realized it was a futile exercise. She was not even sure if he had a heart, or if he did, whether it beat like that of a human. Distraught, she turned to Lupo. "How do you tell if one of the undead has perished?" Lupo looked as though his anguish was going to tear him apart. "You know what we are." "Of course I know. When he came into my mind, I saw." Therese put her face close to Ronquist's. Behind her, Lupo loomed, his shadow falling across her kneeling figure, his retractable fangs slowly extending. The idea that his master was gone was robbing him of his reason. All he wanted was revenge, and he was not particular from whom he extracted it. Therese turned and saw him. "Do you plan to kill me?" Lupo halted. "My master has perished." "You're wrong. A part of him still there. I see no aura. My master has perished." "Damn it, Lupo. I've looked in his mind. There's still a trace of him left. Blood will save him." "How do you know that?" Therese shook her head in frustration. Ronquist's companion could be deliberately obtuse when he chose. "I don't know how I know that, but it's true. I think some connection was made when he entered me. If he was human, I'd force brandy down his throat, but he needs blood. My blood wouldn't help him. But mine would." "You'd do that?" Therese gestured impatiently. There was no time to talk. "Yes, I'd do that." Lupo quickly fumbled in the pockets of Ronquist's coat. "Why?" "Because if he's destroyed, the first thing you'll do is kill me." "Is that a good enough reason?" Lupo couldn't argue. He pulled out a stainless steel tube the size of a 100mm cigarette with a recessed button on the side. Lupo pressed the button and a thin steel spike flashed out. It was Ronquist's most recent hunting device, the replacement for the fangs that he found too uncouth and barbaric, and he carried it with him always. He'd had it custom made by a Tijuana switchblade manufacturer soon after he'd arrived in Los Angeles. Therese eyed the spike and swallowed hard. "Will you take the blood from my neck?" Lupo shook his head. "No. You'll have to help him drink. I'll take it from the chest. That way you can support his head. Like breastfeeding a baby." "Similar." Her hands went to the tie of her pale blue dress, but suddenly she looked at the door of the chamber and stopped. "Wait. What?" "Close and lock the door. After all that power disturbance, security is bound to come and check down here." This so clearly made sense that Lupo quickly did as Darisk suggested. Will these doors keep them out? For a while. They're supposed to be bomb-proof. Hit the red button. That prevents anyone using a keycard from the outside, they'll have to break in to get us. Again Lupo did as he was told. When he returned to the table, Darisk had already pushed her dress down around her waist, and Ronkist's head was cradled in her lap. As Lupo knelt beside her, she arched her spine, leaning back for him to make the incision. Draw the blood. Lupo took a deep breath. He looked a little shamefaced. I've never actually done this before. What do you mean you've never done this before? You're one of them, aren't you? I mean, I've never fed blood to an unconscious third party. It? Lupo cut himself off. Darisk seemed baffled. It would. Lupo had been about to say that such a thing did take place during the creation of Anunnus Feratu, but had stopped himself in time. That was the one ceremony of his kind in which he had never engaged. He had always lacked any desire for even undead progeny. I will need to make the cut, and then feed myself for a moment first. Darisk's voice was strained. She was having trouble hiding her fear. Just do it. Do whatever it takes. I feel him fading. Darisk closed her eyes and bit back a cry as the sharp spike pierced the flesh over the ribs, just below her right breast. After the stab of pain, the next thing she felt was Lupo's lips touching the wound. Darisk had never thought that lips could be so cold as the polished marble on which they crouched, only possessed of a fluid movement. After a few seconds, the lips were gone and Lupo's voice was soft and very close to her. Now put his mouth to the wound. Darisk opened her eyes and guided Ronkist's head to the blood flow. His face showed not the slightest spark of animation. I hope he has the strength to drink. All we can do is hope. Let his lips touch the blood. Now Ronkist's lips touched her chest. If anything, they were even colder than Lupo's, the kiss of icicle, and Darisk let out a shudder that was a combination of thrill and revulsion. Ronkist's lips were so different from Lupo's, and Darisk knew that, in the future, she would know them anywhere. At first they remained motionless, as if the blood was having no effect. Then she felt the slightest movement, like a weak sigh. Darisk gasped. Oh! He's gone. Darisk's vision wavered to the edge of hallucination, and she could feel the strength ebbing out of her. Her voice had an edge of awe. No, not gone, he's drinking. In her lap, Ronkist began to stir. Lupo gently grasped his head and removed it from the blood flow. Easy, now, Don Victor. You don't want to risk killing our newfound friend. Lupo leaned forward and used his pointed gargoyle tongue to staunch the wound. Ronkist's eyes opened. You've had a very bad shock, Don Victor. Shock. We have to get out of here. Ronkist tried to rise from Darisk's lap, but failed. I don't think I'm going to be able to walk for a while. That doesn't matter. We have to go. I can carry you. Lupo lifted Ronkist and moved him to the edge of the marble table. Darisk was weakly pulling her dress back onto her shoulders. Her tone was apologetic. I'm not sure I can walk either. Lupo did his best to sound confident. I can support both of you. Darisk exhaustedly shook her head. I think you should leave me here. Ronkist again struggled to push himself up. We can't do that. Darisk managed a wan smile. I think what I'll do is swoon. It won't be hard. When they find me, I'll be able to claim I have no idea what happened. I'll just be a victim of mystery intruders. But get me into a chair. This table is too cold and hard for a fainting fit. Lupo helped Darisk to one of the chairs of the 9, then returned to Ronkist. He put an arm around and under him and lifted him easily. With Ronkist half walking and half leaning on Lupo, the two Nosferatu made for the door. Ronkist turned his head and stared at Darisk. Are you sure you're doing the right thing by staying? Of course, I told you, I'm the victim. I don't need to explain myself. Lupo also looked at her. How do we let ourselves out of here? Push the red button again and the door will swing open. Be careful, though. There may be a security team waiting on the other side. Lupo nodded and reached for the red button. We can but see. Derisk's voice was little more than a whisper. Victor. Philippa. I will see you again, won't I? That is inevitable. Lupo pushed the door open, and just as Derisk had predicted, he found himself facing an array of pale blue security uniforms, eyes hidden behind dark glasses, and the black muzzles of Uzis and 9mm Glocks. Needless to say, the LAPD had behaved like classic assholes, and the result was that Elaine Dance found herself sitting on a hard chair in an interview room inside the Hollywood police station on Wilcox. The utility belt, holster, and dark blue uniform across the table from her were occupied by a female officer who could have been a reasonably sexy young woman if she hadn't adopted the department's standard stone face and suspicious-minded robot manner. She had obviously been instructed to watch Elaine but to tell her nothing, and she was doing exactly that. The rectangular plastic tag on the front of her crisply starched shirt stated that she answered to the name T.A. Crowder, but that was about all the information she was willing to give away. The interview room itself was about as forthcoming as Officer Crowder. Aside from 3 posters urging citizens to report crime and support DARE in the war on drugs, it was institutionally bare, overlit, and slightly less than clean. 2 chairs faced each other across a plain wooden table. All 3 were bolted to the floor. Outside, the controlled commotion that was the weeknight turnover of a big city law enforcement center had reduced itself to little more than a murmur in the hours before the dawn. The night's complement of junkies, prostitutes, dealers, drunks, derelicts, and crazy people had already been brought in and was bedded down under lock and key. Soon the shift would change and the station house would enter the next phase of its daily cycle. About the only thing that constituted anything like a disturbance was the lone demented voice that, at approximate 2-minute intervals, screamed out what Elaine could only assume was a name. Dr. Remulak. Dr. Remulak. Over and over. Elaine glanced at Crowder. Doesn't that sort of thing get on your nerves after a while? Crowder contemplated her coldly. It was such a civilian question. We're sensitivity trained not even to notice. Things had been a little more lively when she'd first been brought in. She'd waited in the booking area, still in handcuffs, trying not to become mistakenly meshed, in the mind of the sergeant on duty, with an influx of a half-dozen late-shift street hookers who'd just been rounded up in a Sunset Boulevard sweep. Nearby, 2 cops had been talking about 4 juveniles, supposedly high school kids, who had been brought in earlier for killing another youth, apparently one of their friends, during some kind of black magic ritual. Even in Hollywood, this was still sufficiently unusual to cause comment. Then a schizophrenic had started violently responding to his bicameral voices, attempting to beat his own head on the wall, and she'd never heard the end of the story. In the interview room, on the other hand, nothing of that kind occurred to relieve the boredom. How much longer do you intend to keep me here? Crowder rewarded Elaine's persistence with deliberately irritating cop enigma. You're being detained for questioning, Ms. Dance. That's all I know and that's all I can tell you. I imagine they'll get to you when they get to you. It would be another half hour before anyone got to her, but when he did, Elaine quickly became nostalgic for Crowder's silence. Lt. Jack Fromm was slick. From his $100 haircut to his handmade cowboy boots, he had made every effort to be the complete Hollywood detective. With easy, symmetrical, almost TV star features, he exuded the confidence of a man who was able, by a spurious charm and a lack of illusion regarding his goals, almost always to get what he wanted. Only his eyes were at odds with his soap opera near perfection. Their blue was too pale, almost verging on watery, and completely lacking in any introspective depth. Jack Fromm had the eyes of a stormtrooper, of the controlled sociopath who would ultimately do absolutely anything it took. Unfortunately, Elaine wasn't looking at his eyes when he walked in. She was too spooked by the fact that he was carrying the Eva Dresden outcall work bag, and plainly intended to humiliate her with its contents while Crowder looked on. His first move was to place the bag on the table. "Is this yours, Ms. Dance?" Elaine nodded. "Yes, it's mine." "Is that why I'm being detained?" It was the bag, in combination with something that the original officers had pulled up on their cruiser's computer, that had set this whole sorry cycle of events in motion. When the two cops had pulled up in their patrol car, they had begun by treating the whole thing as a routine traffic accident. She could only suppose that it had been a slow night up to that point. After a few minutes of walking around the crashed Mustang, peering at the damage, they switched attitudes and became interested in whether she might be drunk or stoned. It could have been her Rat Club clothes, or maybe it was just that they couldn't resist flexing their muscles in front of a damsel in distress, and therefore under their control. They had put her through the ludicrous and time-consuming tests for intoxication. After she had touched her nose with her eyes closed, and walked a straight line for them, they turned their attention to the possibilities of contraband. "Would you mind opening the trunk?" Elaine had immediately protested. "I don't have to do that if I don't want to." "Why not?" "If don't have anything to hide." Elaine knew that it would only further excite them if she insisted on having her constitutional rights respected. She unlocked the trunk of the Mustang and the two cops shined their flashlights inside. The bag immediately took their fancy. "What's in there?" "My personal stuff." "Would you mind opening it?" "Do I have to?" "You're not exactly being cooperative, Ms. Dance." "I opened the trunk, didn't I? So why don't you want to open the bag?" Elaine, at that point, gave up. As far as she knew, she hadn't committed any crime. Okay, look in the damned bag." "It isn't locked." "Open it and take a look." "It's my private and personal stuff, but don't let that deter you." One of the cops opened the bag and the two of them poked around inside, exchanging smirking schoolboy glances as they pawed through the contents. No wonder most of the LAPD rank and file lived out in the Simi Valley where nothing ever happened, and life, as it was lived in the wicked and unholy inner city, only touched them on a professional level as felony and misdemeanor. It was almost possible to believe that it was a conspiracy to maintain their narrow mindset and suburban prejudices. The domination sex paraphernalia was more than enough to send one of them to the cruiser with her driver's license in hand to run her ID on the car's computer. After 2 minutes he came back with a gleam in his eye. "I'm afraid we're going to have to take you in, Ms. Dance." They had moved in on her and one had taken his handcuffs from his belt. "There's a notation on the computer that, if apprehended, you're to be held for questioning." "You're arresting me?" "We're holding you for questioning. And you have to cuff me." "It's procedure." Missing the exact point of her apparent calling, one of the cops smirked as he closed the polished steel around her wrists. "You should be used to handcuffs. Just wait a minute." But they were already easing her into the car. One of them even placed the classic procedural hand on top of her head. "Dr. Remulak." The voice came again from somewhere deep inside the Hollywood station. One by one, Lt. Jack Fromm was removing items from Elaine's doctor's bag and placing them on the table. Officer Crowder used a pen to pick up 2 chrome screw clips joined by 18 inches of matching chain. She held them up as though they were either evidence or infected. "What are these?" Elaine met her gaze with one that was flint on steel. "Might as well be hung for a dominatrix as a goat." "You've never seen nipple clamps, Crowder?" Crowder looked at Fromm. "Are these things legal?" Fromm shrugged. "They sell them in the pleasure chest. They're perfectly legal and I demand to know what you're holding me for. Either charge me with something or let me go." Fromm raised a calming hand. "Just hold on there and wait a minute." He took a short cat-o'-nine tails from the bag and allowed it to uncoil. "They may sell this stuff in the pleasure chest, but that doesn't prevent you from being charged with pandering, or possession of criminal paraphernalia. Dr. Rumulak. The distant screaming added a surreal edge to the conversation. Elaine wondered if it was the voice of the schizophrenic from earlier, in the booking area. Doesn't he ever stop? From ignored the question. You think we won't charge you? Elaine looked From directly in the eye. She didn't like what she saw behind that watery blue, but desperation forced her to hold his gaze. What do you want, Lieutenant? Did you ever heard of OCID? Elaine was suddenly wary. Should I? It stands for Organized Crime Intelligence Division. Elaine didn't like the sound of this. The situation was suddenly starting to make sense. It had all the hallmarks of a shakedown. She had never personally seen police corruption up close, but during her time with Justine Incorporated, she had received numerous warnings. Rendered to its essentials, the best advice had been that if the LAPD tried to shake you down, lie back and try to enjoy it. No one working in the sex entertainment industry could beat them. Dr. Rumulak. From looked quickly at Crowder. Maybe something should be done about shutting him up. You want me to take care of it? The moron only needs to get on the wrong person's nerves and he could be badly hurt. Crowder shrugged and made her exit. Elaine was now certain that, one way or another, this From intended to put the bite on her. As the door closed, Elaine raised an eyebrow. If From had her pegged as a hardened, sado-call girl, she might as well act up to his expectations. Are you usually so concerned with the crazies that get locked up in here? Or did you just want to get me on my own? From moved toward her, swinging one leg over the corner of the table so he was half sitting. What do you think? You work for this OCID. We all make our contribution. Now that they were one-on-one, Elaine decided there was no point to wasting time. And right now you want me to make my contribution? From was surprised. You're usually this direct. Look, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I've been up all night, and I know I can't win. From nodded. That makes sense. Elaine continued. In addition, it must be nearly daylight and I don't have my sunglasses with me. My gut feeling is that you don't really intend to charge me with anything, but my gut is also telling me that I should play along, within reason, because I like a quiet life. You have some remarkable instincts. I don't want to be another Heidi Fleisch. Very sensible. Before I roll over, though. From's eyes became a fraction more dangerous. What? You want me to spill my entire book of clients? Right. That might be part of the transaction. There's one thing I should warn you about. From raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? If you seriously believe you can shake down my clients, you may, in some cases, be biting off a little more than you can chew. She paused strategically to let this sink in. Some of them have a lot of influence. They can wield bigger sticks than even an LAPD lieutenant. You might be surprised how big a stick an LAPD lieutenant can wield when he wants to. Not compared to the head of a studio. You do studio heads. Dr. Rumulak. Dr. Rumu. The second Dr. Rumulak was cut off by a sudden and protracted scream of pain. So that's how a schizo gets taken care of. From spread his hands as if to prove they were clean. Don't give me the evil eye. Like I told Crowder, sooner or later he was going to get on someone's nerves. A lot of frayed nerves in your business. It's an occupational hazard. A second drawn-out scream followed the first. Elaine looked round uncomfortably. Okay, this place is giving me the creeps. What do I have to do to get out of here? You said you're hungry. Yes, I am. So what if I offered you breakfast? Breakfast? We could continue this conversation in the comfort of a coffee shop. You offer to buy breakfast for all your prisoners. Who says you're a prisoner? I was brought in here in handcuffs, wasn't I? That was merely procedure. So I can walk out of here. No. Then I'm a prisoner, aren't I? You've been detained for questioning. That's a whole different thing. Elaine sighed. Okay, so let's have breakfast. Anything to get out of here. From stood up and nodded. You grasp a situation very fast. It's an occupational necessity. As From ushered her out of the interview room, a commotion broke out at the end of the hall. Elaine glanced round just in time to see Gladriel Faulkner, wrapped in a prison blanket and seemingly without her clothes, being hustled away in the other direction. Fortunately From was also staring at Faulkner and didn't see Elaine's look of both recognition and amazement. Are you insane? Are you completely out of your undead Teutonic mind? Do you have any idea of the shit-fit Victor is going to throw when he finds out what you've done? He's quite liable to toss you out into the sun just like Carfax, just like he tossed your last wretched creation out to burn. You've pulled some absurd shit in your time, Julia, but this has to be the all-time winner. You actually brought a conscious human to the fucking residence. Dahlia paused for breath in her tirade, which gave Julia an opening. He's no ordinary human, Dahlia. He's Brandon Wales. If anything, that makes it worse. He'll be missed. Wipe his mind and put him in a cab. Just make sure he's gone before sunrise and before Victor gets back. If he was just some regular piece of prey, I'd say chain him up in the cellar, but he's Brandon fucking Wales. If he vanishes, the fucking media will be all over the story. In a week, it'll be a conspiracy theory. You don't understand, Dahlia. He wants to be here. What do you mean he wants to be here? He wants to be one of us. He knows all about it. I'm going to bring him across. It's all been agreed. Dahlia looked aghast. What the fuck have you done? Before Julia could answer, Imogen, silently as a wraith, appeared in the kitchen doorway. Can one of you tell me why Brandon Wales is sitting in the library, drinking cognac and reading a book? Dahlia turned. I was just asking Julia the very same question. It seems that she's promised Wales she'll make him one of us. Imogen's expression was unreadable. That's very interesting. Interesting? It's fucking lunacy. Apart from anything else, he's old and fat and... Julia interrupted Dahlia. I promised him he would undergo regression. Dahlia's eyes widened. You mean that you'd make him young again? Imogen slowly smiled. It was perhaps the first time that she had smiled in front of a third party in over a year. That's even more interesting. Even through her anger Dahlia also got the point. A young Brandon Wales. Julia nodded and her eyes gleamed. A young Brandon Wales. The three Nosferatu females faced each other in a tableau that, by any criteria known by men or others, could only be considered strange. Imogen had come in from outside and was wearing a vest of light silver chain mail, ballet tights, a red lacquered crinoline frame, and Dr. Martens. Her face was partially obscured by circular black Orwellian goggles made from rubber and faceted glass set in elaborate adjustable brass hardware. Imogen's costume might have been considered eccentric, verging on the demented, but somehow it suited her equally strange physical makeup. Imogen had the body of skinny 18-year-old and was totally without hair. It was rumored that she had been that way ever since she had become one of the undead. Dahlia, Imogen's externally even younger-looking sister, had assumed the sexto sleepwear and makeup of a JonBenet Ramsey baby beauty queen, while Julia was still in the rock and roll gunfighter garb she had worn all night. The kitchen was only lit by a pair of candles, and each female cast a long, flickering, and bizarrely distorted shadow. In a far corner, Adam, the kitten, contentedly ate canned tuna from a saucer. For a long silent moment, Dahlia stared at Julia and then shook her head quickly, as if dismissing an attractive but madly impractical idea from her mind. No, no, Victor will never accept it. It's too crazy. Imogen removed her goggles and blinked for a moment in the candlelight. I don't think it's crazy at all. Consider it, Dahlia. Finding an unexpected ally in Imogen, Julia pressed her point. That's right, consider it, Dahlia, a young Brandon Wales. Dahlia's practicality was starting to fragment in the face of a certain girlish excitement. Victor would do everything he could to stop us. Julia removed her gloves and transferred her rings. If he knew. Dahlia was shocked. What? Why would Victor have to know, at least until after it was fait accompli? He's so wrapped up in his pining for Kinara, he probably wouldn't even notice until it was pointed out to him. Dahlia stood torn between the image of a youthful Brandon Wales, hot-eyed and surly as he'd been in Flowers for the Dead or the Hell Riders, and an open betrayal of Victor. Julia had a reserve shot with which to tilt the already wavering scales. Victor may be master, but he is also male and can hardly be considered unbiased when it comes to the selection of new males to join the colony. Imogen looked hard at her sister. She does have a point. Dahlia frowned. That would mean 2 alpha males in the same colony. Now Julia's eyes glowed, lurid as a banked-up fire. Exactly. Imogen smiled for the second time in the conversation. That's better than interesting. That could be a diversion, a violent diversion. Dahlia found a snag in Julia's reasoning. Wait a minute. You don't know how to do a regression. You've never been initiated. I was hoping you would do it. Dahlia's eyes narrowed. Her possible betrayal of Victor has just grown incrementally. Me. Julia smiled sweetly at Dahlia and her child's physique. You are the expert. Imogen seemed unimpressed by her sister's moral dilemma. In the end you will do it, my sibling. It's just too tempting to resist. There's loyalty to a master and there's also outright stupidity. Dahlia visibly came to a decision. Victor lost out to a young Brandon Wales. To save face, she came up with one last objection. It's too late to do it tonight. Then he will have to be kept somewhere until tomorrow night. We can hardly chain up Brandon Wales in one of the cellars like common prey. Julia saw this as no problem. He'll be perfectly happy to spend the day in the library, if I tell him that's what's expected of him. Dahlia frowned like a schoolmarm, cautious and checking the details. I assume he's under your complete control. Julia treated her to a withering look. Are you trying to insult me? As the security team saw it, a homed and fanged minotaur raged from the chamber of the 9 with a wall of flame behind it. Black smoke curled from its nostrils, and its cloven hooves struck sparks with each angry step. Under its massive left arm, it carried a smaller, less distinct figure, while the right arm swung a spiked morning star on a length of iron chain. Those men who were not set to fleeing by the apparition, or sent flying by the whistling arcs of the terrible weapon, merely abandoned their reason and fell to their knees, transfixed with fear by this vision from a classic and ancient hell. Ronquist was too weak to assist Lupo in the creation of this illusion. He could only lean on his companion's substantial strength and observe the effect of his conjured demon on the human guards. The minds of the majority were hurled back, with fluid ease, into abject and atavistic superstition. They collided with each other in a disorganized scramble to put as much distance as they could between themselves and the towering mythological beast. One of them, however, was made of slightly sterner stuff. Even though his legs were as jellied with terror as those of his comrades, he stood his ground instead of cowering, and aimed his automatic pistol at the perceived monster. All Ronquist could do was cry a warning. Lupo, that one. He's found his courage. The mirage of the morning star swung, but not before the guard had loosed off 3 fast shots that hit Lupo in the arm, shoulder, and upper chest. The impact of the trio of 9mm hollow points slammed the big Nosferatu backward, sending him reeling and dragging Ronquist with him. Damn it to all eternity! Ronquist felt Lupo lurch and all but fall, but then he gathered himself and brought a mighty clubbed fist down on the man's head, fatally fracturing his skull and dropping him like a steer on the killing floor, with a similarly bovine and uncomprehending shock in his staring eyes. As the blow was struck, the pain of being shot caused Lupo momentarily to lose the illusion and the vision of the Minotaur vanished. Lupo and Ronkist could be seen as they really were. The black entry wounds in Lupo's shoulder and chest leaked dark blood, but fury temporarily overcame weakness. In years beyond number, no adversary had so much as laid a hand on Lupo, and the very idea that he should take a bullet from something as lowly as a hired human rent-a-cop filled him with scarlet rage. He snarled and reached for the next nearest security guard, snapping his spine like a twig. It seemed to Ronkist that the big Nosferatu was about to go berserk in the narrow corridor, and he hissed a warning. "The elevator, Lupo. Don't get carried away. We have to make it into the elevator." "You're right, Don Victor." This steadied Lupo, but as his anger ebbed, so did his energy. Again, Ronkist felt him falter. Rather than Lupo supporting him, they were now leaning on each other. Ronkist summoned all the reserves of strength he could muster and steered Lupo toward the elevator. "Once we're inside, we'll have a minute or so to recuperate. I fear it may take more than a minute or so for these wounds to heal themselves. Let's just get in there." A bewildered security guard was between them and the elevator door, but Lupo still had the resilience to hurl him to one side. Ronkist hit the call button, sagging against the wall as his vision clouded and waves of dizziness swept over him. The elevator door opened and, mercifully, the car was empty. The two undead almost fell inside, and Ronkist managed to press the button for the lobby. Lupo leaned his back against the wall and then slowly sank down to a squatting position as the door closed, gasping to himself in pain. "Damn it to eternity! Damn it to eternity!" It seemed to be Lupo's epithet of the night. Ronkist slumped beside him. The sound of humpbacked whales singing came from a concealed speaker. Apparently, despite the emergency, the Apogee had not turned off its ambient sound system. Ronkist glanced at Lupo. "The wound hurts." Lupo nodded. "When I laugh. I hope to hell there isn't another squad waiting for us in the lobby. I have my doubts as to how many more humans we can fight off." Lupo's mouth twisted in a second grim attempt at humor. "No human can destroy us, Don Victor. We're invincible." Ronkist smiled despite himself. "No human ever destroyed a Nosferatu. Not you or me. We're too clever and experienced. So clever and experienced we walked into this place without a second thought as to how we might get out again." The elevator slowed and the two rose painfully to their feet like battered warriors readying themselves for a last stand. Ronkist took a deep breath. "Let's make it as hard for them as we can." The door opened and, to Ronkist's surprise and profound relief, the lobby was deserted. Wall-mounted surveillance cameras swiveled to peer at them, but no human presence was visible. "Maybe we'll walk out of here after all." Supporting each other and moving with all the speed they could muster, Ronkist and Lupo staggered across the lobby. The shortest route to the street lay between the spherical multimedia sculpture and the gift shop, and as they dragged themselves past the structure that Leslie the recruiter had told them was a three-dimensional representation of the fundamental structure of the all, Ronkist started seriously to believe that they might get away clean. Then a face appeared behind the reception desk. It only popped up for an instant, but it was enough for Ronkist to hiss a warning to Lupo. "Down." Ronkist dived for cover, pulling Lupo with him. In immediate confirmation that the move was no overreaction, the face reappeared, this time behind a black machine pistol. A fast and nervous burst ripped from the gun, shattering the glass of the gift shop. Ronkist and Lupo crawled forward, keeping close to the floor, then made a little more speed when the gunman, presumably yet another guard, ducked down again as though expecting a return of fire. Although bullets couldn't kill the Nosferatu, it took time and energy to deal with the physical damage. They could both be effectively immobilized by any further depletion of their strength, and placed at the mercy of Apogee security and whoever commanded the moonlighting cops in the blue uniforms. A souvenir model of the sinister pylon spilled from a broken shelf in the gift shop and rolled across the floor in their path. Ronkist fielded the object, noting, as he scooped it up, that it was the more expensive, sterling silver version. Although weakened, he hadn't completely lost his undead reactions. When the guard behind the reception desk popped up with his gun again, scanning for a target, Ronquist hurled the statuette with unerring accuracy, hitting the human squarely between the eyes. "Go Lupo!" Holding each other up as best they could, Ronquist and Lupo swayed toward the street. Mercifully the Cadillac was still parked at the curb and none of the apogee humans had thought to post a guard on it. As they crossed the sidewalk, Lupo glanced up at the sky. "Don Victor, it's almost dawn." Ronquist wrenched open the Cadillac's near side door. "Time flies when you're getting into trouble." With all of his recovering strength, Ronquist pushed Lupo into the car. "Can you drive?" "I'll do my best." "Then slide over behind the wheel and let's get away from this cursed place." No sooner had Ronquist spoken than the cursed place presented him and Lupo with one final obstacle. 4 guards, all armed with Uzis, ran out of the building and, seeing the 2 fugitives climb into the car, immediately opened fire. Fortunately the Coupe de Ville had a history of its own, a history that was part of the reason Lupo had acquired it in the first place. The car had been extensively customized for its original owner, the 1940s mob boss Mickey Cohen, and came with considerable outer armor. Bullets battered the bodywork, but failed to penetrate. A rear window starred, but miraculously didn't shatter. Lupo gunned the engine and the Cadillac accelerated away from the curb with its tires laying rubber like a dragster running the quarter mile. Lupo's knuckles were white from the force with which he gripped the steering wheel, and Ronquist could only assume that he was in a lot of pain. The lack of traffic in the pre-rush hour quiet worked to Ronquist and Lupo's advantage, but it also allowed the apogee guards to spread out across the boulevard and fire after them. A number more shots hit the car, but did only superficial damage.